Chapter 318. Danny wasn't sure if it was because of the Mother of Dragons' special spiritual bestowment physique, or if the soul of the Green Prophet originally had the characteristic of being divided into thousands, just like how the Green Prophet's thoughts could be divided into thousands and thousands of crows. In short, there was an additional lake in her soul space. It belonged to the origin of the soul, but it had a certain degree of independence. In the original soul space of Serene Blue Star, she had failed to simulate the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Then she had anxiously practiced the meditation technique for the second time in the lake domain. How should she put it? At first she was ecstatic, then depressed and disappointed. Her best guess was verified. Danny easily assembled the light crow rune array above the lake. But she didn't understand the basic meditation runes of shapeshifters at all, and the foundation of the meditation technique was very unstable. Just like Lisbon and Larissa, they didn't master the 108 basic runes of Valeglia, and they didn't have a systematic inheritance the glass candle, which contained a full set of rune combination techniques, similar to the combination of manual and basic teaching materials which led to their failure. The meditation technique foundation in the soul space was full of mistakes and was on the verge of shattering. At this time, Danny was in a similar predicament. I need the inheritance of the Green Prophet, the inheritance of the basic meditation technique. I can't copy it with only an incomplete meditation foundation corpse. Wait. A light suddenly flashed in Danny's mind. Why not learn from Blackie and Little White? When she first learned the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, the two dragons' situation was 10,000 times worse than hers. But if they could cheat, why couldn't she? Blackie could use her 9-colored vortex to engrave his meditation technique foundation, and now she also had a template, the incomplete light crow. Whether the Green Prophet's body was dead or not, she was very sure that the soul of this light crow had been completely stripped. The template had no owner, and it was even slowly dissipating and annihilating. She could copy it without worry. As soon as it touched the light pink lake, it was like a wax figure falling into a steel furnace. The light-colored crow-shaped rune quickly melted in the lake. In a few blinks of an eye, the mountain-sized gray crow disappeared in the lake of the soul, and the lake water bubbled. It felt like a whole duck was being cooked in a big pot. Gradually, the surface of the lake calmed down, and the lake water turned from light pink to forest green. It was a tranquil, green lake. No more crows flew out, and the original gray crows also disappeared. Danny closed her eyes and meditated. A gentle breeze blew across the surface of the lake, and wisps of natural magic were absorbed into the lake. The meditation technique has been successfully replicated. It's working well. It can absorb magic energy from the outside world and convert it into wizard power. She opened her eyes, overjoyed. But looking at the lake-shaped meditation foundation, she was a little puzzled. Why wasn't it a crow? Actually, Danny had made a mistake. The three-eyed crow was the Green Prophet, but the Green Prophet wasn't necessarily the three-eyed crow. Simply put, the current Green Prophet had a special liking for his crow companions. Before he became the Green Prophet, he already had the bandit nickname of Three-Eyed Crow. After inheriting the legacy of the previous Green Prophet, he followed his own will and manifested the foundation of his meditation technique into the form of a crow. This form was more beneficial for increasing the abilities of his crow companions. This was similar to the relationship between the wizard Valeglia and the dragon. The 9-colored whirlpool in Danny's sea of consciousness was actually the form of a dragon's flame, and its cone-shaped spiral structure simulated the process of the megalosaurus spitting out dragon's flame. Now it's time to do the final test. Danny rubbed her hands and looked at the sky nervously. The dragon spirit was connected to Blackie's soul space, and her little 9-colored whirlpool streaked across the sky and appeared in the blue soul space out of thin air. Buzz 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 buzz. The soul space started to tremble intensely, and the wizard power started to circulate on its own. The 9-colored whirlpool produced a great repulsive force, and the green lake seemed to have suffered a Shinra Tensei, and it spun and flew out. Squeak. At the edge of the soul space, the green lake crashed into a formless space wall and shattered. Ah! In the soul space, Danny hugged her head and howled. The pain of her soul being torn apart almost made her collapse. In reality, Danny also groaned. Her nostrils seemed to have opened up some kind of channel, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of her nose in a horrible shape. Whitey hissed anxiously. Pop! The lake exploded into millions of water droplets, splashing in all directions. However, the great repulsive force of the 9-colored whirlpool still existed. The shattered lake water was squeezed into mist, and the mist was crushed into invisible steam under the pressure. The steam was annihilated little by little and disappeared. Ha! Danny gradually regained her breath, and laughed crazily in the soul space. Even I can't destroy this part of my soul. I've succeeded. This is the immortal soul? In Danny's wild laughter, a thin ring was born from nothingness in the soul space. With the 9-colored whirlpool as the center, it spun counterclockwise against the soul wall. This was the reborn soul lake, the second soul of the ring that laid the foundation of the Green Prophet's meditation, and Danny's second head. Dahé Whitey, come over and play fight the landlord. With a thought, the main soul entered the dragon spirit state with Dahé, and the second soul entered the dragon spirit state with Whitey without any hindrance. In the next moment, 2 megalosaurus, one white and one black, were lying across the blue soul space. Hiss! Dahé roared at Whitey in surprise. Why are you here again? Hiss! Whitey roared blankly. I don't know anything. Other than being able to communicate with Whitey's dragon spirit, Danny also sensed little green and little gold in the slave bay for the first time. She could determine their location, but she couldn't sense the dragon spirit. She was sure that the second soul of the ring strengthened her connection with the dragons. Great harvest, it's really a great harvest. Haha, now I'm really invincible. With Dahé on the left and Whitey on the right, Danny was extremely proud. No, I can still be stronger. Danny looked excited. If I kill Bran, transform his soul into spiritual matter and absorb it, the second soul will be upgraded to a higher level. Maybe I'll have 3, 4, or even 5 dragon spirits. How terrible will the true dragon's roar be when I have 5 dragon spirits? In the state of 5 dragon spirits, if I superimpose the 5 dragon meditation vortexes on my body, I can burn the Night King to death with one look, right? When Danny ended the dragon spirit state and her consciousness returned to her body, the sky was silver gray, and a full moon was already hanging on the top of the tree. She took out a silk handkerchief from her backpack, dug a few piles of hard snow in the ditch against the sun, rubbed it in the silk handkerchief, and wiped the blood scabs on her mouth and nose clean. After a while, Danny stepped on the soft leaves and returned to Whitey's side. Before climbing on his back, she caught a glimpse of the big crow that was thrown on the ground before. After thinking about it, she went over and picked it up. It was hard and stiff. Maybe it's a magic material. I can take it back and study it. At least it's more magical than Tyrion's second brother. With that in mind, Danny lifted the crow's leg, rode the white dragon, and soared into the sky. Blackie also struggled to get up and followed behind, flying in the direction of the Great Wall. Blackie was a little tired. It should have rested in Hoguan town for a night and go back tomorrow. But Danny thought of something. There was a big battle this morning and so many people died. They must be burned tonight. She planned to get some spiritual matter to nourish Blackie's body. I just hope the bodies are not burned clean. In fact, the Great Wall was in a mess and no one was dealing with the bodies outside the city. Danny did not attract much attention when she suddenly left in the afternoon on the dragon. But as the sky darkened, Barristan had already returned from outside the city. She still did not appear and some people panicked. The old fox Yimont did not guess wrong. A small group of how to deal with the Dragon Queen quietly formed between the Night Watchers and the Urlu cavalry, quietly split and quietly unified. Melisandre lied. The plan of the marriage of the Mother of Dragons and the Child of Prophecy was not a whim. Stannis knew about it and so did the nobles under him. Even the plan of marrying Danny Rhys to King Stannis was proposed by one of King Stannis's important ministers. Then Stannis's knights split into 2 factions. Some supported the marriage of the dragon and the deer, while others firmly opposed it. It was very complicated. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island, so his original subordinates were the vassals of Dragonstone Island, Targaryen's vassals 16 years ago. For example, Valerian and Sitiga, the absolute confidants of the House of Dragonstone, were now the backbone of the Urlu army. Of course, the defeat at the Battle of Blackwater River was too terrible. Valerian and Sitiga were almost destroyed, so they did not follow Urlu to the wall. But the Duke of Dragonstone Island did not only have these 2 vassals, there were 7 or 8 other families that followed Urlu to the wall. To be honest, they wanted to immediately change sides and surrender to Queen Dany. It was not shameful to surrender to their old masters. Many families were still loyal and fought with Rhaegar to the end. If Count Valerian did not die, and Count Sitiga did not get captured by the King's Landing, any one of them who came to the wall would have led the nobles and knights of Dragonstone Island to the Queen as soon as they saw Dany. But the nobles of Dragonstone Island had been tortured too badly in the Battle of Blackwater River. They were too weak in the current Urlu army. They risked being sacrificed to the Red God if they had any thoughts of betrayal. A few nobles of Dragonstone Island had been burned to death because they spoke ill of the Light King behind his back. They were all afraid that the priestess could predict their betrayal. Before the news of the Dragon Queen came, Erlu had two political groups under his command. One was the King's Party, who believed in the seven gods, and the other was the Queen's Party, who believed in the Light King. After knowing that they might encounter Dany, the two parties split again. The King's Party of Dragonstone Island advocated for the union of dragon and deer. The King's Party of Stormland hesitated. The Queen's Party of River Bend firmly opposed it. The Queen's Party outside River Bend supported the union. It's getting more and more complicated. Stannis originally only had Dragonstone Island as his fief. His younger brother Renly was the Duke of Storm's End, Lord of Stormland, and married High Court Tyrell, River Bend. After Erlu killed Sanlu, he inherited part of his younger brother's legacy, the nobles of Stormland and a small number of River Bend nobles. Among them, the River Bend nobles followed the lead of the Florin family of Brightwater. Erlu's wife was from the Florin family. The Dragonstone Island faction and the red-robed woman supported the union of dragon and deer. The Stormland hesitated because of the War of the Usurper. Robert led the Stormland nobles to overthrow Targaryen. The Queen's Party of Stormland naturally didn't want Queen Celis to be disgraced. But after Dany expressed her support for the union of dragon and deer, the divided Erlu forces reunited. Just as old Ymont worried, some of them tacitly agreed to kill Dany. Then Dany disappeared. They were worried sick. Those with bad intentions were worried, and so were the neutral Night Watchers. There were still so many barbarians outside, dozens of giants building walls in Dark Castle, and the gold royals and food promised by the Dragon Queen. At least clean up the mess before leaving, right? Of course, the Night Watchers were more worried about the conflict between the dragon and deer, causing the Queen to leave in anger. No one knew that the Dragon Queen, after getting rid of the Whispers of Crows, was completely different from the Dragon Queen before this afternoon. Chapter 319. Calm down, everyone. Don't panic. In the front yard of Dark Castle, Maester Ymont gestured with his hands and tried to calm the arguing crowd. Ser Barristan is still here. He represents Queen Dany Rise and has full authority over matters related to the Westeros. Barristan was angry at the Queen for not informing him, but he did not object to her decision to leave. There were two reasons. First, he knew the Queen's abilities. She had left a magic coordinate on his wrist that allowed him to communicate with her. Second, like old Ymont, he was worried that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to harm him. How could he trust Erlu, who would kill his own brother for the Iron Throne? He was an upright man, but an upright man was not necessarily a fool. Yes, I am the Queen's Iron Guard, captain of the White Knights. I represent the Queen in dealing with the barbarians in the new camp, the White Knight said seriously. Stannis bit his cheek and glared at the White Knight for a while before he asked bitterly, Sir, why didn't you go to Dragonstone to find me? Barristan did not expect Erlu to bring this up. He was startled for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Your Majesty Stannis, you are all wrong. Ever since Joffrey stripped me of my white robes, I had no intention of joining any king. Really? You and Lord Renly are Joffrey's uncles. Joffrey is not Robert's son, Stannis interrupted him angrily. Everyone recognizes his identity, the White Knight said noncommittally. Even if he took away my white robe, my honor does not allow me to encourage my uncle to oppose my nephew. So you and Lord Renly are not in my consideration. Thus Robb was the only king left. I sympathized with him, but I would not support the king's division. At the time, I was going to find a small sept in the countryside and dedicate the rest of my life to the seven gods. Then how did you become her White Knight? Stannis ground his teeth. Varys found me. Varys? Stannis exclaimed. Yes, when I was praying in the basilica, his little bird came and told me about Her Majesty Daenerys. I couldn't refuse. This was a chance for me, a chance to redeem myself. However, I didn't intend to serve a crazy king anymore. When I saw her, I concealed my identity and observed her for nearly half a year. I found her benevolent, wise, kind, intelligent. Enough. The old knight had a blissful look on his face as he reminisced, but Stannis's face looked as if he had been fed feces. He interrupted the White Knight and said, Now that she has left, how do you contact her? How else can I contact you? White Knight glared at him and said matter-of-factly, Of course it's through messenger crows. I'm always at the Great Wall, right? If you have any orders, just send the messenger crows to the Great Wall. How do you contact her? Stannis asked. Barristan said, let the messenger Raven send a message to Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island? You want to take my Dragonstone Island? The veins on Stannis' square chin bulged. Dragonstone Island is the land of the Targaryens. Ymont frowned. Stannis looked at the old man coldly and emphasized, it is now my territory. Didn't she swear that she would not clash with the forces stationed at the Great Wall before she dealt with the deviants? She can't say that the promise of not starting a war is only valid at the Great Wall, right? We come to the north and she comes to the south to invade our home. Who would dare to leave their own territory to support the Great Wall? Erlu's words were not unreasonable. For example, if Lannister went north to the Great Wall to fight the deviants, Dany could not possibly go and take Casterly Rock, right? There was only one point. Stannis had drifted on the sea for a few months, so his information was somewhat outdated. Dragonstone Island is no longer yours, Barristan said with a strange expression. Right after you left, Lannister took advantage of the fact that Dragonstone Island was defenseless and sent thousands of soldiers to surround the castle. About half a month ago, Sir Loras attacked Dragonstone Island. Stannis' face was gloomy. He turned to old Ymont and asked, you are the scholar of Dark Castle. Why didn't you tell me about this? Ymont frowned and slowly explained, I don't know either. In the past few months, the City of Learning has not sent any messenger crows to the Great Wall. How could the City of Learning care about such a small matter? Paris Tun yawned tiredly and defended the City of Learning, it's too far away. Other than the change of seasons and the change of authority in King's Landing, the City of Learning will not send any messages to the Great Wall. She didn't leave. Melisandre walked out of the darkness with her hands hidden in her sleeves. As she spoke, everyone could see the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her throat glowing with a mysterious red light. Dany Rhys went to the north. She should be back soon, she said softly. You saw her in the flames? Stannis pursed his thin lips into a thin line. He remembered that the red-robed woman was alone in the room in the afternoon, staring at the raging flames in the brazier. Under what circumstances did she see her? Was she looking for the child of prophecy? Or was she following his orders and trying to cast a shadow spell on her? Stannis began to clench his teeth, and his cheeks puffed up out of habit. Melisandre understood his thoughts just by looking at his expression. She could not help but sigh to herself. After meeting Targaryen riding a dragon, even he began to doubt the authenticity of the child of prophecy. It was no wonder that she herself was shaken. Could the prophecy be wrong, and the real reincarnation of Yesor and Ahai was Dany Rhys? However, she did not communicate with Lalo. When she was looking for the child of prophecy, she saw the Dragon Queen. Stannis' face was still in the flames, but it was a little dim and not as clear as it was on Dragonstone Island. There was also another person's figure that appeared from time to time. The red-robed woman glanced at Jon, who was standing among the night watchers. She coughed softly and said slowly, I felt the aura of the dragon. She is fighting with someone, a very strong enemy. It's a fierce battle on the soul level. What enemy? Barristan asked nervously. Is God's servant? Yes, God has been watching her for a long time. I even reminded her in the afternoon that she might have finally noticed the crow that landed between her eyebrows, the priestess said solemnly. Everyone was confused, but they could guess that the Dragon Queen's enemy was very strong. However, there were not many who were worried about her. Instead, some of the Night Watchers and Erlu's armored knights exchanged looks with joy and excitement. The White Knight's expression changed and he asked anxiously, Where? I'll go over now. The red-robed woman's expression was calm. She was not too concerned, nor did she gloat. She only said lightly, It's useless even if you go. The two of them are fighting on the soul level and the battle has already ended at dusk. Ymont's blue eyes flashed with concern and he asked in a trembling voice, Who won? You said that Her Majesty Dany Rhys is on her way back. She should have won, right? I'm not sure. No matter who wins or loses, there is no fatal damage to either side. It won't affect her returning to the Great Wall to rest. She should be heavily injured, right? A short knight with a mouth full of brown rotten teeth said with his eyes flashing. The red-robed woman looked at him lightly and did not answer, but the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became hot and heavy. It was as if a strange flame had risen in everyone's heart. The red-nosed old professor also noticed the change in everyone's mood. He could not help but frown and change the topic. Who is Ysgod? Deviant ghosts? Deviant ghosts are just Ysgod's servants. Hiss, a loud and clear dragon's roar came from the southern sky. Everyone, who had different thoughts, immediately stopped talking and looked up. After a few breaths, 2 huge black shadows flew under the silver full moon, and the sound of huge wings flapping could be heard clearly. A gust of wind blew in the courtyard, and the white dragon landed on the stone steps of the king's tower on the east in a way that did not match its body size and weight. Dragon Queen's energetic voice then came. "Are you guys admiring the moon in the courtyard?" "Eh?" The people who were looking at her with worry, nervousness and curiosity felt awkward for a moment. Only then did Scholar Yimont come out and ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "What can happen to me?" Danny asked curiously. "Madame Melisandre told us that you fought with a powerful enemy in the evening," the old scholar said with confusion. "Oh, I was fighting with it." Danny glanced at the red-robed woman who was looking at her curiously, raised the big crow in her hand and laughed. "Such a big crow, have you seen it before? It chased me for a long time and even wanted to peck my dragon. It took me a lot of effort to kill it. I was so tired that I was sweating all over." The old scholar was stunned. "The crow chased you? It even pecked your dragon? What kind of crow is this? Is it the crow god?" Melisandre's eyes flashed and she looked back and forth between the crow and Danny's smiling face. After a while, she said with a complicated tone, "I didn't expect you to hunt this crow with your own ability. I underestimated you." Everyone was confused. It was just a black crow. Although it was bigger than a normal crow, it was not a rare beast. It was just an arrow. Danny threw the dead crow on the ground and urged loudly, "If you have time to sit here and talk nonsense, why don't you burn the bodies of the dead?" The red pomegranate chief hesitated and said, "The barbarians are easy to deal with, but almost 300 knights died today. Friar Sarlita is helping them to decorate their bodies. He has been busy since noon. Then transport the knights to the cellar and store them there. First, burn the bodies of the freemen and the common soldiers from beyond the Great Wall. You night watchers should know how horrible it is to keep the bodies of the dead overnight. Even if we put them in the cellar, we still need to chain their ankles," John reminded. "Don't worry, the Great Wall has magic power. It can block the power of the frost god," Melisandre said softly. "A year ago, the bodies were resurrected under the Great Wall," John said with a frown. "They must have been resurrected outside the Great Wall and pretended to be corpses to sneak into Dark Castle," the red-robed woman said with certainty. Yrgrit, who had been watching from the side, walked through the crowd and carefully glanced at the white dragon. She looked up at Danny and said, "Dragon Queen, we are going to send them off." "Who are you?" "Giants and freedmen. If you leave Dark Castle, you have to wear shackles," Danny reminded. Outside the Great Wall, in the empty space between the old and new camps, the barbarians built a huge crematorium. It was almost as big as a football field. The lower level was stacked with pine trunks and branches that were half a meter high. The branches were filled with half-dried leaves and weeds. The pile of firewood was piled high with corpses. It was a shocking sight, but when Danny asked for the number, she was shocked to find that there were surprisingly few. There were only 8 giants, less than 1,000 warriors, and hundreds of old, weak women and children. There were also many dead mammoths and war horses, but they were not cremated. The night watchers had cut their flesh and preserved it in the ice cave under the Great Wall. Well, Danny was not a cold-hearted person. She did not want more barbarians to die just to get more soul essence. More importantly, she saw Stannis's horse trampling through the camp in the morning. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians rushed into the forest and trampled on the ground. There were definitely more than 2,000 dead. Even more than 8 giants died. The number is wrong. Chapter 320. Thousands of people surrounded the north side of the crematorium. There were savages, giants, and night watchers to maintain order. Danny rode on Little White's back and fought at the front. Beside her were Barristan and several senior members of the Night Watchers. Stannis led the red-robed woman and a group of knights to the east corner. There were more than 200 corpses of House Lu's soldiers. The number is wrong. Danny frowned and asked Red Pomegranate, "Lord Steward, where are the rest of the corpses? The number of freemen should be around 3,000 to 5,000. It's off by half. And I saw it with my own eyes, at least 12 of them died." At noon, she had personally given Red Pomegranate the task of collecting the corpses and organizing the barbarians to burn the wood that night. She did not expect the task to be so bad. "It's deep in the woods. We don't dare to go in," Bowen Maxey said. "Why not? Are there deviant ghosts? If they don't burn the corpses, they will turn into corpses." John sighed helplessly and said, "I'm not sure if there are deviant ghosts, but there are many barbarians hiding in the woods. Two brothers in black who collected the corpses had their eyes gouged out and their tongues cut out. Their heads were hung on branches at the edge of the woods. Danny's face darkened and she cursed in a low voice, "Those bastards don't know what's good for them. Do you know which bastard did it?" The Weeper, Yergrit, who was standing behind John, shouted, "The Weeper likes to gouge people's eyes out." When everyone looked at her, Red Pomegranate winked at John proudly. John turned his head and touched his nose awkwardly. "The Weeper is a vicious barbarian raider." "I know the Weeper. Mance sent him to draw away the main forces of Dark Castle. The one who led the team to stop him was Lord Steward Maxey, right?" Danny raised her eyebrows and looked at Red Pomegranate. "You said you won the battle? You didn't even kill the enemy leader. What kind of victory is that?" "The Weeper brought 300 raiders." Red Pomegranate felt wronged. "But you also had more than 200 rangers." Red Pomegranate did not speak. Danny asked again, "Why didn't you send the barbarians to collect the corpses?" "They will run away." "Alas." Danny smiled bitterly. "So, what are you going to do with the corpses in the ghost forest?" John said, "Perhaps the barbarians will burn the corpses of their own people. They all know that corpses can be resurrected." "That's right, we're not as stupid as you." Yegaret nodded. While they were still discussing the corpses in the forest, Stannis and the others next door were already bidding farewell to their old friends. "The night is long and danger lurks everywhere. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley." Stannis and the red-robed woman stood side by side at the front. Hundreds of people lined up and knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, solemn and respectful. Boom. The red-robed woman waved her hand, and the entire bonfire seemed to have been splashed with gasoline. In an instant, 7 feet of flame soared up, and the high-temperature wave crossed dozens of meters, blowing the hair on Danny's forehead into a mess. "Let's begin." Danny looked around and didn't find anyone who looked like a priest. She couldn't help but ask, "Are there no priests among the free people?" "We believe in the old gods and they have no priests," said Mance's pretty sister-in-law. "The old gods only have faces carved into tree trunks. They have noses, eyes and mouths. Unfortunately they can't speak or guide you in chanting." Sir Alistair mocked. "Where is Friar Sileta? Why don't we let him make a cameo appearance?" Danny came up with a bad idea. I am the last giant. I don't have any companions." Yergrit suddenly started singing, scaring Danny and the people around her. "The last giant came from the mountains. We once ruled the world. The little people stole the forests, stole the mountains, stole the rivers." At first, Danny didn't think much of it. "You're just a small female savage. How are you a giant?" But gradually, the smile on her face disappeared. The sadness in Jigrit's song was so clear that no one could escape from it, and no one could laugh at it. Whale paused for a moment, then followed in a low voice. "They built a wall in the valley and caught all the fish in the stream." More and more savages joined in. Thousands of them formed a chorus, and their bleak voice was like a giant wave crushing a sandcastle. It easily drowned out the prayers of the Red God believers. They lit a fire in the stone hall. They forged a sharp spear. And I was alone in the mountains. I had no companions, only tears. Chased by dogs in the day. Torches in the night. Because giants in the sun, the little people couldn't eat or sleep. I am the last giant. Remember my song. One day I will leave and my song will fade away. The silence will last for a long, long time." The song stopped. Only the howling of the wind and the crackling of the crematorium next door could be heard. In the dim light of the torches, the faces of the savages glistened with tears. After a long silence, Danny sighed. "This isn't your song. It's not the song of the free people beyond the Great Wall. This is our song, the last giant. You and John are the same. You know nothing." Jigrit said excitedly. "You're the one who doesn't know. All of you, you know nothing." Danny rolled her eyes and said angrily, "This song, the last giant, belongs to the previous civilization, the children of the forest and the giants. And the people who destroyed them were you, the savages beyond the Great Wall, the Southerners, collectively known as the ancestors. I can hear the sadness and pain in your song, and it seems to match the sadness and despair in this song. But your misfortune is entirely your own fault. You don't want to improve yourself and you're looking for death." All the savages stared at her angrily. If she wasn't riding on Little White's back, some of them might have rushed over to beat her up. "What are you looking at?" The Dragon Queen had a dragon's gallbladder, so she wasn't scared at all in the face of public condemnation. Her eyes were wide open and she roared in an even louder voice than before, "Look at you, wearing animal skins and holding wooden sticks. You eat raw meat and drink blood and you don't work at all. What's the difference between you and savages? Oh, I forgot. You are the savages. But haven't you forgotten one thing? Your ancestors, the ancestors who came to this world from the land of Urso, defeated the children of the forest with superior technology and social system, and expelled the giants. 10,000 years have passed, and your civilization has regressed. Your social system has collapsed, and the technology of forging bronze has become the heirloom of a few tribes. Don't you feel ashamed? You still have the face to sing The Last Giant? The giants and the children of the forest were persecuted by the ancestors, but who went beyond the Great Wall to persecute you? Hasn't it always been the savages who attacked the Great Wall? Or is it persecuting you because you're not allowed to cross the Great Wall to rob the people in the north? The deviant ghosts are persecuting us. Otherwise I wouldn't have come here. Yagrat was very bold. Thousands of savages were speechless and pale because of Dragon Queen's words, and she was the only one who dared to talk back. You've got guts. Danny nodded and said lightly, then let me ask you, how much food have you prepared for this winter? Is it enough for 2 years? Of course it wasn't enough. Other than John, Yagrat didn't have any personal property. I'm a spearwoman, a raider, she argued. So, you don't cross the Great Wall and rob the savages beyond the Great Wall. The ones who oppress the savages are your own people. Danny sneered. This time even the sharp-tongued red-haired girl was stunned. Old Yamant, like the night watchers nearby, smiled happily, and there was a sense of relief and pride in his smile. Your Majesty, it's time to light the fire, the old scholar reminded slowly. Hiss, Little White jumped up and Big Black glided over from the Great Wall like a ghost. The two dragons circled at a low altitude and suddenly spat out a bright red pillar of fire. The pillar of fire was about 15 meters long, and the sky nearby was lit up. Boom! The divine punishment swept across the crematorium like a sharp sword. The heat was oppressive, the flames were burning, and the waves of fire were rolling. In the sea of fire, the Megalosaurus flew freely. The savages, the night watchers, and even Stannis and his knights were stunned. This is the Megalosaurus. Under the flickering fire, Stannis's expression was uncertain. Suddenly he seemed to have made a decision. His dark blue eyes were filled with determination. A true dragon must have its own dragon. That black dragon seems to be in a strange state. Melisandre's red eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Hiss, Big Black roared excitedly, and the dragon flames in its mouth became more intense. In the sea of consciousness that outsiders could not see, a rainstorm of 5 colors fell like a waterfall. The 9-colored vortex that was originally rotating sluggishly was like a lubricated bearing, spinning at high speed and creating a huge tornado in the sea of consciousness that was like a pool of magma. What's wrong? The magic dragon is cruel by nature. Now that it can spit fire to burn people even if it's a corpse, they are still very excited, Earl Fair of Fallwood City said disapprovingly. We also need magic dragons. Sir Sanj gnashed his brown rotten teeth and said in a low and powerful voice, dragons have 3 heads and His Majesty Stannis is also a true dragon. The pink-cheeked Sir Justin Marseille reminded, she's a little different. We all saw during the day that she was riding a black dragon. She came back from the south at night and until now she has been riding on the white dragon's back. Both dragons were obedient, and there was no sign of resistance. And we all know that dragons have 3 heads because a dragon knight can only ride 1 dragon, and the extra dragon must be found for another dragon knight. Sanj laughed and said in a low voice, I heard that every night when she is resting in the king's tower, the 2 dragons will be outside, and many night watchers will stand in the courtyard and openly peek at the Megalosaurus. Why don't your Majesty try to communicate with them tonight, since there is no danger, and if you can subdue one of them? Stannis' heart skipped a beat and he looked at the red-robed lady with a serious face. What do you think? Melisandre thought for a moment and said, we can try but the chances are not high. You know better than me that a dragon will only recognize 1 dragon knight. Maybe her dragon is different. I heard that Barristan rode his black dragon and landed in Dark Castle. Maybe that black dragon is a cheap product that doesn't have the integrity of a true dragon. Sir Sanggu grinned, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. The red-robed lady glanced at him and shook her head. I saw human wisdom and rationality in the black dragon's eyes. Barristan could ride a dragon because of the Dragon Queen's order. If this speculation is true, then it's even more terrifying. Sir Justin Marseille's pink face turned pale. Then, the blue eyes of this noble began to flicker with an unknown light. Sir Richard Hope, whose face was full of pockmarks, laughed softly and reminded softly, "Actually, we all know that there is a simpler and more effective way." Chapter 321. Danny did not know that in the short half an hour that she rode the dragon and breathed fire to set the crematorium on fire, the Deer Association had reached a tacit agreement and prepared a set of attacks to deal with her. But she did not need to know. Without the three-eyed crow interfering with her thoughts, she planned to leave the Great Wall tomorrow morning. As for tonight, do you know why I rode the dragon and breathed fire for half an hour? Blackie returned to the top of the Great Wall, while Danny rode on Whitey and landed on the empty ground between the crowd and the flames. Without waiting for the people who looked at her and the white dragon in awe to reply, Danny said loudly, "Without a doubt, I was showing off. Because I wanted to intimidate some people. They hide in dark corners and stare at me and my dragon with envy and jealousy. They whisper like rats and plot a vicious scheme that cannot see the light of day." The people's expressions changed. The Night Watchers, Baristan, and some quick-witted barbarians all looked at the Deer Association members who were walking toward them. Erlu's square face was so long that it looked like a donkey's face. The muscles on his square chin bulged and he gritted his teeth. The red-robed woman was bewildered. She guessed that the Dragon Queen, who knew magic, had predicted their scheme, and wondered why she could not keep her composure. Did she want to flip the table? Some of the Deer Association's knights and knights had gloomy expressions. Some of them looked at the Dragon Queen with angry eyes. Some of them had resolute expressions, and their right hands unconsciously pressed on the hilt of the long sword hanging on the left side of their waists. Some of them looked at the dragon that breathed out sparks of fire, and their hearts trembled. Danny did not seem to have noticed, and she continued to curse loudly, "Those people violate human ethics, are heartless, have broken etiquette, and violate tradition. They have no sense of honor. Enough." Stannis could not bear it anymore and he shouted, "We are not even afraid of death. Why would we be intimidated by the Megalosaurus's fire?" Danny was stunned for a moment and she asked innocently, "What are you talking about? When did I intimidate you?" She pointed at the dark ghost forest behind her and said in an aggrieved tone, "I was intimidating the barbarians in the forest. When the crematorium was lit, many snakes, insects, rats and ants were attracted to it. At this moment, a large group of shameless bastards were peeping from the tree branches. The reason why I rode the dragon and spit fire was to show them the might of the Megalosaurus. I wanted them to feel the fear of a true dragon so that they wouldn't dare to harm the heroes guarding the Great Wall. Well, did you know that 2 Night Watchers were beheaded this afternoon? Why did you guys take it as a given?" Erlu's soul seemed to have been hit and crushed by a heavy truck driving at high speed. His robust body trembled violently, and his elongated donkey face shrunk into a round and smooth face. His facial expression kept changing colors. The anxious and worried expressions of the Night Watchers and Baristan also froze, cracked, and then twisted. "Don't tell me you're really planning something that goes against justice?" Danny asked curiously. "We." Stannis gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the city gate. The soldiers of the Deer faction glared at the queen on the dragon's back, and then turned around and left. Baristan walked to Whitey's side and whispered, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't provoke Stannis like that. If you push him too far he might really do something unjust." "Do you think that if I don't provoke him, he won't do anything to me?" Danny looked at the leaving Deer faction knights and sneered, "When I was burning the corpses, I felt an almost tangible malice coming from Stannis." With the second soul ring, the dragon spirit's sense of danger had improved. It almost had the ability of the House of Stark Direwolf. It could sense the enemy's malice. Well, the previous dragon spirit could only sense danger, Danny's life and death crisis. As for the Direwolves, whether it was Rob's Grey Wind or Jon's Whitey, they could clearly smell out the identity of the traitor. Before the bloody wedding and Jon's assassination, Grey Wind and Whitey had already warned their master and barked and bit at the traitor. However, the two brothers had the same temperament. They thought that their wolves had gone mad and personally locked them up in cages. Then, they both died. Even Arya's Nymeria could sense other people's malice. Actually, Rickon's furry dog could also. But before the second soul ring appeared, the Megalosaurus was inferior to the wolves. Blackie and the other two could not do this. They could not sense other people's malice towards Danny before it turned into real danger. She was not sure if it was the Green Prophet's meditation technique that strengthened the two dragons, or the meditation technique that gave Danny a beast-like sense, or maybe it was a combination of both. In short, when Stannis and the others were plotting against her, she felt malice from them. It was an irritating emotion that could be easily ignored and misjudged. Whitey passed the White Knight and walked over majestically with its wings on the ground. The crowd parted like a river meeting a reef. Dany stood steadily on the dragon's back. The savages and night watchers looked at her from all directions. Under the dim light of the torches, thousands of pairs of eyes shone like stars. Some were doubtful, some were respectful. "I need a daredevil squad, about 100 men," she shouted to the starry eyes. "What for? To fight with the Iron Knights of the Red Heart? Count me in. I've been annoyed by them for a long time." Ygritte's blue eyes shone with excitement. "Wah!" The night watchers' expressions changed. Their eyes were shrouded with deep and solemn emotions. "Nonsense." Dany stopped smiling and shouted at the red-haired girl, "Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Dany Rise will never go back on my words. The moment I came to the Great Wall, I put aside my personal grudges. I only wanted to stop the otherworldly ghosts from coming south for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the whole world. Even if others look at me coldly and point their swords at me, I will not change my mind. I will remember my mission and move forward." Ygritte's round face was full of shock. With her flat nose and uneven white teeth in her big mouth, she looked very silly. "Sigh, this is the magnanimity and responsibility of a king. You barbarian spearwoman, surely you don't understand." Dany shook her head and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Her face was sad and lonely because she was not understood. "Your Majesty." Barristan, Ymont, and the others were emotional. They looked at Her Majesty with respect and sadness. "Long live Her Majesty Dany Rise." Sir Alliser, the backbone of the Dragon Gang, raised his hand and shouted, "Long live Her Majesty Dany Rise." 4 or 5 night watchers echoed. These were the old remnants of the dragon family, who had gathered around Sir Alliser in the past few days. They were commonly known as the remnants of the previous dynasty. It was not easy. Dany rode a dragon from the old town to the Great Wall. She had almost traveled through the northern and southern continents of Westeros, but she had only found these old loyal officials at the Great Wall. "Don't be so high profile. Don't affect the Ghost Resistance United Front." Dany pressed down with both hands. When the old men stopped panting, she said, "I need a suicide squad with chains, hemp rope, nets, and other tools to sneak into the depths of the haunted forest and find the barbarian corpses that no one cares about. There's no need to bring the corpses back or burn them. Our goal this time is to capture the otherworldly ghosts. Use the chains to lock the corpses' feet and the other end of the chains to the tree trunks. The white ghosts have been circling the barbarian camp and love to revive the corpses. We'll revive them. We'll tie up the corpses at night and harvest a few hundred ghouls tomorrow morning. Of course, the ghouls won't be of much use. They'll rot into puddles after being transported to the south of the Great Wall. But we still have hunting nets, traps, and other tools. We'll set up traps around the corpses and wait for the white ghosts to revive them." At this point, Dany couldn't help but laugh. This was also her last mission at the Great Wall. If you came to the Great Wall and didn't see the otherworldly ghosts, you wouldn't be a hero. There was definitely danger, but with the Dragon Queen riding on the dragon's back, the truly dangerous work was left to the Suicide Squad. She decided that when the plan succeeded, she would harvest a batch of otherworldly ghosts tomorrow morning. Regardless of whether she caught the ghouls or not, she would leave the Westeros. Her responsibility was done. The Night Watchers and barbarians were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. "Brilliant, brilliant." Sir Alliser was the first to recover and praised loudly. "Very good, Sir Alliser's courage is commendable. He's the first to sign up for the Suicide Squad." Dany also praised loudly. Sir Alliser's thumbs up froze in midair, and his smile froze on his face like rotten milk. "Boss, what did I do wrong? Why did you have to do this to me? Tell me, I'll definitely listen and I'll definitely change." Dany did not look at the Dragon faction loyalists. Instead, she looked at the crowd and announced, "I was the one who formed the Suicide Squad. Naturally, my White Knight and I are also part of the squad." "Your Majesty's idea is good. Count me in." Jon immediately raised his hand. Ygritte glanced at Jon and shouted, I'll go too. I'll join. Count me in." With Dany leading the way, 400 to 500 volunteers rushed over. There were night watchers, barbarians, spearwomen, and raiders. "Chief, take people to the warehouse and prepare chains, hemp ropes, traps, dragon crystal weapons, and other tools." Dany ordered Red Pomegranate. She suddenly thought of the problem of the signal and asked, "Do you have any fireworks here?" Those expensive magic items made by fire warlocks? Red Pomegranate shook her head and smiled bitterly. We don't even have enough food to eat. How can we afford such luxuries? Then prepare 100 gongs. I wonder if the deviants will be scared away. Danny thought with a strange expression. With hundreds of people working together, they could still move quickly. In less than half an hour, 20 horses with chains, barrels, traps, and other supplies were led to the crematorium by Red Pomegranate and the other night watchers. At the same time, Sir Mallister and Barristan selected 50 rangers and 50 barbarians from the volunteers. The 100-man suicide squad was then divided into 20 small teams of 5. Each team had a leader and a horse assigned to them. Beside the crematorium, the night watchers set up a wooden table. 3 wooden stakes were nailed to the ground side by side and a door was placed on top of it. The map of the haunted forest drawn by the night watchers was spread out on the table. Danny stood in front of the table and assigned tasks to the members of the death squad. We will enter the forest from here. She drew a line on the map. The giants fled into the forest from this position. Stannis chased them for 3 to 4 kilometers, so there must be some giant bodies nearby. The barbarian bodies can be ignored for the time being, but the giants' bodies must be destroyed immediately. Then follow this route. Well, when Stannis raided the barbarian camp in the morning, I saw most of the freemen running along this route. This was originally a forest path. Yrgrit said. I know. Danny nodded. The deviants like to follow the migrating barbarians. The probability of the corpses appearing in this direction is the highest. What if we encounter the barbarians? Jon asked worriedly. So we need an arrowhead. Danny smiled and tapped twice on her breastplate. Sir Barristan, Sir Alliser, Yrgrit and I will be the vanguard. We will be in the position of the arrow. The other 19 teams will be distributed in a diamond shape and follow behind us. Of course, the teams in the rear may also encounter the barbarians. There are freemen in each team. Let them negotiate. And my 2 dragons are hovering in the sky. If there is an accident, they can help at any time. Chapter 322. The area beyond the Great Wall was bitterly cold, the temperature was low and the days were short. It sounded like the Arctic Circle, a barren land of ice and snow. In fact, this was not the case. The area beyond the Great Wall was almost equivalent to Canada in the world of ice and fire. North of the Great Wall was similar to the Canadian forest in the northern section of the Rocky Mountains. Well, the people in this world called it the Ghost Forest. It started from 800 meters north of the Great Wall and spread north for more than 1,000 kilometers. Of course, due to the short sunshine, the forest became thinner the further north it was. It was far less dense than the trees near the Great Wall. It was too dense. Under the full moon, the area beyond the Great Wall seemed to be covered with a layer of silver-gray gauze. People and things around could be seen clearly without holding a torch. But as soon as they stepped into the forest, endless darkness came. Then a cold air mixed with the smell of damp leaves and decay drowned people like waves. Looking down, even the moonlight was rarely seen on the ground. There were many evergreen trees in the forest, tall and straight soldier pines, tall and straight sentinel trees, and iron trees with dark green leaves that were almost black. The branches were connected to the branches densely. Not to mention that the moonlight couldn't penetrate, the Suicide Squad members walking in the forest even felt that even the air was frozen, heavy and suffocating. Hey! Another giant's body was found. Like a dexterous little monkey, Yrgrit turned over slippery wet stones, crossed a dark trunk that fell in a gurgling stream, and came to the side of a hairy giant. A female giant, Sua, I know her. Yrgrit's voice was nasal and she was so sad that she almost cried. 2 years ago my horse slipped in the canyon and I broke my leg. Sua carried me back. Danny floated to the red-haired woman like a ghost, carefully looked at the wound of the gray-haired giant, and said, the left waist was stabbed by a sword. The wound was not fatal, but the bleeding was not stopped in time and it bled to death. Jon led the horse through the stream and whispered, Yrgrit, don't be so reckless. If it has become a ghoul, it will be too unfair to rush over and be slapped to death by it. I don't have a dragon, but I can't lose to her in courage. The red-haired woman pointed at Danny and said. Barristan's mouth twitched. You found the wrong person to compare with. Her Majesty the Queen did not come at all. Yep. Danny was patrolling in the sky while riding on her dragon. On the ground, the queen who fought bravely for first place, was just a shadow, a mental projection. This should be the last giant's corpse. It's also the smallest so it can be used as bait, Danny said. They had already gone 10 kilometers into the forest and found 7 giant corpses along the way. Most of them died because they lost too much blood and didn't have time to treat them. Dahe's sole injury had been healed. It had been following the suicide squad with Little White, hovering 300 meters above the forest. Whenever the giant's body was found or Danny called or other team members rang the gong, Dahe would come down to pick it up and fly away. Apart from the giants, they also encountered quite a number of barbarian camps. It was a very small campsite with only a tribe of dozens or hundreds of people. After a battle in the morning, Mons was captured, and the more than 100,000 barbarians who had united were once again in a state of disunity. When encountering such a campsite, the Suicide Squad would send the barbarians to communicate and tell the barbarians about the Suicide Squad's plan to capture the deviant ghosts, so that they would understand that the Night Watchers were not here to hunt down the barbarians and would not harass their small campsite. Most of the time there was no conflict because the 2 dragons would fly over the camp first, roaring as they did so. Well, 20 Suicide Squads formed a diamond-shaped formation and sneaked in the forest, covering an area of less than 2 square kilometers. It was too easy for 2 dragons to patrol 2 square kilometers. It was also because a dragon flew over their heads almost every 3 minutes that the Suicide Squad maintained high morale in such a dark and dangerous forest. Hiss hiss, when Danny decided on the position to be the bait, Dahe immediately let out 2 rapid dragon roars. 2 roars means that the arrow team has stopped. We should also look for a place to set up the trap. The team that heard the roars immediately stopped and began to set up the trap. In fact, they had encountered a lot of barbarian corpses along the way, most of which were concentrated within 5 kilometers of the edge of the forest. The Suicide Squad alone had encountered nearly 1,000 corpses. It could be guessed that there were more corpses in the forest that had not been discovered. However, the iron chains carried by the Suicide Squad were limited, and it was impossible to tie every corpse. They could only try their best to move forward and keep the deviant ghosts 5 kilometers away from the edge. Well, the reason why Danny went 10 kilometers deep into the ghost forest was because she wanted to keep the deviant ghosts 8 to 10 kilometers away from the edge of the forest. In short, if Danny encountered a deviant ghost 10 kilometers away and killed, caught, or drove it away, then the corpses in the forest behind her would be safe. The Suicide Squad's diamond-shaped formation was like a shield, protecting the thousands of barbarian corpses behind them until dawn. Of course, this was the most perfect ending. The story might not necessarily happen according to Danny's script. Cut off its hands and left foot, Danny said to Baristan. What? Sua is dead and still wants to be bait. She's already pitiful enough and you still want to insult her body, Yrgrit shouted from the tree. Danny looked up. The branches blocked Yrgrit's small body and it was easy to miss her. However, deviant ghosts did not rely on their eyes to find prey. They could sense the breath of the living. She sneered, if it comes back to life with its full beard and tail, with the strength of a giant, the pitiful person will be you. The red-haired girl was stunned and said, the branches are blocking my view, and I can't see the deviant ghost below. Since there's no way to hide, why not cut off the branches nearby and let the moonlight fall? 10 meters away, John, who was squatting beside a tree stump and tied a rope, turned his head and advised, maybe if you climb high enough, the deviant ghost can't smell the breath of the living on you. The branches will always make you safer. Also, there's a bell that can remind you of the deviant ghost's arrival. Well, John pulled a circle of rope nearby with a small bell hanging on it. No matter how powerful the deviant ghost was, it couldn't fly, right? If they wanted to revive the corpse, they would have to bring the bell. However, no one knew the casting distance of the deviant ghost. If it could revive the corpse from a few hundred meters away, then their efforts tonight would be in vain. In order to prevent this from happening, Danny arranged 3 corpse guards for each team. This was what Yrgrit and Sir Alistair were doing at the moment. They found a tall and straight sentinel tree, climbed up to the top, and wrapped cloth soaked in oil around the trunk at the top. If the situation was critical, they would immediately ignite it because deviant ghosts were afraid of fire. Under normal circumstances, they could not ignite the treetops to avoid scaring them away. After all, the purpose of this operation was to capture deviant ghosts. Then they would find a stable branch under the oilcloth and tie a hemp rope around their waists to stabilize their bodies so that they would not fall when they dozed off. Well, they also had to prepare a fur coat to protect them from the cold and a pot of strong wine to warm their bodies. The corpse guards would keep an eye on the grass and trees nearby. If they found deviant ghosts, they would immediately ring the gong to summon the Megalosaurus and the hunting team. The 3 corpse guards were separated by 30 meters, 50 meters, forming a triangle around the corpses that were tied to their ankles. As for whether or not the gong would scare the deviant ghosts away, deviant ghosts that could be scared away by the sound of the gong would not be scared by humans. Of course, if the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough, they could judge that there was an ambush by the sound of the gong and might actually retreat. However, Danny and the others knew nothing about deviant ghosts. Even if the gong scared the deviant ghosts away, they could at least guess the deviant ghost's intelligence level. In addition to the 3 corpse guards, there was one more. Danny called it the Death Maker. Since they could not judge the deviant ghost's intelligence level, they could not be sure if the deviant ghost would be scared away by the gong. In this regard, Danny had her own plans. If the deviant ghosts were not intelligent enough and did not run away when they heard the gong, that would naturally be the ideal situation. If the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough and guessed that there was a trap and planned to escape, then it would be time for the Death Maker to appear. Intelligent people definitely had a temper. If a human slid down from a tree, stood on the flat ground, raised his iron sword and shouted, "Bastard, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? See if I don't cut off your ice-cold little Gigi." Oh, Danny was very curious. How would the deviant ghosts, who were originally planning to retreat, react? And John was the Death Maker. It was not that Danny wanted to take the opportunity to kill her nephew, who asked him to have a steel sword from Valeglia. In the 5-man team, in addition to the corpse guards and the Death Maker, there was also a mobile night team. Didn't each team have a horse? After removing the chains, oil pipes, traps, hunting nets, ropes, strong wine, sausages and other items, the workhorse became a warhorse, and riding on a warhorse became a knight. There were many stones, roots and puddles under the trees. Visibility was poor at night, and if one was not careful, the horse would fall down. Ordinary people did not have the ability to ride a horse in the Ghost Shadow Forest. In the complicated forest terrain, it was difficult to not get lost in the day. However, the rangers of the night guards were not ordinary people. A small team of rangers, 3 men and 3 horses, could patrol the boundless Ghost Shadow Forest for a few months. During this period, they could only rely on their survival skills, which were better than Bear Grylls, to find food and drink for themselves. They also had to deal with the wild beasts and savages in the forest. Riding a horse in the forest at night, not getting lost, not falling down, and avoiding the arrows of the savages were only basic skills. Without these skills, they would not survive their first patrol mission. Therefore, the rangers were the strongest and most honorable occupation of the night guards. When they first arrived at the Great Wall, John was depressed, annoyed, and complained for a long time because he was not assigned to the ranger team. That was until Sam told him the significance of the Commander-in-Chief's affairs officer, the next Commander-in-Chief of the Night Guards. Well, he digressed. The rangers would ride their horses and gather in the center of the diamond formation. There were 20 riders and they would again form 4 cavalry teams. Each team would have 5 riders, and the 4 teams would guard the 4 corners of the diamond formation. Danny would not let the Death Maker die without any preparation. If there was a deviant ghost at a hunting spot, the corresponding cavalry team would immediately rush over to help. Well, before the ranger team arrived at the battlefield, Danny would not send the Megalosaurus to the forest to breathe fire. What if a deviant ghost hid in the side and threw a javelin at her dragon? Wouldn't she cry? Of course, Danny also prepared a trump card. If the situation was urgent, she could only throw White Knight down to save the situation. White Knight's fighting skills were excellent. With Valeglia's iron armor and iron sword, she could definitely fight a deviant ghost alone. Chapter 323. The diamond-shaped formation was placed horizontally in the Ghost Shadow Forest. The hunting points at the north and south ends were more than 600 meters apart, and the east and west ends were about 2.5 kilometers apart. There were a total of 20 hunting teams in this long and narrow area. In the sky, Little White was circling back and forth at an altitude of 300 meters. It could make 1 round in less than 2 minutes. The hunting point that John was stationed at was at the northernmost end. About 300 meters behind it, there was a small hill beside a stream. It was the base of Barristan's cavalry team. At the top of the hill, a bonfire was burning. 5 men and 1 woman sat around it. There were 4 rangers, Barristan and Danny. This place was almost the center of the diamond-shaped formation. Therefore, Danny was also guarding there with Big Black. If there was any movement, she would be able to rush over to provide support as quickly as possible. Well, Danny was currently in the true form of the queen. With 5 knights acting as meat shields beside her, she was not afraid at all even if the deviant ghost sneaked over. 2 of the 4 rangers were acquaintances of Danny. They were the former royal forest bandit Alma and the commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Lister. The remaining 2 men in black were also around 40 years old. They were all experienced rangers with more than 10 years of patrolling experience in the Ghost Shadow Forest. In the professional terms of modern novels, the 4 of them were all elite soldiers. I was born to belong to the forest. When I was young, I was a bandit in the royal forest who robbed the rich to help the poor. When I was middle-aged, I was sent to the Great Wall and spent the rest of my life in this forest. I dare say that I can find him before the other ghosts smell me. Alma picked up the leather pouch and took a sip of wine. He bared his teeth and bragged to the queen. Sir Lister frowned and said with a heavy expression, "Be careful. This operation was a little rushed. We should have arrived at noon. We did not scout the terrain and the traps were not perfect. There's nothing we can do about it. The deviant ghosts move at night. After tonight, the corpses will be revived. There's no time for us to make arrangements," Sir Barristan said. Alma chewed on half of the sausage, and the gray beard at the side of his mouth shook with the sound of chewing. He asked in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, where did you go in the afternoon? I heard from the red-robed woman that you were fighting with the servants of Yisgod?" The old ranger regretted it as soon as he asked. As expected, the atmosphere around them froze in an instant. His 4 companions looked at him strangely, then curiously peeked at Queen Dani. Wuxia quickly gulped down a mouthful of wine and swallowed the meat in his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "I drank too much and became muddle-headed. How can I ask about your Majesty's secret?" Dani rolled her eyes at him. "It was supposed to be an honorable battle, but now that you've said it, it's become a shameful affair." The old ranger's face reddened and he didn't know what to do. "I met the 3-eyed crow." Dani didn't plan to hide it. The witch in Hejian County, the ghost of Noble Heart, knew about it, and so did Melisandre. If the red-robed woman knew, it meant that the higher-ups of the Deer Party knew as well. She did not believe that Erlu was not as curious as Wuxia. 3-eyed crow. The light of the fire illuminated everyone's bewildered faces. "You've never heard of it? Isn't there a 3-eyed crow in the legends of the Northern Territory?" Dani was also confused. "No, I'm from White Harbor and I've never heard of the 3-eyed crow." A gray-blonde night watcher named Dustin Snow shook his head. "Then, have you heard of the Green Prophet?" Dani asked again. "I've heard of it. There are 100 legends in the Northern Territory, and 90 of them are related to the Green Prophet," Dustin said in surprise. "The characters in the fairy tales are the same as the eccentrics, children of the forest, and deviant ghosts. Rational people wouldn't believe in their existence. I didn't believe in them for decades, but now..." A bitter smile appeared on Sir Lister's determined face. "Could it be that the 3-eyed crow is the Green Prophet? Did he find his Majesty?" Barristan asked in concern. "Yes, deviant ghosts are real and so is the Green Prophet. The 3-eyed crow is this generation's Green Prophet." Dani turned to the White Knight sternly and asked, "When we were having lunch in Young Halberd City, we saw a few crows in the tavern. Do you still remember? At that time, I had a slight feeling that I was being watched, but you didn't find anything even after you checked your surroundings. It was only when we left Young Halberd City and entered the Dorn Desert that the uncomfortable feeling of being watched disappeared." "Could it be that the 3-eyed crow found us at that time?" Barristan's expression changed drastically. "He found me, but it has nothing to do with you." Alma was entranced by her words and he couldn't help but ask, "The 3-eyed crow has been watching you all this time?" "I know about shapeshifters and I also know about Oriel, the first master of the Goshawk, and the 6 Forms man. The Green Prophet is a shapeshifter of a higher level. Could it be that he has a 3-eyed crow as his companion, and he used the crow to follow you and monitor your every move?" "You know quite a lot." Dani looked at the old bandit in surprise. Alma grinned proudly before he said in disgust, "I've dealt with the barbarians for decades, and I've been watched and tracked countless times by the shapeshifter's animal companions. They were very difficult to deal with and I almost died several times. Those shapeshifters are all monsters, and their souls can enter the bodies of wild beasts. It's like wearing a beast's skin." Dani stared at the raging flames and said slowly, "Shapeshifters aren't monsters, and monsters come from the shadow's heart and distorted human nature. It's just like how some people use swords to kill people, and there are also people who use swords to guard the borders and protect the peace of the 7 kingdoms. There's no distinction between evil and righteousness in the sword itself, and the key lies in whether the sword wielder's heart is bright or not." Alma nodded thoughtfully. "Your Majesty, your state of mind is really open-minded. The Green Prophet treated you like that, yet you can still speak up for the shapeshifters." Reason is reason, and you shouldn't distort facts because of personal feelings. The Queen's words caused several night watchers to nod repeatedly. However, you guessed one thing wrong, and the Green Prophet's methods are far superior to those of the shapeshifters. Danny sighed and stretched out her right hand. The bonfire's flames danced and took the shape of a cow, a horse, a snake, a dragon, and so on. They had noses and eyes, and their fur and scales could be faintly seen. They roared and galloped around, and they were all very lifelike. She then said calmly, "It's just like how fire wizards are proficient in controlling flames, and the Green Prophet is gifted in soul magic. When I was being monitored by the Green Prophet's crows and the shapeshifter's animal companions, I could detect that something was amiss. If you sent crows to monitor me, you would surely alert the enemy and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses." Danny turned toward Baristan and explained, "The three-eyed crow left a wisp of his soul in my sea of consciousness, and the battle between him and me was a contest at the soul level. This is why I didn't inform you." The knot in White Knight's heart disappeared and she became worried again. She asked, "Does the Green Prophet want to control you like he controls his animal companions?" Hateful. The expressions of Mal Lister and the other night watchers changed drastically, and they started cursing loudly. "Humans aren't animals, and I'm not an ordinary person. If the Green Prophet dares to enter my soul openly, he will surely be courting death. His methods are gentle and cunning, and he's like a treacherous official with a glib tongue, who uses words to bewitch a muddle-headed king." When Danny saw that the more they listened, the more confused they became. She told them about the evil god's whispers and the evil god's deeds in the underground palace of the Jade Sea Lightning Island. "Is it so terrifying to just whisper in your ear?" Alma was skeptical. "If it were me, I would just ignore the evil god's whispers and see what he can do to me. The evil god and the Green Prophet didn't whisper in your ear, and you can't resist the whispers that come from your soul. The whispers on the soul level are like the cold wind on the body. If you stand naked in ice and snow, how can you resist the attack of the cold wind?" "I wear clothes and put on a fur coat," the old ranger said. "That's the key. You're an ordinary person who doesn't know witchcraft or magic. When faced with a soul attack, your soul is as helpless as a plain-clothed soldier on the battlefield who doesn't have leather or mail armor. As for me, I know magic and I have a dragon as my companion. My soul is fully armed. Even so, I'm still affected. Just like you now, wearing a thick fur coat, you're still attacked by the cold wind, and you have to stay warm by the fire." "I see." The 5 people by the fire were deep in thought, and they understood how terrifying the evil god's whispers were. "If the Green Prophet has his eyes on me, won't I be doomed?" Alma said worriedly. "Ha ha ha." The men in black laughed. "Alma, if the Green Prophet has his eyes on you, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Your Majesty, are you still troubled by the Green Prophet's whispers?" Baristan asked worriedly as he tightened the goatskin cloak around him. You also saw that damned crow. Now, no evil god can affect me through the soul whispers because my soul is covered with a layer of Valeglia's steel armor." Danny smiled proudly. "Something's not right." Alma was about to ask about the War of the Gods when his expression suddenly froze. He stood up and walked 7 or 8 steps away from the fire. The cold wind blew through the gaps between the tree trunks, taking away a large amount of heat from the old ranger. Alma shivered and spat out a large cloud of thick white mist. "Damn it, why is it so cold? Dustin, Dennis, do you guys feel anything unusual? The temperature is abnormally low now. It's never been this cold. It's late maybe?" Sir Mal Lister also stood up from the fire and walked to the old ranger's side. He looked up at the cold silver moon hanging in the western sky and said uncertainly, "It's almost 3 in the morning now. Maybe winter is coming, or maybe deviant ghosts? They should be here by now, but..." He turned to Danny and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, are you sure the Megalosaurus won't miss the sound of the gong in the cold wind? It's late at night in the old forest. I can hear it even if I'm 300 meters away, let alone a dragon." Danny said. Alma took a few deep breaths and exhaled heavily. He said hesitantly, "The smell is not right. Something's very wrong. Your Majesty, you'd better check it out yourself." Danny had been in the form of a dragon spirit all this time. Ever since she entered the ghastly forest, she had been feeling a faint sense of danger. Although she did not clearly sense the intense waves of danger, she trusted the old ranger's intuition. After all, she knew that the Megalosaurus was not as good as a dog, Stark's direwolf, when it came to foreseeing danger. Danny climbed onto Blackie's back and rose into the sky in a moment. In order to avoid missing the sound of the gong, she lowered her altitude and whizzed past the treetops 100 meters away. Even the corpse guards on the branches below could hear the sound of the megalosaurus flapping its wings above them. About 5 minutes later, Blackie landed on the hill, but Danny did not go down. She said on the dragon's back, "Everything's normal. There's no sound of the gong. But there's still a few hours before dawn. I won't chat with you anymore. It's better to have 2 dragons patrolling together than 1 dragon." After she finished speaking, she did not wait for their reply and rode the dragon into the sky again. Hiss! But this time, when they flew to the southernmost part of the patrol circle, Blackie suddenly growled in a low voice. Then, without Danny's orders, it continued to fly south at high speed. "Blackie, why are you?" Danny had just called out in surprise when she suddenly stopped and listened carefully. Woo woo woo, the bone-chilling wind blew mixed with the low sound of the horn. It was almost impossible to tell whether it was the wind whistling or the long sound of the horn. Danny's expression changed. On the Great Wall a few kilometers away, the night watchers were blowing the horn 3 times. The first meant that the night watchers had returned, the second meant that the barbarians were attacking, and the third. For thousands of years, the night watchers had never blown the horn 3 times in a row. Because 3 times meant that deviant ghosts were attacking. Chapter 324. Stannis also knew about Danny's suicide squad heading north to the ghastly forest to capture deviant ghosts, but he did not intend to participate. Firstly, he did not want to work with the Dragon Queen. He could not bear to see her riding on a dragon and showing off her might. It was also because of the dark schemes in his heart that when he interacted with the people involved, he would be reminded of his own unworthiness. Normally, he was strict with himself and was proud of his noble morals and character. Erlu worked hard and successfully believed that he had nothing to do with Renly's death. Plotting to kill the Dragon Queen was contrary to his values. Secondly, even if he claimed to be the savior many times, fighting for the Iron Throne only had one goal: to unite the forces of the 7 kingdoms under the rightful king, which was himself, and fight against the evil deviant gods in the north. But in reality, Stannis had never seen deviant ghosts before, and did not understand the meaning of Child of Prophecy to end the long night. To put it bluntly, fighting deviant ghosts was just a political slogan for the Deer Party, raising a flag to ensure that they stood on the moral high ground. As for the threat of deviant ghosts, they had never even seen them before, so they could not agree with it from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, the Deer Party was very tired and did not have the energy to torment the Dragon Queen. The raid on the camp of the barbarians only took a morning and ended completely after lunch. It did not seem to take much energy. But the Deer Party was not a night watcher and had always been stationed at the Great Wall. They set off from Dragonstone Island and sailed on the sea for a few months, crossing thousands of miles of sea to Eastwatch. They did not have time to rest before they immediately rushed towards Dark Castle. This was beyond the Great Wall, where the temperature at night was more than 10 degrees below zero. The Deer Party were all Southerners. After traveling 250 kilometers in the snow, they finally arrived outside the camp of the barbarians. But to ensure the surprise of the raid, they had to enter the ghastly forest in the middle of the night, take a big detour, and hide the cavalry behind the camp of the barbarians. Just like that, they fought fiercely for a morning, and tragically 200 heavy cavalry were torn apart by a few hundred giants. After that, they had to detain the captives, clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded. At night, they even had to burn the corpses of the dead. After being taunted by the Dragon Queen, they were too tired, physically and mentally. They didn't even have the energy to scheme. So the Staghants were still asleep when cries and curses and fighting rose from the camp outside the city, and when the Night's Watch blew 3 trumpets to call for help from King Stannis, Erlu rose from his bed in a daze and refused the red pomegranate without hesitation. "I don't care about the life and death of the barbarians, but I also understand that the barbarians can be resurrected after death. The more barbarians died, the more trouble they would face in the future. However, after yesterday's battle, the cavalry under my command exhausted all their strength. They won't be able to recover without 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, it is difficult to discern the enemy's situation at night. What if the other ghost army is lying in ambush? What should we do?" Stannis gritted his teeth and said with an ugly expression. As one of the top 3 generals in the Westeros, Barristan's comment, Erlu understood the principle of know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. He and his knights had never fought with the other ghosts before, and he definitely didn't want to give up his first time in such a daze. If his 1,000 cavalry fell under the Great Wall in one fell swoop, Like the Dothraki roaring warriors under Mother Dragon in the last season of Game of Thrones? How would he have the capital to become the child of prophecy? Bowen Maxey helplessly left the command tower and climbed up the wall. He urged the trumpeters to blow the trumpets as hard as they could. I only hope that Her Majesty Dany Rise can hear the trumpets and bring dragons to help, he said to one-armed Tanner helplessly. Finally he seemed to have an epiphany. A true dragon is a king of dragons. Dany's new savage camp had taken in more than 12,000 fleeing savages. They weren't considered savages in the Great Wall for the time being, and their future was uncertain. They could either continue to be savages, follow the Dragon Queen to the other side of the narrow sea to beg for food, or work for the Night Watchers and rent themselves out. But since Dany had saved them from Urlu, she wouldn't leave them to rot under the Great Wall. She had always despised the savages for their chaotic management, lack of social system, lack of organization and lawlessness. Barristan started taking in the savages in the morning and was busy until the sun set in the west. According to Dany's instructions, he organized the savages in the camp into temporary households according to their tribe, customs and region. The camp was divided into 12 areas, which were divided into 12,000-man brigades, 120 100-man squadrons, and 120 10-man squadrons. Be it Kiliarchs, Centurions or 10-man squadrons, they were all elected by the savages themselves. The Dragon Queen and Barristan didn't interfere. Other than the Kiliarchs, who had to report to Barristan and the Dragon Queen to recognize their faces, the other captains didn't even need to be informed of Dany's appointment or dismissal. Hence, when the ghouls attacked, the camp didn't collapse. Huff, huff, huff. As the first group of ghouls with blue eyes appeared at the edge of the forest, a strong wind rose from the ground and wrapped around the bodies of the people like poisonous snakes, taking away their warmth. Then the silver-gray sky darkened, as if a layer of gauze covered the full moon in the sky. The north wind rose, bringing a milky white fog to the camp. Be careful, those damn things are coming. Morona, who was guarding the crematorium, woke up from her sleep. She picked up the spear beside her and shouted to the savages around her. What? On the other side, First Father Eugen didn't react at first, but when he looked up into the forest, he immediately shuddered at the sight of the dense, icy blue eyes of the dead people. Clang, 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 he frantically hit the gong beside him, shouting as he ran toward the camp. Ghouls are attacking, the ghouls are attacking. Wake up, stop sleeping, there are hundreds and thousands of dead people. Burn wood, tents, oil barrels, quick. Soon, Whale rode a horse and started running around the camp. Children and elders, go to the base of the wall. Men and spearwomen, follow me to the crematorium. The savages were far more experienced in dealing with ghouls than the Night Watchers. They had been dealing with deviant ghosts for many years. At least their mental fortitude was good enough, and the team didn't collapse. When the first group of about 400 ghouls with icy blue eyes walked out of the forest, Morona, Eugen, Big Sea Elephant and Whale had already led more than 1,000 savages to form the first line of defense in front of the new camp with the crematorium as their stronghold. Fortunately, in order to reduce the workload, the crematorium was built in the old camp using local materials. With the forest at the back, it was convenient to cut wood and collect firewood, as well as to collect corpses from the old camp. The old camp was right opposite the new one, blocking the path of the deviant ghosts. Well, the ghouls weren't stupid either. They went around the crematorium that was still burning with residual heat and charcoal. What's going on? First Father Eugen held a torch in his left hand and a bronze machete in his right. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he looked at the increasing number of blue-eyed ghouls gathering to the east of the crematorium. Eugen was the leader of a tribe of barbarians. He had 18 wives and countless children. He wasn't even sure and didn't care how many of them belonged to him. That was why he was nicknamed Big Daddy. It was also because he had too many wives and children that he didn't escape into the forest. Instead, he joined the new camp and prepared to fight on the other side of the narrow sea. Something's not right. Why aren't they rushing over like before? What are they waiting for? He had already guessed what the ghouls were waiting for, but the truth was too terrifying. He desperately wanted to get a different answer from his companions. Whale immediately shattered First Father Eugen's fantasy. There are white ghouls. The white ghouls are controlling them. They're waiting for all the ghouls in the forest to come out and attack us together. Damn it. Didn't Dragon Queen go to capture the white ghouls? Why are the white ghouls coming here instead? Sea Elephant shouted. Sea Elephant was the leader of the Sea Folk tribe of the Frozen Coast. He was a big guy with a big beard who looked like Hagrid from Harry Potter. He was already impressed by Dragon Queen during the tripartite conference. If Mansred hadn't mentioned the third clause of the tripartite lease agreement, there was no need to sign the agreement immediately, and the savages were allowed to observe. He would have signed the agreement long ago. The Night Watchers are blowing their horns with all their might. They're probably trying to summon Dragon Queen, Whale muttered. Will the Night Watchers come out? That Red God King, doesn't he have heavy cavalry? It's time for them to come out and disperse the army of the dead, said Morona, the spearwoman wearing a white weirwood mask. Morona was the leader of a small tribe and didn't have the right to participate in the tripartite conference. However, she was still a wizard. She was smart and knew how to respect others. She was one of the first people to sign the lease agreement with Dragon Queen. Don't think about it. The city gates are tightly shut. No one is coming out. The King of Red Heart doesn't care about the lives of his people. Whale shook his head. Be careful, they're coming. A savage shouted sharply. The ghouls didn't shout. In fact, the army of thousands didn't make a single sound other than the sound of running across the mud. They were frighteningly fast. They didn't stumble like the zombies and were almost as fast as a normal person running. As the ghouls approached, gusts of cold wind blew the savages' hair away. The bone-chilling cold caused the flames on the torches to shrink. Kill? First Father roared and swung the torch in his hand at the ghouls. Bang! It hit the one-armed ghoul's face. The oil on the torch stuck to its face. In the blink of an eye, its entire head started burning. The fire even spread to its lower body. The ghouls were extremely easy to burn. It was as if their skin was cloth soaked in oil. First Father raised his right foot and kicked the ghoul's abdomen. Boom! While flying in the air, the burning corpse ghost exploded into two pieces, landing on the bodies of two other corpse ghosts that were running over. Boom boom. Two more torches. Ha, trash die. Big Sea Elephant laughed proudly. Tch. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A cold light attacked him. First Father was indeed experienced. He didn't use the torch in his left hand to block the enemy's weapon. Instead, he raised the bronze sword in his right hand and welcomed the attack. Crack. The cold white light drew an arc in the air without any delay. First Father's expression froze. A line of blood slid from his forehead to his chin. Plop. First Father, who had dominated beyond the Great Wall for decades, fell to the ground. His limbs twitched a few times, but he soon struggled to get up. The torch in his left hand flickered, and was extinguished. There was no cry of pain. It was still the same face. From his forehead to the tip of his nose, his lips were split in two, and all the way to his chin, there was a line of blood that had solidified. He held the extinguished wooden stick in his left hand and the broken bronze knife in his right hand. He turned around and looked at Morona, who was not far away. Chapter 325. The ghouls came so suddenly that the barbarians did not have time to build a ring-shaped bonfire to stop them. The 5 Kiliarchs each led 200 spear-wielding women and raiders to form a defensive line at the southeast of the crematorium. Meanwhile, the ghouls avoided the embers of the crematorium and gathered in the east. Before today, the barbarians had never been attacked by an army of ghouls. Usually, there would be 100 or 200 ghouls mixed with 2 or 3 white ghouls. Usually, the barbarians would deal with them with more than 10 times that number. 2 or 3 barbarians holding torches would surround a ghoul and burn it. This was their tactic. Since ghouls were not zombies, they would not be infected by the virus if they were bitten or scratched. Their strengthened physique and the weapons in their hands were the greatest threat to the defenders. If someone could block the ghoul's attack, his companions would be able to set him on fire without any worries. But now, the ghouls outnumbered the barbarians at the defensive line. In fact, they outnumbered the barbarians by several times. The moment the two armies clashed, the situation developed in the direction of the barbarian army's collapse. In the eyes of the night watchers on the city wall, the 1,000 barbarian warriors holding torches were like a small island in the dark sea. The flames of their torches connected to form a narrow island of flames. The endless wave of icy ghouls could be seen eating away at the fiery red land bit by bit. On one side, the battle cries were drowned out bit by bit as the number of torches decreased. On the other side, the barbarians were silent, cold, and merciless as they attacked the shore of flames. In the new camp, the barbarian women and children hiding behind the simple fence felt a chill in their hearts. The hope in their hearts was extinguished bit by bit like the number of barbarians' torches. The fear and despair in their hearts were spreading like the tide of ghouls. Fuck. The witch warrior cursed with an ugly expression. She raised the weirwood spear in her hand and pierced it with the speed of a shooting star. It went straight for the eye that was flickering with a faint blue light. Chi. Without any obstruction, it hit First Old Man's left eye. The spear pierced a foot deep into his eye socket, and a small section of the white weirwood spear emerged from the back of his head. Chi. As if it was not his own eye that was stabbed, First Old Man Eugen did not care. He stepped forward and slashed at Morona. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air came from Morona's right. A pale white light drew a crescent arc and landed on her right shoulder. Ding-dang. Fortunately, Morona wasn't fighting alone. Behind her, a bearded barbarian raised his axe and blocked the long sword that killed First Old Man Eugen. It was a very ordinary long sword. The blade was 2.5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. On both sides of the blade, there were more than a dozen notches as small as rice grains and as big as broad beans. However, the sword was well maintained. The body of the sword had been polished until it was snow white, and it even had the smell of butter. Knight Harmon? After seeing the owner of the sword, the bearded man groaned and cursed. You owe me 3 sheep and you died. Now he had killed First Old Man. You really deserve to die. Let the deviant ghosts take this guy away. Taking a step back to avoid First Old Man's broken sword, Morona quickly stepped forward and pulled out her spear. She scolded, he's already been taken away by the deviant ghosts. If you don't want to join them, immediately cut off this dog's head. Knight Harmon, like Morona, was the leader of a small tribe. He had once killed a black-clothed man who used to be a knight and obtained his iron sword and Black Panther fur coat. Because he often imitated the roaming cavalry, hanging a long sword at his waist and wearing a black cape, he was given the nickname Knight. In the battle with Harmon, First Old Man Eugen had only made one mistake, being poor. Because he was poor, his equipment wasn't as good as others. Using a bronze scimitar against a steel longsword, and the one wielding the sword was a corpse ghost that had its strength increased, he didn't die in vain. Thump, thump, thump. 4 large creatures dragged tree trunks out of the darkness. They avoided the remaining half of the defenders and walked towards the barbarians' camp. Damn it, the giants are heading towards the camp. Whale cursed as he threw away the extinguished torch in his hand and held his sword with both hands. Seeing that the barbarians were panting and that the torches were almost all extinguished, she couldn't help but cry out in despair, let's retreat back to the camp. There are corpse ghosts heading towards the camp. We've lost the defense line. No. Morona used her spear to push First Old Man Eugen into the cremation pile as she screamed in a distorted voice, the rest of you retreat into the forest. There's no hope. There are white ghosts in the corpse ghost horde. If we die, there'll be one more of those bastards. We've been fighting for so long and they're still increasing. Let's run. Let's save as many as we can. Big Beard Solon, who had saved Morona's life, roared, no, my son is also in the new camp. Morona looked at First Old Man who was struggling in the fire and smiled bitterly, we can't stop them. The camp's fences are simple and the area is large. If the corpse ghosts break through from one direction, we'll be finished. What about the night watchers? Solon asked unwillingly. They've never seen the corpse ghosts before. They're probably hiding on the Great Wall and peeing their pants. The few of them spoke as they approached each other, forming an offensive and defensive formation. For example, Bearded Man raised his axe to block the corpse ghost's attacks while Morona kicked or stabbed with her spear, sending the corpse ghosts into the cremation pile. The line of defense that had stopped the ghouls from charging into the camp had completely collapsed. The remaining savages, like their leader, threw away their extinguished torches and stood by the cremation pile. Some even threw a shield into the fire and stepped on it themselves. The night watchers are blowing the horn. I can even smell the urine in the horn. It's the smell of fear, said Whittier Keller, who was leaning on Whale's back. We can't run. The Dragon Queen will come back as soon as she hears the horn, Whale said solemnly. Morona shook her head in despair. I'm afraid she won't hear it. Also, so what if she hears the horn? She'll take the risk to save. Hiss, a loud dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the sky. The savages looked up in surprise and saw a bright red dragon flame like a sword of divine punishment. It started from the edge of the cremation platform and went all the way to the east gate of the new camp. In just 2 breaths, the megalosaurus rose again and disappeared into the dark sky. Only dozens of burning corpse ghosts were left on the ground that was swept by the dragon flame. Morona was stunned. 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her face. She raised her spear and shouted excitedly, Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live Her Majesty Danny Lees! Long live Her Majesty Danny Lees. The cheers spread like wildfire in the forest. In just a moment, from the savages' camp below the Great Wall to the night watchers who were watching in fear at the top of the Great Wall, everyone was shouting, "Long live the Queen!" Blackie roared in the sky in response to everyone's cheers. Then the black dragon drew an arc in the night sky and landed on the Great Wall. Under the confused gazes of the night watchers, Danny shouted on the dragon's back, "This is a battle that belongs to all humans. You, me, and the savages below the Great Wall. Now all night watchers, open the gate, bring your shields and swords and fight the deviant ghosts." Hiss, without waiting for the night watchers to respond, Blackie landed on the savages' camp like a Mengzatsi. "Ah, the Megalosaurus is here. The Dragon Queen is here." The savages in the camp ran away in panic, leaving an empty space for the Megalosaurus. "Dragon Queen, why are you here instead of bringing the dragon to burn the deviant ghosts?" A man with a dry face approached carefully and asked anxiously. Danny ignored him and shouted, "Where is the Chili Arch?" "I am the Chili Arch, Hunter Harley," the man with a dry face said. "Chili Arch, bring your men and follow me to battle." Danny jumped off the dragon's back, pulled down her helmet and pulled out the sword at her waist. The savages were stunned. You are not riding the dragon, spitting fire?" Harley stammered, his face full of confusion. Danny touched the blade of the sword with her left hand. With a whoosh, 3 feet of bright red flames rose from the sword. She raised the flaming sword high and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Chiliarch Centurion, bring your shields and come to me immediately." Blackie let out a low roar and immediately raised its neck. Wisps of willow-like flames appeared out of thin air and intertwined in its mouth to form a bright red fireball the size of a wash basin. The savages were at a loss, but they hurriedly ran to the Dragon Queen. They only muttered in their hearts, "Is the Queen crazy? We are still in the middle of the camp. Why did you let the dragon spit fire? Instead of burning the deviant ghosts, you spit fire at the camp?" Then the black dragon lowered its head again. With a burp, the fireball rolled out of its mouth and hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head. "Be careful, the demonic dragon is killing its master." Harley's dry face scrunched up. But in the next moment, the small eyes on his face that were twisted into a crooked slit suddenly opened. His eyeballs protruded as if they were about to explode from shock. When the fireball was about to hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head, it suddenly turned in the air and landed on her left side. It was caught by her left hand. It was as easy as holding a rubber ball in the palm of an ordinary person's hand. Danny had a big fireball in her left hand and a flaming sword in her right. There was also a black dragon with a second fireball in its mouth behind her. It was really majestic and eye-catching. She looked around at the savages around her and shouted, "Are you all stunned? The deviant ghosts have already broken through the camp gate. Didn't you hear the call of the free people?" "Oh!" Harley's bulging eyeballs shrank back. He ran over with a dozen women holding shields and spears. "What should we do? We don't have enough people." Danny frowned. "The main force went out with Big Old Man and the rest are fighting the deviant ghosts at the fence of the camp," Harley quickly explained. Danny nodded and ordered loudly, "Everyone else, raise your shields and block the black dragon's left and right sides. Harley, you are now my attendant. Protect my safety." After saying that, she strode towards the northeast corner where the fighting was the most intense. Blackie had a fireball in its mouth. His body was on the ground, its wings and hind legs were on the ground. It crawled forward like a lizard. Its movements were a little strange and wretched, but its speed was not slow at all. It followed closely behind the Dragon Queen's running footsteps. More importantly, it lowered its body so that its abdomen was on the ground. Most of its torso was under the protection of the women holding shields and spears. Mother Dragon no longer had to worry about an ice spear suddenly flying over and killing her dragon. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Harley seemed to have really become Danny's night attendant. He raised his oak shield in front of her and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Chiliarchs, Centurions, bring your shield men and protect the Megalosaurus." As he shouted, more and more savages rushed over. They held bronze shields, round oak shields and curved wooden shields wrapped in animal skin. They surrounded Blackie tightly. At the edge of the camp, the light of the fire and the cold air intertwined. Shouts and cries were mixed together. The fence was built with freshly cut tree trunks. It had been lit long ago and was releasing choking smoke. In addition to the thick cold fog brought by the deviant ghosts, Danny couldn't see the battlefield clearly. She could only see the savages retreating in defeat with the hazy light of the fire. People kept falling down, and there were also corpses that were set ablaze like torches. Boom! Ah! The giant ghoul hugged the tree trunk that was as thick as a thigh and 10 meters long and swept across the area. The barbarians wailed as they were cleared out. Among them, there were 2 twisted corpses that fell in front of Danny with a plop. Danny frowned and stepped over one of the corpses. She shouted to the front, "Everyone back off. Let me clear this place." Chapter 326. Danny was full of pride. She held the fireball in her left hand and shouted, "Get out of the way. Leave that giant behind. Let me do it. Dragon Queen is here. Megalosaurus is here." Harley, the temporary attendant, immediately roared at the top of his voice. Danny took a step forward and extended the fireball. "Look at Mia." She couldn't walk anymore. Someone was tugging at her foot. Shit. When she looked down, Danny's face turned green. She saw that the savage whose spine had been broken into several sections was holding her left calf and gnawing at the heel of her iron boot with his teeth. Whoosh! A fire snake the length of a chopstick flew out of the spinning fireball and shot straight at the face of the new ghoul. Boom! Like a quilt that had been splashed with oil, the ghoul was ignited almost instantly. Looking at the ghoul struggling in the fire, Danny smiled coldly and continued to move forward with the fireball. Ghouls had infinite strength and energy. They would not get tired, and they even retained part of their memories and martial arts skills from when they were alive. They were far more intelligent than zombies. Moreover, their bodies had no fatal points. Beheading, exploding the head, or piercing the heart was useless. Even if a ghoul was dismembered with a sword, its broken hands and short legs could still crawl, its mouth could still bite, and its headless body could continue to attack. What was even more frightening was that the ghoul also had a frost aura. Wherever it went, there would be bone-chilling wind and freezing fog that blocked one's vision. However, such crazy ghouls were not invincible. They also had a weakness: they could be easily ignited. Their skin was like flammable, oily cloth. As long as one part of their body was ignited, soon, their entire body would be covered in flames. Hearing the sound of the horn, Danny hurried to the battlefield. She let Dahe dive close to the ground and spit fire once. That was an adventure and also a test to test the destructive effect of dragon flames on ghouls. After all, it was the first time she and Dahe had seen a ghoul. At that time, Dahe swooped down at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching 350 kilometers per hour. In other words, it only took him 2 seconds to fly 200 meters close to the ground. This was not to avoid the ice spears of the deviant ghosts. The first wave of draconic flame attack came too suddenly. Even if there were deviant ghosts hiding in the group of ghouls, they did not have time to adjust their movements and launch a sneak attack on the megalosaurus that swept across the sky. Danny's main purpose was to test the effects of the dragon flame. For example, if you quickly put your finger into a bonfire and then retract it, your finger will heat up, but you won't feel any burning pain. Because the time was short, the heat transmitted by the flame to the finger was not enough to damage the skin cells, so it would not stimulate the pain nerves. If you slowly put your finger on the flame and then slowly retracted it, there was an 80% chance that your skin would split open and your flesh would be charred black. If the temperature of the flame was high enough, such as a metal welding torch, even if you stretched your finger as fast as you could, you would probably scream in pain. At the end of the day, igniting a substance was actually a process of heat transfer, which then caused a chemical reaction. It was the same for fire deviant ghosts. It was either a normal flame that was heated for a long time or a special flame that was hot enough to ignite them instantly. Danny rode Dahe and quickly passed over the heads of the deviant ghosts. She was burning her finger. This was because the dragon flame was not much stronger than ordinary flames. It was not as exaggerated as the difference between a stove fire and a cutting gun. Ordinary flames could burn deviant ghosts for a few seconds, but what about the dragon flame? The dragon flame swept over the corpses at a speed of more than 90 meters per second. This process of stretching and retracting fingers was not slow, but the burning effect was surprisingly good. All the corpses that were swept by the dragon flame were ignited. In this way, Danny knew that the dragon flame could subdue the corpses, so she could try to challenge the white ghosts. Otherwise, she would have stayed in the camp and become a flamethrower, not daring to go out at all. She couldn't be blamed for doing this. In the last season of Game of Thrones, the scene of the Night King fighting in the dragon flame and taking a bath with a smile was too exciting. Danny had always been worried that her megalosaurus would not work. Now, after discovering that the megalosaurus could perfectly subdue the corpses, she climbed down from the dragon's back. With the flame sword in her right hand and the fireball in her left hand, she walked step by step toward the opening of the camp. Thump, thump, thump. The ground rumbled slightly. The giant seemed to have noticed her. Dragging the tree trunk, it ran toward the skinny tin man with heavy steps. Ah! The surrounding savages who had scattered around screamed in unison. Ah, be careful. Old Yamant at the top of the Great Wall also shouted. Well, the old scholar had been watching Savages vs. Otherworld Zombies with his star observation mirror. In the northeast corner of the Savages' camp, the fence had collapsed and the broken wood was emitting thick smoke. One or two small flames burst out with difficulty in the thick cold fog, and the world was dim red. Danny walked on the battlefield of blood and fire, ice and smoke. She smiled faintly as she looked at the giant corpses charging toward her, ignoring the exclamations around her. The giant was dead and could no longer roar, but he dragged the giant wood more vigorously and quickly than when he was alive. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters. Suddenly, Danny also ran at high speed. She did not see the giant running toward her. Holding the fireball, she came to 10 meters in front of the giant and blew at the fireball leisurely. Whoosh! A fire snake as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm shot out from the fireball and stuck to the giant corpse's face before it could react. Boom! The wooden stake in the giant's hand fell off and hit the ground heavily. It hugged its burning face and howled silently. Boom! In a few breaths the giant fell to the ground. The fire spread quickly on its body. A pool of fire appeared on the battlefield at the opening of the camp, and the sky was much brighter. The savages and Yamant and the others who were watching from the top of the Great Wall were surprised and delighted. The giant corpse's fall did not scare the other corpses. They were not afraid of death. Groups of corpses with flashing blue eyes rushed toward Danny, who was holding the fireball high. Looking at the corpses of the Waves gang charging at him, Harley's face turned pale. His left arm that was holding the round oak shield kept trembling. He turned around and shouted to the savages who were watching from afar. Kiliarchs, Centurions, Decurions, Freedom Fighters, come and protect. Harley's pupils contracted. A bright red ray of light flashed past his ear like lightning. A few strands of hair on his temples emitted thin green smoke. There was the smell of burnt hair in his nose. The queen raised her left hand, and a fireball that was the size of a wash basin spun around. Red threads shot out in all directions continuously, as if a storm of pear blossom needles had been sprinkled out. Every line of dragon flame accurately hit a corpse that was charging at her, igniting flames on their faces, chests, and shoulders. Then boom, 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 boom. The corpses were ignited into torches. On the Great Wall, the night watchers were dumbfounded. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. With the queen as the center, the earth seemed to have bloomed into a fiery red lotus. What kind of witchcraft is this? It's too scary, Bowen and Maxie muttered with a dry throat. Scholar Yamant also widened his eyes. He was stunned for a while before he took a deep breath and said, "It's the fire control spell of a fire mage." However, Her Majesty did not turn the flames into rare beasts. Instead, she extracted the flames from the dragon flame and shot them out like arrows. The fireball is getting smaller. Ah, it's extinguished, Galen exclaimed. In less than 10 seconds, the fireball in Danny's left hand had shrunk from a wash basin to a ping-pong ball. She flicked her finger and threw it out. Then she waved her hand at Big Black behind her. The dragon flame fireball that was condensed in her mouth slowly floated over. Big Black had become an oil tank. After mastering the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny had 2 souls in one body. She could multitask. While she was in the form of a dragon spirit, she could knead the dragon flame in Big Black's mouth into a fireball. At the same time, she separated the flames from the dragon flame fireball in her hand into an arrow shape and shot it at the ghouls. This kind of dragon flame arrow did not have much effect on humans because human skin was not flammable. When the clothes were ignited, it could also be padded to put out the fire. At most, it would cause local burns. It was not fatal. It was also useless against iron-armored knights. When they pulled down their armor, the small dragon flame arrow could only leave a black spot on their armor. However, it was simply too effective against the flammable ghouls. With just one fireball, she had cleared out 300 to 400 ghouls at the gap in the camp, leaving 300 to 400 burning ghouls. Then, Danny raised the fireball again and took the initiative to approach the ghouls. Well, just as the torrential dragon flame needles were shooting wildly, 30 to 40 savages heeded Harley's call and carefully approached with their shields. At this time, they also understood the Dragon Queen's battle plan. Very consciously, 8 of them stood side by side to form a human wall to protect the queen in the center. The remaining people, with shields tied to their left arms and swords and wooden spears in their right hands, formed a loose formation outside the shield wall and helped the queen push away the burning corpses blocking the way. In any case, the Dragon Queen's attack range was more than 10 meters. They were all within the protection of the Dragon Queen's rocket rain. In this way, Danny held the fireball and went back and forth among the ghouls. The dead were ignited and fell in large numbers. She was not running around randomly. At this time, Little White had already returned from the ghost forest. However, he did not land. Instead, he hovered in a safe area 500 meters above Danny's head and transmitted the situation on the battlefield to her in real time. Well, Danny had entered the second level of the dragon spirit state. One person and 2 dragons shared vision and senses. Through Little White's vision, she could clearly see her position on the entire battlefield. She could determine where the ghouls were the most and where she needed help. At the same time, she could avoid being trapped in a group of ghouls and being unable to escape. To put it simply, in this fantasy world of cold weapons, Danny not only had a submachine gun with unlimited bullets, but she also cheated by using the full map. Of course, the full map was far less effective against ghouls than against humans. What accompanied ghouls was often cold wind and ice fog, and the visibility in the sky was extremely poor. Haha, who else? After using more than 10 dragon flame fireballs and burning nearly 2,000 dead people, Danny looked at the battlefield that was starting to become sparse. She could not help but become arrogant. Victory, victory. Dragon Queen is mighty, Dragon Queen is powerful, Dragon Queen is ferocious. The savages beside her were the first to shout loudly, followed by the hundreds of dragon warriors behind them. In just a moment, the entire savages' camp was also echoing with the slogan, Dragon Queen is ferocious. They did not force it, nor did they have any intention of belittling Dragon Queen. In fact, after witnessing Dragon Queen easily destroy hordes of ghouls, the savages were really in awe of her. Even such evil and terrifying ghouls were casually killed. More importantly, she did not use a sword, nor a dragon, nor was she scheming. In public, everyone saw how Dragon Queen burned thousands of ghouls to death with her powerful fire sorcery. Was it too much to say that her magic was powerful and ferocious? After all, in the eyes of the savages, Dragon Queen who used sorcery to burn ghouls was already the most terrifying existence in the world. Yes, she surpassed ghouls. Chapter 327. Even the night watchers on the Great Wall couldn't help but cheer for the Dragon Queen when they saw such a shocking scene, not to mention the barbarians who were inexperienced and cowardly. Long live Her Majesty Danny Rise. Queen Danny Rise is brave and unparalleled. The night watchers seemed to be worried that the barbarians would take away the queen's rights, so they cheered especially hard until, crunch, crunch. Stannis's eyes were burning as he gritted his teeth, as if he was chewing on a detestable dragon witch. The night watchers who were cheering excitedly shuddered, shrunk their necks and kept quiet. Red Pomegranate carefully glanced at Stannis who was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, and asked Scholar Yimont softly, "Can the Rangers fight now?" "This you decide." Facing Erlu who was emitting a gloomy aura, even old Yimont who had lived for more than 100 years, was a little scared. Danny who was below seemed to have gotten carried away and started to look for trouble. She stopped the barbarians who were cheering around her and ordered, "There are not enough ghouls for me to kill, now help me invite the white ghouls to fight." Wow! Harley's little face was full of confusion. "Shout, inferior and cowardly white ghouls, Grandpa is here, do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Danny said softly. This. Harley's little face turned white and green. "I don't dare." The barbarian Chiliarch stammered, "The white ghouls can understand human language. It's because they can understand human language that I asked you to shout, otherwise it would be a waste of time." Danny said impatiently. "But I can't beat the white ghouls. I don't even have a metal sword or armor, how can I fight them one-on-one? Help me shout, if the white ghouls really appear, you don't have to fight." Harley swallowed his saliva and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone listen up, Dragon Queen wants to fight with the deviant ghouls, we will help her. Lowly cowardly white ghoul, I'm here. Do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Dozens of barbarians shouted together, their voices shaking the wilderness. The barbarians hiding in the camp and the night watchers on the Great Wall all heard them and were stunned. "Savages, true warriors," Toad muttered. "The barbarians are so brave we can't lose to them. Rangers can move out now." Marcy seemed to be talking to Scholar Yimont, but he was secretly observing Stannis from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Stannis only had a dark expression and didn't raise any objections, Marcy let out a sigh of relief and began to inform Commander Carter Pike below. The commander of the East Watch, Carter Parker, was the one who would lead the Rangers out of the city. He was the one who hid the news of Erlu's arrival from Dark Castle and led Erlu to attack the barbarians' camp. Marcy suspected that Stannis had sided with the Deer faction, which was why he was worried that Stannis would speak out against him. Outside the Great Wall, the savages were still courting death. Seeing that the number of ghouls was decreasing and the white ghouls still hadn't come out, they became bolder and bolder and began to spew out all kinds of obscenities. At this time Dany was silent. She was multitasking. She casually picked out a fire arrow from the dragon flame fireball to burn a deviant ghost that was pouncing at her. At the same time she was observing the spiritual rain in her soul dimension. Yes, she was absorbing the spiritual rain that was released after the ghouls were burned. As soon as she entered the battlefield, she saw the spiritual rain that was dissipating in nature in her dragon spirit formed the ghouls that were burned by the barbarian warriors. She only hesitated for a moment before she secretly gritted her teeth. There would definitely be a large number of ghouls in the future, and the dead also have spiritual rain in their bodies. It would be a waste to give it up. Why not try to absorb it first? With this thought, she began to use her spiritual bestowment skill and a part of her mind sank into her soul dimension to observe the spiritual rain. As expected, the spiritual essence that fell this time was different. It was pure black, and it emitted a cold, deathly stillness. Can this thing be absorbed? In her soul dimension, Dany was hesitant. Perhaps she could form a third soul? With this temptation, she no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and caught the pitter-patter of black rain. Chi, when the black spirit substance was tainted by her spiritual power and branded with her soul imprint, a suction force was immediately generated from the second soul at the edge of the soul space. The newly born spiritual power and the black rain falling from the sky were all sucked into the ring. Then she felt that her second soul had strengthened a little. It was very, very weak, but there was indeed an increase. How can this be? Dany was more shocked than happy. Last night, when she was presiding over the barbarians' cremation ceremony, she had tried to let her second soul absorb the colorful spiritual rain, but the effect was very poor. Her spiritual power almost did not grow. She did not think much of it. Absorbing spiritual rain could indeed strengthen the soul, but after reaching a limit, the growth would almost stop. Yes, there was growth, but the effect was much worse. It was like how a person could grow taller by eating rice, but after reaching adulthood, no matter how much rice they ate, they could only fill their hunger. They could not grow indefinitely. Dany's soul was almost in a saturated state. In contrast, Megalosaurus did not have any bottlenecks at all. They could keep absorbing spiritual rain and grow. She guessed that this was because Megalosaurus' growth limit was much higher than that of humans. Therefore, 99% of the spiritual rain that they had absorbed over the years belonged to the dragons. But now her second soul, which was based on the Green Prophet meditation technique, was very close to the black spiritual rain. It was almost growing at a visible rate. Of course, the growth of her second soul was a good thing. Dany should be happy, but the meaning behind this phenomenon was shocking. The Green Prophet had some kind of deep connection with the ghouls. Of course, Dany had watched Game of Thrones, and knew that ghouls were originally magical creatures created by the children of the forest. She was not worried that Bran would become the new Night King. More importantly, her second soul also specialized in the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique. She was worried about herself. The Dragon Queen did not want to bring the Ice Dragon and ascend to the frozen throne. Therefore, even though she was on the battlefield, she would spare a part of her energy to enter her consciousness from time to time to observe the condition of her second soul. It was in a very good condition. It was so good that she was scared. "Ghoul, come out and let me stab your butt. Ghoul, you cowardly bastard, take off your pants and let me see if you have a dick." A spear-wielding woman shouted. "Aha, even if there is, it's just a popsicle. Can you bite it to pieces?" The raiders at the side laughed. The savages were so unrestrained that Dany started to worry. She frowned and reminded them, "Be careful, raise your shields, howl, 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 howl." Before she finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound came from the darkness. 4 crystal-clear ice swords flew out of the thick fog almost at the same time as the sound. Under the illumination of the torches and dragon flame fireballs, Dany only saw 4 cold flashes of light. TSS 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 TSS, ding. The savages' laughter stopped abruptly. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. White fog appeared out of thin air, covering the savages and Dragon Queen in the area. Danny felt a chill down her spine. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. If she lifted her helmet, she would definitely see a pale, twisted face and frightened purple eyes. In front of her, there was an ice sword that was 2 fingers wide and as thin as paper. The blade was too long, more than 2 meters. It looked like a spear. The tip of the sword pierced through the bodies of 3 savages in front of her. Finally, without slowing down, it reached her heart, the spine of the clear sky sword. Close to her body, there were 3 more ice swords that pierced through more than 10 savages on her left and right. In an instant, half of the savages were wiped out. The savages who were still alive were scared out of their wits. If Danny had not been in the dragon spirit state, the sudden sense of crisis made her subconsciously hold the clear sky sword in front of her chest. At this moment she would have ended up like the Chiliarch Harley. Well, Harley was not completely dead. The ice sword pierced through the round oak shield, pierced through the right side of his chest and came out from his back. Blood wrapped around the edge of the ice sword, forming a layer of hot steam. But just as the hot heart's blood dripped onto the transparent blade of the ice sword, it solidified into dark red spots in the cold air. So cold. Dog, son of a bitch, I called for a long time but no one came. But when they came. A thin layer of frost slowly condensed on Savage Xiaogan's face. But he still forced himself to turn his head. When he saw that the ice sword was blocked by the smoky black spine of the sword, he breathed out a mouthful of white air heavily. He forced a smile and said to Danny, "Dragon Queen, I wonder, is four enough for you to kill?" "Not enough." Danny's voice was low, but her tone was firm and powerful. "It's far from enough. I swear I'll kill all of those bastards." "Then that's good." The smile remained on Savage Harley's face forever. "Dragon Queen, they're coming. More than four. The savages who were still alive shouted crazily. Even without their reminder, Danny had already seen it. The cold wind mixed with ice shards whistled. The torches flickered, and the dragon flame fireball twisted irregularly, as if it could not maintain its form. With the help of the flickering firelight, 6 tall monsters could be seen walking on the wind. Like floating, like sliding, 4 deviant ghosts walked over step by step without making a sound. There were only 2 deviant ghosts riding on horseback. The war horses under them made soft chi-chi sounds as they stepped on the muddy ground. Well, dead horses. But dead horses also had a pair of eyes that emitted a faint blue light. Corpse ghost horse? Finally, I see you. Danny sighed. They were 1.9 meters tall, close to 2 meters tall, and had a huge body like Dwayne Johnson. She was not blind. The 6 deviant ghosts were printed out of molds. Other than the ice crystal engravings on their foreheads, they looked almost exactly the same. Their faces were haggard and their expressions were firm. Their cheeks were wrinkled like dehydrated apples. They had cold blue eyes like blue stars, and their skin was as pale as expired milk. Their pale white hair was light as if it was weightless. It floated with the cold air around them like seaweed. It also looked like they had a burning mysterious ice fire on their heads. The deviant ghosts were also wearing invisible armor. The armor would change color as they moved. For a moment, it was as dark as the sunset, dotted with yellow and red light like the dragon flame and the torches. For a moment, it was as dark as a shadow, blending into the cold fog. With every step they took, the pattern on the armor would change constantly like the sparkling moonlight on the water surface. From time to time, Danny had the illusion that she had lost track of them. It was not an illusion. When they blended into the environment, they immediately disappeared from her sight. However, the light was wavering, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The environment was not stable. When there was a fluctuation, they would reveal themselves from their invisibility. When they blended into the environment again, they would disappear again. Just like that, as the fire changed, the figures of the deviant ghosts were faintly discernible. The dead horse was covered in a layer of white frost like frozen sweat. Its black and dead intestines were falling from its split abdomen. On its back, a rider as pale as mysterious ice was sitting. The 6 deviant ghosts stood still 10 meters in front of Danny, faintly surrounding her in an arc. Just as the barbarians were bewildered, one of the deviant ghosts spoke. That's right, he used an extremely solemn tone and a very strange emphasis to say a few words to the Dragon Queen. The sound was like the shattering of a frozen lake. It was as cold and impactful as a liquid nitrogen bomb exploding right next to one's ears. Apart from the Dragon Queen, who was in her dragon spirit form and wasn't affected at all, All the other barbarians around her covered their ears in pain. Who knows what this bastard is saying? The Dragon Queen shouted. Chapter 328. Deviant Ghosts Can Talk. Danny was so shocked that her heart almost stopped beating. They can talk, communicate, and have language. What does this mean? Deviant ghosts have the foundation to develop their own civilization. Then, the long night is not a just war of humans to destroy monsters, but a conflict between two civilizations? However, when the deviant ghosts walked over, she had already regrouped and placed 3 layers of shield-wielding barbarians in front of her. Dragon Queen's courage was directly proportional to the thickness of the meat shields. And there were hundreds and thousands of barbarian warriors behind her, all waiting to die for her majesty. With courage came a temper. Do any of you know what this bastard is saying? Dragon Queen turned her head and asked the barbarians behind her. Deviant ghosts could understand human language, and the word, bastard, made their deep blue eyes flash with anger. This made Danny feel surprised. How could he have so many emotions? After a while, Morona, who was wearing a weirwood mask, came to her side and whispered, "They seem to be speaking the ancient language." What is the ancient language? Danny asked in confusion. The language of the ancestors. Then why did you say seem? And there are so many free people around us who can't understand it. Danny looked at her strangely. Sai, the common language we speak now is actually the Undul language. The ancient language of the ancestors has been lost. Only the giants and a few free people in the extreme north still use it. Morona said. Then do you understand it? A little, but I'm not proficient. Morona said hesitantly, you should call Mance over. He can even sing in the ancient language. Danny rolled her eyes at the witch warrior and said in annoyance, don't you know what the situation is now? All right. Morona stood at the front with her spear and communicated with the deviant ghosts loudly. Every word the deviant ghost uttered was like a liquid nitrogen bomb. When it fell into the ears, it felt like the whole person was instantly frozen into ice crystals and then smashed into pieces with a hammer. The witch warrior's endurance was stronger than ordinary barbarians. From her stuttering voice, he could tell that she was enduring some kind of pain and fear, but the communication was still completed normally. Yes, the pronunciation of the ancient language was rough, sonorous, and rigid. If one listened carefully, it did sound somewhat similar to the words used by deviant ghosts. It wants to duel you, White Mask Morona said. What? Danny was a little dumbfounded. Morona glanced at Harley, who was skewered like a stick of candied hawthorn, and quickly explained, the other ghosts heard Hunter Harley's challenge and knew that you were the one who made them shout. Now they have agreed to your request to have a fair battle with you. Are you kidding me? You saw it too. Danny couldn't help but point at her chest and shout, just now that ice sword was only half an inch away from my heart. If not for my quick reaction, I would have become an ice lich. You call that a duel? It was obviously a sneak attack. You're a huge threat to the deviant ghosts. Of course they want to kill you. Now that the assassination failed, perhaps they're planning to kill you openly in a duel. Even if they fail, they can still test the limits of your power. Morona was very calm. She judged the deviant ghost's abnormality from the previous conversation. It's been more than 10 years and the deviant ghosts have never challenged the free people. They only surrounded and hunted us like wild beasts. Some people cursed loudly, but they didn't respond. Their attitude was as cold and arrogant as the ice sword in their hands. Now they've condescended and patiently repeated their challenge 3 times. Danny glanced at the city gate from the corner of her eyes. There were already hundreds of rangers holding torches gathered there. They also saw the sudden appearance of the white ghost and hesitated. I'll duel with the deviant ghosts. Danny lowered her voice. Go find 2 Kiliarchs. While I'm dueling, lead 200 free warriors and sneak behind the deviant ghosts. Today we're going to kill all 6 of these bastards. Morona looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. She didn't expect her to be so flexible. Go inform Whale and Solon. She whispered to a spearwoman behind her. The spearwoman was right next to them. She heard their crafty scheme very clearly. She understood everything. After Blackie held it in for 10 seconds, a bright red fireball the size of a dustpan appeared. Danny held the fireball in her left hand and unsheathed Valeglia's steel sword in her right hand. She stepped out from behind the shield wall and shouted at the deviant ghosts, who dares to fight with me? As the fireball rose, it was as if a small sun had risen from the vast earth. The scorching and bright light radiated in all directions, and the thick ice fog in the vicinity dissipated at a visible rate. Even the howling cold wind gradually stopped, and light and heat once again enveloped the space. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! From the light and heat, the barbarians regained the ability to speak and move. From the Dragon Queen pointing her sword at the group of deviant ghosts and loudly inviting them to fight, they regained their courage and hot-blooded fighting spirit. She's really going to duel with the deviant ghosts. On the Great Wall, Bowen Maxey was shocked. Hearing the barbarians' shouts and seeing the Dragon Queen and the deviant ghosts drawing their swords, the Night Watchers guessed what was going on. 7 gods above, the Night Queen is going to duel with the deviant ghost king? This is a story that only exists in ancient legends. Galen couldn't control his emotions. His voice trembled as he shouted, "I can't believe we're witnessing history." The Dark Castle's chef, Three-Finger Habu, murmured, "She's a warrior. She's a girl." Friar Silita excitedly pointed at the Dragon Queen and announced to the people around him, "Dani Rise is the incarnation of the 7 gods in the mortal world. She's the child of prophecy who will save mankind from the deviant ghosts." Melisandre turned her head. Her indifferent red eyes exerted an invisible pressure on the drunkard friar. "Ugh." The old friar shivered and turned his head away. He muttered in a low voice, "If the deviant ghosts are real, then the Church of the 7 gods can't fall behind. We should have our own savior." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Stannis ground his teeth, and the shadow of a demon king seemed to rise behind him. The gloomy aura made the Night Watchers and the cavalry of the Stag Party shudder. Like the Knights of the Deer Gang, Giant Killer Gordiflin was not happy. At this moment, the person who should be fighting against the deviant ghost king should be Stannis, the messenger of light. However, he couldn't bear to see the Dragon Queen's divinity in front of the masses. He forced a smile and said in a calm tone, "What deviant ghost king? It's just an ordinary deviant ghost minion. Why are you making such a fuss? Killing it won't end the long night. It's not a legend. Just like how everyone knows Yesor Ahai, but who remembers the soldier who killed the normal deviant ghost?" Clutton Sanj nodded and said, "That dragon which is holding a big fireball. Even a blind person can see that she's cheating with magic. It's not a duel between knights. At least she's the first human to challenge the deviant ghosts. She's 10,000 times braver than you people who are chatting on the Great Wall." Professor Paris Tan glared. To be honest, the old professor was in great pain. It was even more painful than being stabbed in the heart. The pain of his body being torn apart was nothing compared to the despair and confusion brought by the shattering of his worldview. At this moment, he should be in a daze, looking at the deviant ghosts below and suffering from the pain of having his beliefs shaken. But for some reason, when he heard the people from the Deer Party bad-mouthing the Dragon Queen, he suddenly woke up and couldn't help but want to refute. When he was in the Old Town, he would rather have Stannis on the Iron Throne. "Look, what are the deviant ghosts doing?" Scholar Yemont, who was behind the star observation mirror, exclaimed and interrupted the quarrel. One deviant ghost stepped forward to fight, while the other 5 observed quietly. Slash. The deviant ghost that stepped forward let out a roar that sounded like broken ice. He clenched his fists and a cold wind swirled around his body. Snowflakes and fingernail-sized ice crystals appeared out of thin air. Gradually, a small tornado of ice and snow enveloped his body. In a trance, a faint blue halo appeared between the deviant ghost's clenched fists. It was the same color as his star-like blue eyes. In Dany's vision, she could also see a large number of mysterious runes that were growing, tangling, and forming into a shape like vines. The ice flakes and snowflakes in the storm fell into the runes and quickly condensed into a 2-meter-long crystal sword. The sword was thinner than paper and emitted a faint blue light. When placed flat, its blade was almost invisible. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the deviant ghost used ice magic to create an ice sword. Dany and the savages below the Great Wall were in disbelief. The Night Watchers on the Great Wall were also stunned. Gah, the deviant ghost imitated Dany's actions and pointed his sword at the opponent, making a short but powerful sound of provocation. Kill. Without any hesitation, Dany spun a blazing fireball in her left hand. Bright red fire arrows poured down on the deviant ghost's head like a heavy rain. Swoosh, the tall figure of the white ghost disappeared in an instant. There was no sound of running. As if he had teleported, he moved 2 meters to the left and dodged dozens of fire arrows. However, his final move was not teleportation. Although his speed was amazingly fast, he still could not avoid being captured by the dynamic vision of the Megalosaurus. The blazing fireball was like a Gatling gun, spurting out a red torrent in the air. At the beginning, the white ghost dodged left and right, back and forth, with his speed of more than 30 meters per second and his keen senses. His movements were erratic, and he even moved in front of Danny in a coquettish way. However, gradually as he tried to approach the opposite side, Danny began to get familiar with his steps. The fire arrows that flew out no longer shot forward fiercely. They were either as fast as shuttles or slowly floating in the air like willow catkins. The combination of speed and slowness seemed to bloom around Danny's body like a beautiful red flower. Sizzle, tiny fire snakes hit the white ghost one after another, leaving holes on his chest armor, arms and cheeks. Light blue blood gushed out with white mist. Yes, it was a hole. The deviant ghost's body and armor seemed to be made of ice. A fire arrow burned a hole the size of a bean. However, as the flashing blue blood flowed and filled the hole, the wound healed. What was more terrifying was that the deviant ghost's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. Many of the fire arrows that could not be dodged were shattered by his sword, or blocked with a palm-sized blade. The blade shone with a faint blue light, and there was not even a scratch on it. Hiss, the savages and night watchers gasped. Previously, a flame could easily ignite the ghoul, but this deviant ghost suffered at least 20 attacks and was unharmed? Bowen Maxey said with a pale face. How can it be unharmed? Melisandre's red eyes shone with a strange light. The deviant ghost consumed a lot of magic power. Chapter 329. Clang, the deviant ghost roared, and a circle of white ice and snow swirled around him again. He was in the center of the storm and he completely gave up on the dragon flame arrows. He ran in a zigzag pattern and dashed directly toward Danny. Chi-chi-chi, the dragon flame arrows rained down on the ice and snow storm. Some were extinguished directly, and some were deflected and slid past the white ghost. There were also a large number of fire arrows that turned into dragon flame in the storm, leaving mottled black holes on the white ghost's armor. Suddenly, Danny's expression froze. In the dragon spirit state, a great terror fell from the sky like a millstone, smashing fiercely into her heart. Swoosh. The deviant ghost that was 3 steps away from her suddenly disappeared. The next moment, an icy blue shadow appeared behind Danny, and in the next moment, an icy long sword might pierce her heart from the back. Unfortunately, Danny had 6 eyes. Other than her own pair of eyes that were looking forward, Little White scanned the entire battlefield from the sky, and Dahe was behind her, seeing the entire battlefield clearly. Boom! Almost at the moment when the white ghost in front of her disappeared, the blazing fireball that was shooting fire arrows suddenly expanded and exploded into a ring of fire. With Danny as the center, it spread in all directions. Bah! The white ghost that jumped behind Danny with a strange step was like a rag doll that ran into a train. It shattered into a few large pieces of ice in the air, mixed with blue blood and milky white flesh, and fell 7 or 8 meters away. Some of the juice even splashed on the faces of Morona and the other savages who were watching, making a chi-chi-chi sound. A layer of frost quickly spread on their skin, and the savages screamed in pain. The deviant ghost was not destroyed by the impact of the ring of fire. In fact, with the sturdiness of the deviant ghost's body, it would not shatter into ice even if it was hit by a train. Because the surface of its body seemed to be made of ice, but it was actually made of flesh. Just like how a human would not be torn apart in the air after being hit by a car for more than 10 meters. The real fatal damage to the deviant ghost was the dragon flame. When the ring of fire hit its body at close range, it was like being hit by the dragon flame of a megalosaurus. The dragon flame destroyed the stability of the deviant ghost's body structure. The broken corpses that fell to the ground were like ice cream in summer. They were soft and quickly melted into a pool of light blue liquid that emitted cold air. At the same time, in Danny's space of consciousness, there was a burst of milky spiritual rain with icy mist. Just when she was inexplicably surprised, the milky spiritual rain blended into the ringband meditation foundation without any sluggishness. The incomplete Green Prophet's meditation runes spread out like a spider web. The runes appeared out of thin air and began to deduce on their own. Danny was dumbfounded. Deviant Ghost's icy spiritual rain could actually complete the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Silence filled the entire place. The barbarians stared blankly at the Dragon Queen who was standing proudly on the spot with shocked expressions. Dahe let out a cry, stretched out its neck, and spat out a long dragon flame from its mouth. At this time, Danny came back to her senses and temporarily put aside the changes in the soul space. In the dragon spirit state, she released a large amount of magic power. Together with her mental power, she controlled the dragon flame to form a fireball. When she received the new dragon flame fireball, she was in high spirits. The long sword in her hand pointed at the 5 deviant ghosts in the icy mist one by one. Her voice shook the surroundings. Who else? Whoosh. The barbarians were awakened and shouted excitedly, Dragon Queen with torrential magic flames, Dragon Queen who awes the world, deviant ghost killer Dragon Queen. Danny, long live Queen Liz. Victory, victory. The night watchers on the Great Wall cheered excitedly. Ga. Stannis's upper and lower teeth clenched together again. What kind of deviant ghost is this? It looks so majestic, but it shattered after being hit by the ring of fire? Gordy Fallon muttered in disappointment. Why don't you go down and try? Bowen Maxey could not help but feel a little angry. The deviant ghost is so fast that you can't even see its shadow clearly. It didn't die after being hit by dozens of fire arrows. Isn't it strong enough? Who else? Danny shouted again. Finally, another ghost took a step forward and called out to Danny with a voice that sounded like the shattering of a frozen lake. Milky white skin, an invisible armor that changed color according to the environment, blue eyes that shone like stars, and pale white hair that floated on top of his head like flames. If it were not for the wrinkles on his cheeks under his eyes, Danny would have thought that he was the brother of the previous deviant ghost. Jia Clang? That deviant ghost turned around and shouted at his remaining 4 companions. The deviant ghost on horseback showed obvious hesitation. Then, the deviant ghost who accepted the challenge pointed at Blackie, who was surrounded by shield men, then pointed at his own chest and said a few words with a voice as cold as ice. Be careful, he wants them to help him. Morona's expression changed as she reminded Danny loudly. What? They want to attack me together? Danny was shocked. She could not care less about acting cool anymore. She quickly turned around and ran back to hide in the shield formation. No, not attacking. The deviant ghost suddenly spoke in human language. Westeros common language. His tone was difficult, as if his vocal cords could not support such pronunciation. Duel fair, duel. The deviant ghost's neck muscles tensed up as he spoke slowly and loudly. At this time, 2 deviant ghosts on horseback also climbed down and surrounded the challengers with the other 2. Under the shocked gaze of Danny and the others, the 4 deviant ghosts each extended a palm and placed it on their companions' chests and backs. In an instant, a circle of ice and snow rose from the ground. It was misty and the snow danced in the air, enveloping the 5 deviant ghosts. Faint blue runes could be seen spreading on the ice crystal armor of the challengers like a spider web. Up it spread across their chests, shoulders, necks and heads. Down the runes spread across their abdomens, thighs, calves and ankles. Kacha. Visible to the naked eye, an ice helmet as thin as a cicada's wing gradually condensed on the head of the challengers. Their invisible armor also absorbed the ice and snow in the storm, covering them with a layer of sparkling ice armor. It seemed to be made of the same material as the ice sword that blocked the dragon flames. With the combined strength of the 4 deviant ghosts, they created a magical ice armor for the challengers. This ice armor lost its invisibility feature, and the deviant ghost's body was no longer faintly discernible. It stood proudly in front of Danny. The fireball of dragon flames reflected waves of red light on the deviant ghost's body, as if there was a mirror in front of it. The surrounding savages were almost dazzled. Duel? The Gundam version of the deviant ghost pointed its sword at the Dragon Queen. This deviant ghost was covered with a layer of sparkling and translucent ice from head to toe. Not only was its body size larger, its ice crystal armor was also very geometrically beautiful, a little like a well-defined Iron Man suit. To be fair, it was more beautiful than Tony's Mark battle suit. It was shiny and had a faint blue glow. When external light shone on it, it could even reflect a colorful halo. It was as if it was wearing a rainbow-colored robe. The deviant ghost is too cunning. It actually cheated and created an armor. Morona swallowed her saliva and looked at Danny. What do we do now? Whale and Solon have already brought people back to the crematorium. The night watchers have also secretly circled around and blocked the northeast side. It seems like it's time to launch an attack. Danny hesitated. The deviant ghost using a Gundam sounded terrifying. However, this was only a deviant ghost, and it was still many levels away from the Night King. If the dragon flames could not kill this deviant ghost, it would naturally lose its effect on the Night King. Without a doubt, The deviant ghost thought of the Megalosaurus as an imaginary enemy and planned to duel with her to test the strength and limits of the dragon flames. However, at the same time, Danny also wanted to know the deviant ghost's background and even find their weakness. I'll go and try. If I can't even deal with a small deviant ghost, how can I end the long night? Danny's gaze was firm and heroic. Hearing this, the dozens of shield-wielding savages felt their blood boil. They immediately shouted excitedly, "All hail the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen!" Danny waved her hand and lowered her voice. Word by word she said solemnly, "Always prepare for the worst. If things go wrong, you must immediately rush over to save me. Savages, evildoer, this king will take care of you." Danny held a fireball in her left hand and a fire sword in her right. She held her head high and chest out majestically. "Kakik," the deviant ghost said in a mocking tone. Then it turned into a rainbow and rushed towards Danny. With the addition of the ice armor, its movements were slower, but it was still nimble. "You're asking for death," Danny roared. She focused and the fireball in her hand shot out a dense rain of dragon flames. TSK. In just 1 or 2 seconds, more than 100 fire arrows hit the colorful ice armor. The other party didn't even raise her sword to block. The result was shocking. Other than being charred, there wasn't even a hole in the ice armor. Not even a drop of ice water melted. 7 levels of hell. The deviant ghost's ice armor is made of the same material as the ice sword. It's completely immune to dragon flames. Scholar Yamant exclaimed in shock. Nothing can be immune to dragon flames. The color of the armor has dimmed. Melisandre's red eyes were as deep as the abyss. Even though she didn't have binoculars, she could see more clearly than anyone else. Boom, a ring of fire exploded beside the Dragon Queen just like before. Just like the deviant ghost before, the Gundam deviant ghost also used a strange footwork. It rushed in front of Danny and suddenly turned to her left as if it was gliding. But when the ring of fire exploded, the result was very different. The Gundam deviant ghost didn't slash. Instead, it held its sword with both hands and slashed the dragon flames in front of it apart like butter. Of course, the dragon flames were invisible and couldn't be completely avoided. Boom, the bright red dragon flames exploded on the deviant ghost's body. The deviant ghost retreated. Discadithe, 2 shallow trenches were left on the ground by its feet. For the first time, the deviant ghost made a sound and left behind footprints when it moved. Crack crack. The crystal armor was charred. Starting from the shoulder armor, milky white lines cracked like a spider web. Boom. Like a tall full-length mirror being kicked to pieces by a boorish man, the dark ice armor on the Gundam deviant ghost suddenly exploded. Crystalline ice shards flew in all directions. The deviant ghost that lost its ice armor didn't stop moving at all. As soon as it stabilized itself, it immediately pounced on Danny like a whirlwind. It pounced on her directly. There was no zigzagging, no dodging, no hesitation, no mercy. For the first time, the deviant ghost rushed to the Dragon Queen's side and slashed with its sword. Danny raised her sword to block it. The blades clashed. Clang, the ice sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing clashed with the clear sky. However, it didn't produce the crisp sound of metal clashing. Instead, it was a sound that was at the edge of a human's hearing. It was high-pitched and sharp, like the cry of a dying beast. Ah! The barbarians nearby shook their heads sadly, as if trying to get rid of the poisonous snake-like noise in their ears. However, this was just the beginning. The Dragon Queen and the deviant ghost fought with speed. They didn't stop. The shadows of their swords flashed and the strange clang-clang-clang sounds could be heard continuously. The 2 swordsmen went back and forth, switching between attack and defense extremely fast. Their figures were like 2 afterimages, dazzling the barbarians. Coupled with the strange sounds of their weapons clashing, the barbarians felt dizzy and couldn't stand properly. They felt like vomiting. Blind Duosi's body went limp. He held onto his shield and vomited. Duosi was also a Chiliarch and was in charge of a small tribe. Blind was just a nickname because his eyes weren't that good. He wasn't really blind. Damn it, I can't even withstand the sounds of their battle? His eyes were filled with shock as he cursed in frustration. Chapter 330. The sword flashed and the figure moved. Roar. Suddenly, Danny let out an angry roar at the deviant ghost when the 2 swords clashed. It was a soul attack from a level 2 dragon spirit. Buzz, the deviant ghost shook his body as if he was drunk. But in this moment of distraction, Danny's sword had already pierced into his neck. Pissed, blue blood flowed down the blade, like ice water falling on red-hot steel, and evaporated into a cloud of mist. Sword, your sword. The deviant ghost lowered his head with difficulty, and his blue eyes looked at the black Valeglia steel sword in confusion. His body tilted and he fell to the ground dead. Starting from the wound on his neck, his flesh and bones quickly melted, leaving behind milky white glass-like bones, shining with a pale white light. Slowly, even the bones began to melt. Dwayne Johnson's strong body disappeared, and only a pool of cold liquid was left on the ground. This. Danny held the sword in front of her chest and observed it carefully. Other than some frost, there was not even a trace of blood and there was not even a scratch. Valeglia steel was indeed the bane of deviant ghosts. Long live the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen is brave, Dragon Queen is skilled in both magic and martial arts. Seeing the deviant ghost suddenly killed and seeing his body melt and disappear, the savages were shocked. After a moment of shock, they cheered wildly to express their excitement. Her Majesty won, Her Majesty defeated the deviant ghost. Yimon's heart dropped, and he shouted to the night watchers beside him with tears streaming down his face. The others did not care about his loss of composure, and they were even more excited than the old scholar. They all raised their hands and shouted, "Long live the Queen Danny Lilith, Her Majesty Danny Lilith is the champion of thousands." Even the deviant ghost was no match for her in swordsmanship. If it was me. Gordy Fallon had seen the fight between a deviant ghost and a human with his own eyes, and just as he tried to put himself in the situation, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was trembling in fear. Just as I expected, Paristan did not know martial arts, so he did not feel much. She defeated a few strong knights in the Honey River tournament. The crown of love and beauty is not an exaggeration, and defeating the deviant ghost is nothing. One-armed Tanner stared at him as if he was looking at an idiot. You really understood? Robert was no match for the deviant ghost when he was young, and you said it was nothing. That's impossible, right? The red-nosed old professor said in disbelief. You must not have seen their sword moves, right? It's too far. Old Eamon turned back and smiled bitterly. I didn't see it clearly even with the star observation mirror. It's okay, you barbarians, you must have seen the savages, right? Why are they covering their ears and avoiding the duel? Why? Old Tanner was confused. You can ask the savages later. One-armed Tanner shrugged. Normal people can't even get close to the battlefield, which means there are dangers we don't know about, and Robert definitely can't resist that kind of magic damage. Look, what are the 4 deviant ghosts doing? Bowen Marcy suddenly exclaimed. Ah, old Yimont also exclaimed, how is this possible? The deviant ghosts are actually bowing to Her Majesty Danny Rise. What? The night watchers were shocked. Not to mention the night watchers, even Danny under the Great Wall was a little surprised. After defeating the second deviant ghost, Danny did not have time to show off. She immediately rolled the dragon flame in Blackie's mouth into a fireball and held it in her hand, then looked at the 4 deviant ghosts in front of her vigilantly. They were passing through the thick frozen fog, and were collectively approaching her. Before Danny could ask, they stopped 8 meters away from her. 2 deviant ghosts on horseback dismounted, and the 4 deviant ghosts side by side knelt to her on one knee, and said a few words in a solemn tone. They are praising your bravery, Morona said in disbelief. The deviant ghosts admit defeat. They admit that the humans have won this duel. Why see? Danny's worry disappeared, and a proud expression immediately crept onto her face. Hey, ask them what the winner will get. Dragon Queen, what can the deviant ghosts get? Morona persuaded in a low voice. The deviant ghosts ignored them. They knelt on one knee, bowed their heads and stood up on their own. 2 of them climbed onto their horses and the other 2 walked. They turned around and entered the thick fog in the north, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Bastards, where do you think you're going? Danny was furious. It was fine if they did not get the spoils, but they did not even leave a single captive. They were too arrogant. Kill. She shouted and threw a big fireball into the frozen fog. Boom, flames spread and heat waves rolled. The deviant ghosts appeared on the ground again. Danny looked around and said to Doris, who had a bronze shield in his left hand and an iron axe in his right hand, Blind, be my servant and follow me to kill the enemies. Yes, Blind Doris was a Chiliarch and had the best shield and weapon. He became her second servant tonight. Dang 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 dang, beep 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 beep, kill the deviant ghosts. In the next moment, the sound of gongs and horns could be heard from all directions. The barbarians and rangers who were lying in ambush in the north and east started to light up their torches, and rushed towards the deviant ghosts with the wildfire led by Dragon Queen. The whole battlefield was filled with torches, and the sounds of warriors shouting could be heard everywhere. The deviant ghosts who were surrounded by the crowd seemed to have no way to escape. Howl, howl, howl. Suddenly, but it was within Danny's expectations. From the north came the sharp whistling sound of dozens of ice swords flying towards them. Tiske tiske tiske. In an instant, dozens of barbarians were skewered into frozen candied haws. The northern front line was emptied. The battle cries on the battlefield also stopped for a moment. The barbarians and night watchers were all stunned by the change. However, Danny had already guessed that the deviant ghosts would have reinforcements, and they also had the resolve to exchange their lives for theirs. A leader must be benevolent and cherish every one of his people. However, when necessary, he should not be afraid of sacrificing his subordinates. To put it bluntly, even if an ice sword could kill 3 warriors, 10 of them would only kill 30 people. However, as long as one deviant ghost was left behind, at least 1,000 people would be saved in the future. It was worth it. Kill, don't be afraid, I am with you, the true dragon is with you. Dragon Queen raised a big fireball, and led the charge under the protection of a group of shield soldiers. Charge with me. Kill the bastard deviant ghosts. Her shouts shook the sky. Hiss, Blackie roared, dispelling the last bit of fear in the barbarians and night watchers. Kill. A group of barbarians passed by Dragon Queen, and charged straight at the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts seemed to be a little confused. They did not expect the humans to be so desperate that they were not even afraid of ghosts. When the barbarians rushed over with torches, the ice swords in the hands of the 2 infantry deviant ghosts had not formed yet. Yes, each deviant ghost only had 1 ice sword. Throwing the ice swords felt good for a moment, but after throwing them away, they had to consume the power of ice to condense them again. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. A few torches were thrown at the infantry deviant ghosts, and the sound of charcoal falling into water could be heard. The deviant ghost riding on the horse beside them roared, and raised its wide and long ice sword, waving it in the shape of a huge crescent. The barbarians wailed and broken limbs flew everywhere. Blood spurted out and ice fog filled the air. Boom. Danny's eyes were cold. The dragon flame fireball turned into a thick pillar of fire, and directly hit the back of the cavalry deviant ghost. Kacha kacha boom. While flying in the air, the deviant ghost exploded into dozens of pieces. The juice that splashed out left a layer of frost on the ground and the barbarian's skin. Kill? She was multitasking. While she was turning the dragon flame from Blackie's mouth into a fireball, she was also waving her sword at the infantry deviant ghost that was killing the barbarians. At this moment he had already condensed an ice sword. Dang. The deviant ghost turned around, and the ridge of the ice sword happened to block Danny's stab. Kill? She activated her soul attack, and the dragon soul roared. The deviant ghost's body swayed, and the ice sword passed through the clear sky. It hit the deviant ghost's chest armor and it was stuck. Damn it, the deviant ghost's armor was actually so sturdy that it could even block Valeglia's steel. Danny cursed in her heart. Gah! The deviant ghost came back to its senses, and opened its mouth to let out a piercing screech. The ice sword in its hand slashed at Danny's shoulder. Blind Duos, who was acting as an attendant, immediately raised his shield to block it. Dang! The sword and shield collided, and a sharp and resounding sound was heard. A layer of frost condensed on the thick bronze shield, and then it split into 2 along with Blind's body. In Blind's chest that had been cut open, hot blood and slippery internal organs were emitting white steam as they slid to the ground. The second attendant of the Dragon Queen was dead. Wallachi. Without having the time to find a new attendant, Danny lowered her body and went under the deviant ghost's right arm. The tip of her sword deviated, and a shallow groove was drawn on the deviant ghost's invisible armor. The blade of the sword stuck close to the groove and slashed upwards. It was like an axe chopping firewood. It had the power to slow down, but it was unable to stop it. Chi. Blue blood spurted out, and the pale right arm that was holding the ice sword fell off. The deviant ghost let out a miserable cry that did not sound like a human's howl, and staggered backwards. At this moment, the fireball in Blackie's mouth flew over. She used her left hand to catch the fireball. Not dead. Seeing that the deviant ghost's severed arm was only bleeding and not melting, Danny was delighted. She shouted, "Tie him up, use ropes and chains to pin him down. Catch him." As she shouted, she even kicked the deviant ghost's lower abdomen. When the deviant ghost staggered and fell to the ground, 4 to 5 barbarians immediately pounced over. Ouch, it's freezing me to death. The spearwoman who was holding down the deviant ghost's left leg cried out and spat out a stream of white mist. Use a shield. I had already guessed that this cold-blooded bastard would be very cold. On the other side, the barbarian who was holding down the deviant ghost's head with a wooden shield laughed out loud. Danny walked a few steps to the spearwoman's side and waved her sword continuously, cutting off the deviant ghost's 2 calves and the other elbow from its joints. Blue blood splattered everywhere, and the barbarian once again cried out in pain from the cold. Leave a 10-man team behind and look after him. Then Danny called out to the barbarians beside her. She chose a large barbarian who was holding a huge oak shield to be her third attendant. Together, they ran towards the deviant ghost cavalry that was slaughtering the deviant ghost cavalry. After getting close, Danny had the illusion that she was watching the arcade game Romance of the Three Kingdoms. At the start of the game, she picked up the heavenly sword from the horse and quickly swung the arrow keys. Pressing A, she slashed at the soldiers who were surrounding her. The light of the sword flashed, and the barbarians howled as they were cut into 2. The wooden shields and bronze swords were all unable to block it. When they met the ice sword, they were immediately cut into 2 or frosted and suddenly exploded into dozens of metal shards. The barbarians were also very brave. They advanced dauntlessly wave after wave. Some of them squatted down to cut off the horse's legs, some of them held torches and greeted the deviant ghost. Then they were all cut into 2 by the deviant ghost. In fact, there were a few times when the deviant ghost's warhorse was ignited. Deviant ghosts were not easily flammable, but the resurrected deviant ghosts were very flammable. But every time the warhorse was on fire, the deviant ghost would emit a cold air from its body and extinguish the flames. Fire snake. Danny ran quickly. When she was 5 meters away from the deviant ghost cavalry, she shouted in a low voice. A bright red fire snake that was as thick as a wrist and 7 to 8 meters long shot out from the fireball in her hand. It slithered through the gaps between the barbarians' heads, causing their hair to be burnt. Finally, it arrived in front of the deviant ghost and wrapped around its waist like an immortal rope. Chapter 331. Fire Snake. Danny bellowed. A bright red fire snake that was 7 to 8 meters long flew out of the fireball in her hand. The fire snake zigzagged through the gaps above the barbarians' heads and wrapped around the waist of the deviant ghost who was on a killing spree. It was like the immortal tying rope catching demons. However, the deviant ghost was not an ordinary demon. In the dark frozen fog, the fire snake was too bright, too hot, and too eye-catching. It was impossible for him not to notice it. The deviant ghost stepped on the stirrups and flew towards the fire snake. In the air, the 2.5-meter-long ice sword in his hand stirred up a cold ice whirlwind. The deviant ghost's figure just happened to fly past the broken part of the deviant ghost's body. Seeing this, Danny let out a proud smile. In the next moment, the 2 halves of the fire rope turned into 2 new fire snakes and suddenly rolled backwards, one on the left and one on the right, coiling around the arms of the deviant ghost like chains. Ow! The deviant ghost let out a sharp cry. Its body that was flying in the air tumbled and fell. Danny's sword was like the wind. The smoky black blade stirred up 2 sword flowers at the deviant ghost's legs at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly. Chi-chi, the 2 calves that were connected to the feet fell off the deviant ghost's body. Blue blood splattered on Danny's helmet and shoulder armor. However, it was different from leaving a large piece of frost on the barbarians' bodies. It was like clear water falling into a red-hot iron pot. The blue blood sizzled and evaporated into a cloud of white steam, disappearing into the night air. There was no burnt or fishy smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance of mint and jasmine. Crack crack. At this time, the immortal tying rope wrapped around the deviant ghost's arms also burned through the pale skin, milky white flesh, and crystal bones. The deviant ghost was like a broken porcelain doll. There were uneven gaps and grayish-white cracks on the remaining parts of its arms. The deviant ghost's starry blue eyes also dimmed. It was like a phone that had consumed 85% of its battery and entered battery-saving mode. Tie him up. Leaving this sentence, Danny quickly rushed towards the 4th deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts were intelligent. When they saw that the situation was not good, they did not intend to fight to the death. When Danny was tormenting the other 3 deviant ghosts, the remaining infantry deviant ghost retreated into the frozen fog, hid its body and quickly fled to the north. Of course, at this moment there were people everywhere. While he was escaping, he was constantly being chased and obstructed by the barbarians. His figure could not completely disappear from everyone's eyes. Rushing to the north, Danny found that the situation was a little bad. She didn't know how many deviant ghosts were hiding in the forest, and more than 1,000 corpse ghosts had run out. Right in front of Danny, a direwolf ghoul the size of a small pony pounced on a barbarian. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and the barbarian's head was sucked into its mouth like a pair of pliers. Red and white bits of flesh and hair spilled out like tofu pudding. On the other side, there was a huge bear with rotten fur and bones visible in its brown rotting flesh. It swung its paw, bringing with it a gust of wind. Bang! A savage was crushed into a pool of red juicy flesh. White bear, direwolf, mammoth, normal wild wolf, shadow lynx, cheetah. Danny even saw a black and white striped sea snake that was 20 meters long. Their eyeballs were all glowing with a faint blue light. They were all corpse ghosts. Hundreds and thousands of giants, barbarians and ferocious beast corpse ghosts were slaughtering the barbarians and rangers. Broken limbs flew everywhere, blood dyed the ground, and cries of agony could be heard everywhere. The brave warriors who died in battle quickly opened their blue eyes, got up, and slashed their former comrades with their swords. Danny did not say a word. With a gloomy face, she split open fire arrows and shot them at the approaching corpse ghosts. Whoosh whoosh. A fire arrow landed on the bear's face, and immediately ignited a huge fire. Whoosh 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 1 2 3. 7 to 8 consecutive fire arrows were all dodged by the direwolf ghoul nimbly. In the end, the beast even came close and pounced at Danny like lightning. The two shield bearers immediately raised their shields to cover their faces, and stood in front of the dragon queen. Bam! Dizzy. Danny thrust her sword through the gap between the shields, and tapped the rotting wolf corpse's chest. Whoosh! The blue light in the wolf's eye sockets extinguished, and its strong and sturdy body fell limply. Rotten flesh and broken bones scattered everywhere, and the stench of a corpse spread out. Other than the direwolf ghoul that was too nimble, the other ferocious beast corpse ghosts would be ignited by the third fire arrow even if they could dodge 1 or 2 fire arrows. As her fire arrows rained down, the dragon flame fireballs were exhausted one after another. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a fiery hell. Corpses that were 3 to 5 feet long in flames were everywhere, and the air was filled with black smoke and the stench of burnt flesh. Thick smoke billowed, flames blazed, and corpses were everywhere. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air, and it was like hell on earth. Danny stood at the edge of the fiery hell, looking at the dense ghost shadow forest in the north, her expression uncertain. Should we charge in? The commander of the East Sea Watch, Carter Pike, rode on his horse, eager to give it a try. I'm familiar with this forest. The rangers had also suffered heavy losses. There were more than 100 of them that had left the city gate, but now there were only about 60 left. In just half an hour of chaotic battle, they had lost 30 to 40% of their men. However, the survival rate of the rangers had always been low. Counting from the time the new recruits joined the army, the average number of survivors was less than half of the total number. Therefore, Carter Pike and his group of rangers were still able to maintain their fighting spirit. There's no way to chase them. Morona looked at the 100 or so exhausted savage warriors around her and said in a low voice, "The terrain in the forest is complicated, and the deviant ghosts can turn invisible. They might be ambushed." That deviant ghost ran away. Danny said unwillingly. Out of the 6 deviant ghosts, 2 died in the battle, 1 was burned to death by her, and 2 were captured by her after she cut off its limbs. The remaining infantry deviant ghost took advantage of the chaos to hide in the group of ghouls and escaped. The deviant ghost that had thrown the ice swords had been hiding in the forest, controlling the ghouls from a distance and did not come out. So what if it ran away? This is an unprecedented victory. We killed thousands of ghouls and even captured 2 white ghouls. Before this we have never killed a white ghoul. However, the freedmen also suffered heavy losses. The deviant ghosts that were burned to death were all our companions a day ago. The high elephant wiped away the pieces of flesh between his whiskers. He looked excited and sad. Oh. Whoa. Suddenly, 3 melodious and loud horns sounded from the Great Wall. The 3 horns represented the invasion of deviant ghosts. What's going on? Where are the deviant ghosts? Carter Pike turned around in surprise. Danny was stunned for a moment. She asked the savage shield soldiers who were guarding Dahe to move aside. She climbed onto the dragon's back and said to the savages and rangers around her, "Take care of the captives, especially the 2 white ghouls. Other than deviant ghosts, Danny also asked the savages to capture 20 ghouls and a ghoul wolf. The ghouls that did not have weapons could only attack with their teeth and nails. However, they were not infected by the virus, so their real lethality was not terrifying. Of course, the premise was that they did not have an absolute advantage in numbers. When the ghouls were almost cleared out by the Dragon Queen, dozens of savages raised their shields and pounced forward. They easily pinned the ghouls down and put them in chains. Hula! Hula! Dahe kicked hard with its hind legs and flapped its wide fleshy wings to leap into the sky. It flew in circles and increased its altitude before landing lightly on the Great Wall. Danny exchanged glances with Erlu, who had a gloomy expression and was clenching his teeth. She smiled. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it nice? Actually, the feeling of killing deviant ghosts with your own hands is even better. You should give it a try. Crack, crack, crack. Stannis glared at Danny and ground his teeth. Your Majesty, something happened to the Suicide Squad. Old Yimont hurried over and interrupted the awkward confrontation between the two kings. Suicide Squad? Danny quickly turned her head and looked towards the north. It was completely dark. She could not see anything. The next moment she entered dragon spirit mode. Dahe stretched its neck and looked towards the north. Sparks of fire rose in the forest. Adjusting its dragon eyes, the lens gradually zoomed in. More than a dozen raging flames were burning 8 kilometers away from the haunted forest. The treetops were set ablaze. Thick smoke billowed as the flames soared into the sky. I saw a red light in the distance through the star observation mirror. It seems to be at the place where the Suicide Squad set up their hunting spots. Actually, there were flames an hour ago. But you were dueling with deviant ghosts at that time, so we did not dare to disturb you, old Yimont said. What a vicious deviant ghost. Not only did it ambush the savages' camp, it also wants to eat the Suicide Squad. Danny cursed. She rode Dahe and jumped down from the Great Wall. She drew an arc in the air and quickly flew towards the north with Little White. Well, although Little White did not directly participate in tonight's battle, it had been playing the role of the global eagle. In the foggy night, Danny ran around the battlefield. Wherever the ghouls gathered, she would go to provide support. But she was never surrounded. It was all thanks to Little White's help to open up the map. There were more deviant ghosts than expected. While Danny sat by the fire and chatted with Barristan, Alma, and the others, the deviant ghosts had quietly crossed the Suicide Squad's diamond-shaped defense line. Along the way, they revived the savages' corpses in the forest and headed south to attack the new savages' camp. At that time, the 2 dragons were within the range of the Suicide Squad's hunting spots. Danny knew nothing about the deviant ghost's movements. Fortunately, Dahe's ears were sharp. It heard the sound of the horn 7 or 8 miles away. But when Danny rode her dragon to support the savages at the Great Wall, another wave of deviant ghosts attacked the Suicide Squad. With the help of the concealment armor that blended perfectly with the environment, the deviant ghosts silently approached the 5-man ranger squad and killed them. Of course, Danny did not make a low-level mistake. When she rode Dahe to the Great Wall, Little White was still hovering above the Suicide Squad's hunting spot. At that time, Danny was still unsure of what had happened at the Great Wall. She did not immediately recall Little White. When she discovered that the deviant ghosts were attacking the camp and she decided to support the Great Wall, she asked Little White to send a signal to the Suicide Squad, a dragon's roar. Just like how the Night Watchers used the sound of the horn to transmit information, before the Suicide Squad set off, Danny had also created a message code for the dragon's roar. One dragon's roar meant that a hunting spot had encountered a deviant ghost and everyone had to be careful. 2 dragons' roars meant that 2 or more hunting spots had encountered a deviant ghost and the queen was unable to support the rest of the hunting spots. If the deviant ghost wanted to leave the hunting spot, it would jump down and do something crazy to attract the deviant ghost's attention. 3 dragons' roars meant that the battle line had collapsed. The Dragon Queen and the 4 ranger squads could no longer take care of them. Suicide Squad members, good luck. 4 dragons' roars meant that something unexpected had happened. The hunting plan had been abandoned, and everyone had entered emergency combat, life-saving, mode. Danny did not expect deviant ghosts to attack the Great Wall. The unexpected situation was not specified. But preparedness meant success and unpreparedness meant failure. Danny finally prepared for the worst. After all, the name of this squad explained everything, the Suicide Squad. Then Little White roared 4 times. The other 3 ranger squads immediately abandoned their posts and rushed to Barristan's location. Barristan's location was at the center of the diamond-shaped formation and was the closest to the Great Wall. Chapter 332. Tonight, the barbarians suffered heavy losses. Tonight, the other ghosts suffered heavy losses. Tonight, there were several great heroes who killed the other ghosts. Besides Dany, Barristan, Jon Snow, and Alma each killed a white ghost. Well, white ghosts, not ghouls. The corpses in the diamond-shaped formation were collected by the Suicide Squad and piled under the trees. The other ghosts could not harvest the corpses with chains. Therefore, the other ghosts who sneaked into the hunting area could only fight hand-to-hand. Of course, the other ghosts were not afraid of fighting. When the 5 other ghosts approached the small hill where the White Knights were stationed, they were faced with 19 vigilant rangers and a White Knight armed to the teeth. The key was that since Dany dared to lead the team to capture the other ghosts, she would definitely equip them with the other ghosts' weapons. It was impossible for everyone to have a steel sword, but there were many dragon crystal daggers and arrows in the Night Watcher's warehouse. Sam came back with a female barbarian and a bastard son. He also brought back a big bag of dragon crystal weapons. In the afternoon, after Sam told everyone that the dragon crystal daggers had a special effect on other ghosts, Bo and Maxie immediately cleaned up the Night Watcher's warehouse and found a big box of dragon crystal weapons in a dusty corner. There was no doubt that Dark Castle had many dragon crystal weapons. First of all, dragon crystal sounded awesome, but it was actually obsidian that could be mined from volcanoes. Although rare, it was not rare. The key was that it could not be mass-produced. Secondly, the Night Watchers had a history of nearly 10,000 years. They had experienced 2 long nights and had rich experience in dealing with other ghosts. At least, the Night Watchers were like this thousands of years ago. A long time ago, the Night Watchers had consciously stored many dragon crystal weapons. Finally, before the Undulls came, the Children of the Forest would send a batch of dragon crystal weapons to the Night Watchers every year. This process lasted for at least 2,000 years. As for whether the dragon crystals from thousands of years ago could be kept until now, the 19 cities on the Great Wall, including Dark Castle, Eastwatch, and Shadow Tower, had all existed when the Great Wall was first built. In other words, Dark Castle had a history of at least 8,000 years. Its underground warehouse had also existed for 8,000 years. There were even many materials from 8,000 years ago. Well, if you look carefully, you might find an 8,000-year-old ham. The warehouse was under the Great Wall, and it was colder than an ice cellar. If they went to the Dark Castle, they would find countless relics that were 8,000 years old, including the Commander's Tower where Erlu lived and the King's Tower where Dany lived. These towers had been built long ago, but they were renamed in the last 200 years. The fireplace that the Dragon Queen had been using for the past few days was also an antique with 8,000 years of history. Alright, I digress. The dragon crystal weapons that the Night Watchers had prepared were definitely not enough to deal with the long night ahead, but it was enough to fight a battle of attrition. The Suicide Squad was equipped with dragon crystal scimitars, short swords, and at least 1 dagger. At the same time, they were also equipped with crossbows and bows. The arrows were all dragon crystal arrowheads. When the 5 deviant ghosts quietly approached the Ranger Squad, they were faced with a group of fierce men wielding dragon crystal weapons. The bows and crossbows were fired at the same time. In just one wave, 4 of the 5 deviant ghosts were hit by the arrows. The arrows fell on the armor and made clanking sounds. However, as long as the arrows hit the arms, necks, cheeks, and other parts of the body that were exposed outside the armor, they would immediately bleed profusely. They would be injured just like normal people who were hit by arrows. Well, the deviant ghosts could not be hurt by iron, bronze, or wood weapons. However, if the dragon crystal and Valeglia steel did not hit the vital parts, they could not kill the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghost whose neck was shot by Alma struggled for a moment before turning into a pool of cold liquid. In close combat, Barristan used his sword to stab the deviant ghost whose cheek was scratched to death. The remaining 3 saw that the situation was not good and retreated. Or rather, they strategically moved. When they realized that their sneak attack had failed, the deviant ghosts directly summoned the corpse ghosts. Other than the barbarians who died in the hands of the Deer Association during the day, the deviant ghosts had been searching for corpses beyond the Great Wall. Barbarians, giants, mammoths, seals, wolves, large sea snakes, and so on. As long as the corpses were not burned, even skeletons were their targets. Then the Suicide Squad met with a tragedy. Where did the Dragon Queen go? Ygritte shot an arrow and killed a corpse ghost that was pouncing on the fire. She asked loudly for the umpteenth time. Something must have happened at the Great Wall. Jon's forehead was covered in sweat. He swung his sword and killed the corpse ghost that was pouncing on him. He said without turning his head, "Hold on for a little longer. Even if Her Majesty Dany Rise is held back, The deviant ghosts will retreat when the sun comes out. When the gong sounded for the first time, the squad of rangers who had killed 2 white ghosts and had their confidence boosted immediately rode their horses to provide support. Then they saved John, Elisa, and Yergrit, who were being chased by the ice spiders. Well, John, who was at the northernmost end, was the first to be attacked. The ones who attacked them were not corpse ghosts, but 2 deviant ghosts riding ice spiders. Again, if hiding in the trees was useful, the long night would not be called the apocalyptic disaster. Even Yesora High was once chased by the ice spiders. There were such stories in the northern land, Asia, the barren land, and the western continent of Ursus. Before forging the light emissary, Yesora High challenged the deviant ghosts many times and ended in failure. His long sword shattered like thousands of pieces of ice crystals. In the end, he could only flee with the broken sword. The deviant ghosts rode ice spiders the size of hounds and chased the last hero. The 2 deviant ghosts rode on the huge ice spiders, followed by a large group of small spiders the size of hounds. They directly pounced on the iron tree under John. The ice spiders did not have the speed of the apes, but they could quickly climb the tree trunk and chase after John. The 2 deviant ghosts each rode a big spider, followed by 20 small spiders. In the process of approaching John, they stepped on traps, pits, and hunting nets. They lost 6 spiders killed by John and the others with arrows. The ice spiders were living magic creatures. After death they could be resurrected by the deviant ghost. But the dragon crystal arrows could really kill them. The first to be targeted was John. He was the fiercest and killed 2 ice spiders by himself. If it was not for Yergrit, John would have died in this wave. If he died, he would become a corpse ghost and could not be resurrected. The Dragon Queen would not have to worry about her nephew rebelling. The female savage changed from a corpse guard to a dead person. She climbed down from the tree trunk and cursed at the deviant ghosts, crazily attracting aggro. The ice spiders that were approaching John changed their direction and pounced on the red-haired woman. Fortunately, the ranger team was close enough. It was a straight line distance of 300 meters, so they rushed over in 5 minutes. After that, John and Yergrit combined their sword and arrow to kill an ice spider knight. After another deviant ghost escaped on the ice spider, Baristan made a prompt decision. There was an error in the intelligence. Hiding in the treetops was no longer safe. He immediately lit up the treetops, gave up on the hunting spots, and gathered all the suicide squad together. Because there was no signal set to gather the suicide squad, the ranger could only lead John and the other 2 to the next hunting spot. 2 hours later, the treetops of the 20 hunting spots were lit up, and all the suicide squad members gathered together. They used the oil cans that they carried with them to burn the tree trunks, forming a loose defensive line on the small hill. Well, at this time there were only 34 people left in the suicide squad. The 66 warriors were either killed by the ice spiders at the hunting spots or killed by the corpse ghosts after joining the ranger team. Around the small mound, there were hundreds and thousands of corpse ghosts. Some of them had just died, including the suicide squad members who were killed. Some had rotten skin and swollen muscles, some had died for a few years, most of their flesh had fallen off, and some were just a skeleton. It was a combination of zombies and undead calamity. The cold fog was mixed in with the strong wind, blowing towards the hill. The hope in the hearts of the suicide squad was like the flames in the bonfire in front of them, extinguishing bit by bit. The White Knight gave up on defense. He held his sword with both hands and slashed left and right. Like a high-horsepower cutting machine, he brought about a rain of blood among the corpse ghosts. The corpse ghosts constantly hit him with their claws, bronze knives, and wooden spears, but other than a series of banging sounds, the old knight's body shook a few times without any damage. There were even deviant ghosts who threw ice swords to attack him, hitting him in the middle of the back, sending the tall old knight flying 3 to 4 meters into the corpse ghosts. At that time, John and the others thought that fearless Baristan had finally ended his legendary life in the hands of the deviant ghosts. Who knew that the old man would roar like a tiger, rolling on the ground and waving his long sword. The rotten thighs of the corpse ghosts were like wheat in the field, and a large area was cut off. When there was room to struggle, the old knight quickly got up and continued to fight. Other than a layer of light blue frost on his back, there was almost no damage. He was the only one who took on almost a quarter of the defensive pressure for the suicide squad. He was extremely brave and fierce. Hold on, Her Majesty Danny Rise will be here soon. The White Knight retreated into the crowd and encouraged everyone loudly. Swoosh, suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the corpse ghosts. It jumped more than 2 meters high and landed directly on the White Knight's head. It was a boy of 7 or 8 years old. His eyes shone with a faint blue light, and his 2 skinny little hands were holding his helmet and pulling it with all his might. "Ygritte!" John shouted. Whoosh! The red-haired girl immediately drew her bow and shot the ghost child who had attacked the old knight, turning it into a few pieces of broken corpse. "This is already the 5th one. The deviant ghosts are too smart." The red-haired girl shouted in shock and anger. "You Tin Woodman, be careful. There aren't many dragon crystal arrows left." "Enough." Barristan suddenly stopped and looked up with a smile. "Her Majesty is here." "She's here?" Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They looked up and saw a small red dot rising above their heads. "What's that?" Just as they were wondering, the red dot expanded rapidly. It was the size of a bowl, the size of a basin. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more obvious. The crimson light drove the dark fog nearby. It was as if the sun had risen and red light covered the ground. In just a few seconds, the sky near the hills changed from the darkness before dawn to the rising sun. The scenery within a few hundred meters was enveloped in red light. Even the maggots frozen to death on the corpse ghost's teeth could be seen clearly. "7 gods above, what is this?" Sir Elisa murmured. "The gods have answered our prayers and sent down divine punishment to punish the deviant ghosts." Alma glared. "The sun has come out early." The red-haired girl shouted. That's Her Majesty." The white knight mumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sun fell from the sky, and the crimson sun smashed straight down on everyone's heads. A hot gust of wind blew through the sky, and the frozen fog brought by the deviant ghost was blown away. It's coming down. Run." Someone shouted. "Don't run. Quick, climb down." The white knight shouted. Suddenly the falling great sun suddenly expanded, pulling the round dough into a donut. This time the old knight didn't need to shout. Everyone knew what the Dragon Queen meant. She was hiding in the donut. Boom boom boom, starting from 500 meters in the air, the donut grew bigger and bigger. By the time it landed on the ground, it had formed a ring of fire with a diameter of 30 meters, inside, and 50 meters, outside. There was no explosion, only a ring of burning, 3-foot-tall dragon flames. Chapter 333. Gulp. Looking at the ghouls burning in the dragon flames, John swallowed hard. This is fire control, gods. He had become a shadow-binding knight and could learn shadow, blood, and fire magic. John had read the Tam's notes that the Dragon Queen had given him, but he did not learn any blood witchcraft. He did not dare to learn. That ghost story book really scared him. The person involved, Demigod Tam, even replaced all the weird spirits, deviant ghosts and demons in Old Nan's story, and became John's most terrifying nightmare. After becoming a shadow-binding knight, he gradually familiarized himself with his wolf spirit talent and found by Ling. He also activated the Valeglia Steel Inheritance Plate, Lisbon's, and learned the same fire control magic as Danny. So, he understood where this bread circle that protected them came from. The deviant ghosts have retreated. Look, the dead people outside have all retreated into the forest. Ygritte got up from the ground and pointed at the ghouls outside the fire circle and shouted excitedly. The deviant ghosts have retreated. We have survived. We have won. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live the true dragon. The others saw this and cheered excitedly. Danny did not land. She only left the white dragon here to monitor the suicide squad and rode the black dragon back to the Great Wall. It was still dark. She did not dare to land the dragon in the ghost forest. There were only 30 suicide squads left, and none of them had shields. If there were deviant ghosts hiding in the forest and shooting flying swords at Big Black, she would be an idiot. Back at the Dark Castle, Big Black found a place to land on the Great Wall and monitor the savage camp below. She leaned against the warm wings and dozed off, entering the dragon dream. She let Big Black work while she checked the meditation foundation of the belt in the dragon dream. After absorbing the souls of the 3 deviant ghosts, the belt's area had expanded by 1/5. Other than her multitasking skills becoming stronger, she did not feel any obvious benefits. However, the strange connection between the deviant ghosts and the Green Prophet made her surprised. Why did the deviant ghost souls have the same origin as the Green Prophet and could even complete the meditation runes? It seemed that she had to find a chance to talk to Melisandre again. The deviant ghosts seemed to have retreated. Danny slept on Dahe's back for more than 3 hours. When the sun rose, there were no more deviant ghosts outside the city. After instructing Bowen and Marcy to keep an eye on the captured deviant ghosts, Danny, who had just woken up, rode her dragon to the haunted forest once again. Early in the morning, the golden sunlight shone on their faces. The 34 members of the Suicide Squad snuggled together and slept soundly. Well, when they saw the white dragon hovering above their heads, they knew that their safety was under the protection of the Megalosaurus. Everyone was at ease and didn't even arrange for someone to be on night duty. Hiss! Blackie roared and landed on the scorched and cracked soil of the mound. The savages and the night watchers rubbed their eyes and stood up. "Your Majesty, you're here?" White Knight greeted. "Let's get ready to go back," Danny said loudly. "What happened at the Great Wall last night?" John asked. A dozen deviant ghosts led thousands of ghouls to attack the camp of the barbarians outside the Great Wall. "What?" the savages exclaimed. They quickly gathered around and asked, "What's the situation? How many died?" "It's a bit bad," Danny said with a sour expression. Before she came, Whale had already reported the losses of the camp to her. 5 of the 12 Kiliarchs had died in battle. Nearly 1,000 raiders and spearwomen had died. These were the true elites of the barbarians. Other than the warriors, 400 to 500 ordinary people had died. Before Danny arrived, the camp had already fallen. They had all died then. About 1,500 people. More than 30 night watchers died as well, she said. "Only 30? Yedrit raised her voice and shouted, "Are the crows hiding inside the Great Wall? How many rangers do we have?" "The elites have all joined the Suicide Squad. Dark Castle has already done its best to send out 100 riders," John said with a frown. "Where's Stannis?" White Knight asked with a frown. "He's watching from the top of the Great Wall." Danny was relieved to see the dissatisfaction and anger on everyone's faces. "All right, let's pack up and leave. This damned forest is not a place for the living to stay," she said as she clapped her hands. "What about the ghouls? Are we not going to capture them?" "We can at least go to the hunting grounds and escort the chained ghouls back," Sir Mallister suggested. "I captured 2 deviant ghosts and dozens of ghouls last night." "The Suicide Squad's mission was completed by accident," Danny said. "There are also ice spiders." "I caught 2 ice spiders over there," a night watcher said with a frightened expression. "The 7 hells. I didn't expect the stories to be true. Deviant ghosts are really riding ice spiders in the forest to capture the living. Sigh, even the white ghosts have come out. Ice spiders are nothing." Alma smacked his lips and said worriedly, "Among the ghouls that surrounded us last night, many of them were skeletons that had been dead for decades. Think about it, how many Westeros have died in the past few decades?" "Ice spiders." Danny frowned. She had never seen that thing before, but she thought that it was a legendary creature unique to this world, just like the shadow lynx and the direwolf. The deviant ghosts are not stupid. If there really were ice spiders caught in the beast-catching net, they would have been rescued by now. John shook his head. He guessed right. 2 dragons soared in the sky. Danny and a group of Suicide Squad members went south and left the ghost forest. There were 14 horses left. Other than the seriously injured, Her Majesty the Queen was also given a horse. Not long after the group of 35 people went south, they came across a hunting ground. Not to mention the ice spiders in the net, even the ghouls that were chained up were gone. The treetops were burned, and the trunk at the top was charred black with faint green smoke lingering around. The beast-catching net hanging on the branches was torn into pieces. The net was woven with iron wire, and even an iron sword could not cut it. The chain was still wrapped around the tree stump, but the black iron handcuffs that bound the ghouls at the other end were broken into a dozen pieces, and the fragments were covered with light blue frost. "Hiss, so cold." Sir Elisa squatted by the tree trunk, picked up a piece and shivered, then threw it away. Danny walked over and picked up a piece. Feeling the abnormal chill, she sighed. The deviant ghost's ice sword can cut through bronze and ordinary iron swords. Dragon crystals are too brittle, and Valeglia steel is too rare. In the future, when facing the deviant ghost army, it's best to take advantage of the terrain and use dragon crystal arrows to shoot down from above. Yes, I killed 1 deviant ghost with 1 arrow. 1 dragon crystal arrow for 1 deviant ghost, it's too worth it. Alma said proudly. I also killed 1. Yrgrat smiled, revealing a mouthful of uneven white teeth. With John, he blocked the deviant ghost's ice sword, and I used a bow to sneak attack. Your Majesty, don't you think that the deviant ghost last night was a little strange? John asked with a frown. Danny thought for a moment, then said, Deviant ghosts have intelligence and can speak. They're very smart. Even if they're as smart as humans, our hunting plan was perfect. It shouldn't have failed completely, John said. Danny's expression was serious. What are you trying to say? Our plan was leaked and there's a traitor in the suicide squad? John, are you suspecting us Friedman? Yergrit's flat nose was crooked from anger. No. John hurriedly shook his head. There's definitely no problem with the suicide squad, but we passed by many barbarian camps last night. What evidence do you have? The Friedmen all know that I'm willing to accept them. Even if they go to the other side of the narrow sea with an uncertain future, it's still better than relying on deviant ghosts. I don't know what they think, but... John spat out a name with an ugly expression. Cast. Hearing that, even the indignant Yergrit started to feel conflicted. Cast sacrificed the baby boy to the frost god, and the deviant ghost protected his family from being harassed. Your Majesty, the relationship between the barbarians and deviant ghosts is much deeper than you think, and it has a longer history, John said. Danny glanced at the silent barbarians and asked, You all know about Cast sacrificing himself to the evil god? Cast is different from us and he never interacts with us, a barbarian warrior with messy red hair said. When did he start sacrificing deviant ghosts? Why didn't you kill that scum? Danny asked. Dragon Queen, sacrificing to the frost god has always been a tradition of some freedman tribes, because the frost god is also an old god, Yergrit argued. Damn it. Danny cursed. She understood that John's guess was not baseless. Aren't you afraid that deviant ghosts will cause a long night? Baristan said in disbelief. We've worshipped it for thousands of years and nothing happened, a barbarian mumbled. In the dark forest there was snow everywhere. The air was cold and damp, with a moldy smell of rotten branches and leaves. The ground covered with brown sentinel leaves and withered grass was as soft as a blanket. The sunlight passed through thousands of layers of branches and leaves, finally casting spots of light on the shoulders of the pedestrians. Avoiding a large rock and stepping on ankle-deep puddles, the suicide squad moved forward with difficulty. They had only walked 4 kilometers in an hour and it was not a straight line either. They took many turns in search of a wide and flat beast path. The gloomy atmosphere made everyone lose the mood to chat. Wu Bailing, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly stopped at the top of a hill and growled softly. What's wrong? John was startled. He hurriedly whipped his horse forward and climbed up the gentle slope. Looking down, he cried out in alarm, Careful, there's a dead man ahead. Deviant ghosts? Yergrit had a bough hanging in front of her chest. The leaves rustled on her sheepskin clothes as she ran to John's side. Don't worry, the red-haired girl turned around and shouted to the suicide squad, It's an internal conflict between the free tribes, not deviant ghosts. There was once a giant tree to the east of the hill. It was unknown if the tree trunk was struck by lightning and burned to the ground, leaving only a thick tree stump. At this time, there was a circle of pits dug around the tree stump. A dozen dead barbarians lay in the pits. The thick tree stump in the middle was half charred. The corpses were naked and the charcoal fire was extinguished. It could be guessed that a group of barbarians were hiding here, burning the tree stump for warmth, but they were tragically killed this morning. They were wounded by swords but they did not turn into zombies. Their clothes were also stripped. Yergrit said angrily, Someone stole their clothes and food. So these are the barbarians? Elisa's sarcasm attracted a dozen pairs of burning eyes. John squatted down in front of a pale female barbarian. He gently squeezed her swollen breast with his right hand, and 2 white balls of milk flowed out. Before Yergrit could question him, he quickly said, This is a spearwoman who just gave birth, but there are no baby corpses here. Let your direwolf search for the murderer's scent, Danny said with a frown. John whispered into Bailing's ear. The direwolf with white hair and red eyes began to howl towards the east and south. Are we going? John looked up and asked. Let's go and take a look. We have to figure out what the free people are planning. 100,000 people escaped. If we leave them alone. Danny shook her head and did not continue. The others immediately understood her concern. Adults turned into zombies and babies turned into deviant ghosts. Hiss, Little White obeyed her call and descended from the sky, landing beside the pit. Dragon flames raged and quickly burned the corpses into torches. Chapter 334. The haunted forest was cold and damp. Ice grew out of the iron tree's trunks and hung down from the bare gray branches. The direwolf, Witty, charged through the bushes, causing snowflakes to fly everywhere. John and Yergrit were not slow and followed closely behind. They climbed up a small hill, then rushed down a slope and came to the forest in front of them. The dire wolf howled softly. John and Snowly shouted to the team behind them, "Something's wrong." Downhill, away from the sun, the trees were sparse and short. Red blood splashed on the trampled snow, but there were no corpses nearby. The old ranger, Alma, squatted in the snow where half a person's body was. He pinched a dark red blood clot with his fingers and said in surprise, "The blood has just coagulated and there's a lot of blood. This person might have died and then got up. Deviant ghost, be careful. I suspect that there's a deviant ghost chasing after this group of people." A wail came from deep in the forest. It was shrill and loud, but it stopped abruptly. Witty crouched and assumed an attacking posture, howling in the direction of the sound. "There's a deviant ghost in front." John was surprised. "It's already daytime and the sun is out. Shouldn't the deviant ghost be hiding?" Danny frowned and looked around the dark forest. Deviant ghosts are afraid of sunlight. Moving in the day might make them uncomfortable, but this damn place is deep in the forest and it's hard to see sunlight. "Then should we continue chasing?" John asked. "Yes. John, Yurgrit, Alma, Sir Baristan, Sir Elisa, the 5 of you will be the vanguard. Immediately enter the forest and stop the deviant ghost. It's best if you can leave a few savages alive. I want to know if the deviant ghost is taking revenge for its believers," Danny said. The others agreed readily. Only Elisa, the hardcore member of the dragon gang, hesitated. He looked at the dragon queen with resentment in his eyes. "Why do I have to be on every dangerous mission? It was not easy to survive the deviant ghost attack last night. I'm scared of those ice monsters. Why do you want me to deal with them?" Danny, however, pretended not to see it. She only cared about giving orders and arranging for the Suicide Squad to set up the battle formation. Of course he had to mention Elisa. After all, everyone knew that he belonged to the Dragon faction. Only by placing the Dragon faction's hardcore members in the most dangerous missions would the Dragon Queen be able to convince the masses. Only then would her orders be credible. Only then would she be able to keep her nephew, John, as the vanguard. Anyway, once you put on the black clothes, you will be a night watcher forever. Ser Alistair would never be able to leave the wall for the rest of his life. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to shine for the Queen, when the Queen left the wall in 2 days, he would no longer be able to serve her. Roar, 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 clang, clang, clang. After a short while, the howling of wolves and the sound of gongs could be heard from the forest ahead. Wisps of white mist began to spread outwards. As Dahe, which was hovering over the sky, screamed. Danny pulled out her long sword and rushed over. More than 20 of her minions followed her, screaming. The forest was dark. The shadows of the tree trunks were indistinct. The ground was covered with moist leaves and a small amount of snow. A faint cold mist spread. Elisa and Alma were surrounded by 5 ghouls. The ghouls were wrapped in blood-stained white goatskin cloaks. Their eyes emitted a faint blue light as if they had just died not long ago. Not far away there were 3 dead people on the ground. 2 barbarians were huddled under a tree stump, covering their faces and howling in pain. John and Ser Baristan were rushing into the waist-high bushes. The red-haired girl followed behind them with her bow and arrow. Danny rushed over, swinging her sword and cutting a ghoul in half. With another stab, she pierced another ghoul's heart. The members of the Suicide Squad also swarmed forward, using their dragon crystal daggers and short swords to stab the 3 ghouls full of holes. "It's really a deviant ghost. That monster was even carrying a baby." Alma gasped. Was there nothing special about Cast's bloodline? Could all the barbarian babies be turned into deviant ghosts? That was impossible. If that was the case, wouldn't the number of deviant ghosts explode? Even 100 dragons wouldn't be able to defeat tens of thousands of deviant ghosts. Danny was puzzled. The more she wanted to find the baby, the more she asked, "Is there only one deviant ghost?" "There should be only one." When we came over, he was standing by the side with the baby in his arms, watching the 5 ghouls kill the 5 barbarians. It didn't seem to be prepared for our arrival. "That damn thing was very surprised," Elisa said. "The rest of you stay here. Rangers, follow me." Danny immediately mounted her horse and led the 13 cavalrymen into the bushes. It was rare to see a large patch of southern sky bamboo in a dark, dark green forest. Almost all of its reddish-brown leaves had fallen off. Strings of bright red fruits wrapped in ice crystals hung from the small, dense branches. Soon, the group of 14 cavalrymen passed through the low bushes and re-entered the dark forest. They caught up with the red-haired girl and Baristan in front. Well, the 2 of them had actually fallen behind. The shadows of John and Bai Ling could be vaguely seen further ahead. The deviant ghost runs too fast. It's not affected by the terrain. I can't even see its ghost shadow. Barristan leaned on his sword and panted. Danny waved her hand towards the sky, and Blackie crushed a bunch of tree branches and landed in the middle of the southern sky bamboo. Tie a rope to Big Black's leg. I'll send you ahead to intercept the deviant ghost. Danny took a roll of hemp rope from the saddle and threw it on the ground. Danny and White Knight had discussed this tactic a long time ago. Because there were many times and places where Danny didn't dare to let the Megalosaurus take off and land casually. In the Battle of Kaiwan, Danny had used this method to save the little assassin Danny C at the top of the Great Pyramid. I'll go too. I have a bow and arrow. Yrgrat shouted. Okay, each of you tie a leg. She tied it to one of Big Black's hind legs with a slip knot and tied it in a few seconds. Big Black flapped its wings and flew into the sky again, then drew an arc across the ground at a low speed. Barristan and Yrgrat immediately grabbed the hemp rope hanging below the hind legs of the Megalosaurus. Unable to immediately pull up, Big Black flapped its wings and accelerated. The two pulled the rope and ran on the ground. Their bodies gradually left the ground and flew into the sky. The whole process was troublesome, but in fact, in the state of the dragon spirit, Big Black easily completed this task in 20 seconds. After that, Big Black flew to a quasi-safe height of 300 meters and listened to the howling of the wolves in the forest. Well, John had also lost track of it. At this time, his physical body leaned against the trunk and panted. His soul entered the state of the wolf spirit and followed closely behind the deviant ghost with Bai Ling's body. Danny also climbed on Little White's back and put John in the state of the wolf spirit in front of her. She left the cavalry and flew away. Under the canopy, the dense forest was dark and decaying. Above the canopy, the sky was blue and the sun was shining. The endless evergreen forest was like a green carpet, covering the northern land. The warm southeast wind blew into the mask, and Danny closed her eyes comfortably. Two Megalosaurus, one white and one black, hovered over the forest, firmly locking on to the howling of the wolves below. Danny began to calculate the running path of the deviant ghost. Gradually, Danny had some ideas in her mind. Little White flew over Big Black and the dire wolf, and quickly condensed a huge fireball of dragon flame in his mouth. Little White's speed was not fast because the deviant ghost's speed in the forest was very slow, so he could stabilize his body and breathe fire. There was a 9-color meditation vortex in his mind, and Little White had evolved into a demon dragon. His magic power had greatly increased, and he could breathe out dragon flame for 30 seconds in one breath. 30 seconds of dragon flame condensed into a huge and heavy fireball, which was not much smaller than the fireball that Big Black breathed out in the old town of school. Even in broad daylight, the savages and night watchers who looked up at the sky in the distance had the illusion that a second sun had risen in the sky. Boom, the sun fell 100 meters in front of the deviant ghost, and the air waves rolled, flames rose into the sky, and the trees within a radius of 20 meters were set ablaze. Danny slapped John a few times to wake him up from the state of the wolf spirit and asked, "How is it? Did you kill the deviant ghost?" John opened his eyes in a daze. It dodged. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. "That's so frustrating. You can't even do two things at once?" Danny despised him. In fact, she misunderstood, or perhaps she had set her standards too high, and all the shapeshifters followed the standard requirements of the Green Prophet. The Green Prophet could control thousands of crows at once, split his consciousness into thousands of parts, and do thousands of things at once. But the difference between a shapeshifter and a Green Prophet was like the difference between a fire wizard and the Great Wizard of Valeglia. There was a qualitative difference between the two, and they could not be mentioned in the same breath. For example, the hexagon Valamir, he had 7 animal companions, but he could only occupy one animal companion at a time. His soul could not be divided into 7 parts and enter the soul space of his 7 companions at the same time. Just like John at this time, when he spoke with his body, his soul had to be separated from his animal companions. Rumble, 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 explosion is art. Crack. Danny seemed to have turned into Daedara, leaving flame bombs in the forest. Clusters of fire rose in the quiet and peaceful ghost forest, and the flames and grayish-black smoke were like the fingers of the gods, piercing into the sky from the dark green earth. The night watchers on the Great Wall and the savages in the ghost forest looked at the falling red suns, and the red and black smoke rising into the sky, and were stunned. "This is too scary, too crazy." At the top of the Great Wall, Todd widened his toad-like eyes. Did the blazing fury really only burn 5,000 people to death? With this power, even 50,000 people would not be enough to kill. A bald, short and fat man murmured. His name was Clydas, and he was the personnel officer of the Night Watchers and Yimant's assistant. He could read and knew some of the history of the Seven Kingdoms. What is His Majesty doing? Is he chasing after the deviant ghosts? But isn't this a little too big? Old Yimant leaned in front of the star observation mirror and muttered to himself in confusion. The old scholar stayed up until dawn last night, and only rested for 4 hours before climbing the Great Wall again. Ever since he saw the dragon and Danny, the old man seemed to have been rejuvenated and gained a second life, and his gloomy and bleak future became bright. As long as he saw the dragon, even if they were far away, even if they were just hovering in the sky, he could still watch with great interest. Is there a need to do this for a deviant ghost? In the forest, Sir Mal Lister and Sir Elisa lamented. Within an hour, Little White shot out the 47th dragon flame bullet, and the forest within a 5-kilometer radius was almost completely bombed. Finally, the change in quantity led to a change in quality. The ghost forest, which was said to have never had a forest fire before, had a large-scale fire for the first time in history. Thick smoke billowed and fire clouds rose into the sky. On a rocky hill where there were few trees, the deviant ghost hugged a gray bag and looked at the rising flames in all directions. It raised its head and let out a desperate roar. Hiss! Blackie drew an arc and quickly swept across the ground 50 meters away from the deviant ghost. White Knight and the red-haired girl rolled and landed on the bottom of the hill. At this time, the deviant ghost had already raised its ice sword and started running. It sped up and threw a fatal blow at Blackie. Howl! Unfortunately, Little White was on top of the deviant ghost's head and saw its movements clearly. Under the second-level dragon spirit state, Blackie shared Little White's vision and nimbly leaned to the side, dodging the flying ice sword and letting out a proud dragon roar. Demon, put down the child. White Knight shouted. Chapter 335. Throwing the ice sword felt good for a moment. But without the sword, how could the deviant ghost be a match for the fully armed White Knight? Moreover, the red-haired girl and the dire wolf were helping her. The old knight raised his sword to slash and stab, the red-haired girl shot an arrow, and the dire wolf controlled by John bit the deviant ghost's leg. In just 2 rounds, the deviant ghost at the end of its road had its limbs broken and fell to the ground. The white dragon flapped its wings and landed on the hill. Before Danny climbed down from the dragon's back, the White Knight came over with the baby in her arms and said, "There's something wrong with this child." Danny curiously took the fur package and looked down at it. She was shocked. The baby's white skin was dyed with a layer of grayish-blue, and its sparse hair was in the shape of pale ice whiskers. There was also a pair of blinking eyes like stars, emitting a faint blue light, with a calmness and coldness that did not belong to a child. Did the transformation really succeed? It shouldn't be. Wasn't only the Night King able to transform into a corpse ghost? Danny had more and more doubts in her heart. John came over to take a look and groaned, 7 levels of hell, deviant ghost baby. Kill it, it's a monster. Yergaret pulled out the dragon crystal dagger and was about to stab it. Danny took a step back and dodged the attack. She still lowered her head and stared at the deviant ghost baby's eyes. Almost without any obstruction, she saw countless ice blue and milky white runes in the depths of its eyes. They were combining and building a flower of ice flame, a strange reverse spiral vortex. It was somewhat similar to her dragon-shaped meditation foundation, except that it was ice blue and pale white, and it was a reverse spiral. "John, look after your wife," she said. "She's not." John quickly denied, but when he met the angry red-haired girl's eyes, he swallowed the rest of his words. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Danny carried the deviant ghost baby and rode on Little White's back, immediately getting up and leaving. She saw the deviant ghost's basic meditation form from the little deviant ghost, and this little thing's consciousness seemed to be connected to an inexplicable existence. Night King? Danny wasn't sure. However, she knew that the deviant ghosts might have found out that she knew the secret of the deviant ghost's meditation technique. It's a bit of a mouthful. The ringed meditation foundation from the Green Prophet perfectly complemented the spirituality from the deviant ghosts. This made Danny suspect that the Green Prophet and the deviant ghosts had the same source of magic. The old gods did not have priests or churches, but in ancient times shapeshifters were considered to be God's chosen. They were equivalent to God's priests among the ancestors, and the Green Prophet was even a high priest in name only. Both the savages and the red-robed Melisandre had said that deviant ghosts were the servants of the frost god. But the frost god was also an old god. The old god was not a specific god, but a general name for the ancient god of nature. The Inami worshipped by Taimin and the storm god worshipped by the three sisters were both old gods. In theory, the king of light Lala was also considered an old god. Danny guessed that the green prophet to the old gods was like the deviant ghosts to the frost god. Just like the green prophet could control thousands of crows, observe the world through the crows, and communicate with thousands of people thousands of miles away at the same time. The corpses were the deviant ghosts' crows, and the deviant ghosts were the Night King crows. The Night King could also communicate with the outside world through the deviant ghosts. For example, at this moment, perhaps the Night King was observing Danny through the little monster's eyes, or even indirectly looking at her. If the Night King found out that she had analyzed the deviant ghost's meditation technique, then, perhaps hundreds of deviant ghosts were on their way. Not to mention hundreds of deviant ghosts. As long as there were 10 deviant ghosts lurking in the forest, Danny would have to run away immediately. The white dragon took off with Danny and the deviant ghost captives, while Blackie landed and used the ropes on its claws to lift John, Baristan, and the red-haired woman out of the sea of fire. The hill was not burning yet, but there were fires all around, so they could not stay there for long. Danny returned to the Great Wall directly, and handed Ghost Doll and the deviant ghosts to Chiliarch Whale. Then she rode the white dragon back to the ghost forest. Compared to the forest fires in the Amazon and Australia, the fire caused by the dragon flames in the ghost forest was not even worth mentioning. The fire only burned in the areas affected by the dragon flames, and thick smoke billowed, but it was difficult to spread out. It was mainly because winter had arrived and the trees, land and air outside the Great Wall were too cold and damp, and many places were covered with thick snow. Also because the forest fire burned fiercely, but did not spread out in a large area, many savages hiding in the forest came to watch the show. When the deviant ghosts were being chased, although they kept turning, they were generally fleeing north. After more than an hour, they were more than 10 kilometers away from the position of the suicide squad. When Danny rode the white dragon and found John and the other two on an empty mountain ridge, they were talking with a group of savages. It was not 1 or 2 savages, but 600 to 700 tribes of savages with families. Baristan waved to the sky, indicating that there was no danger, and Little White landed. "So it's you guys." The white dragon landed, and Danny looked at the group of savages who were looking at her with complicated expressions, and could not help but laugh. As expected of the tough people, in just one afternoon and one night, you guys have run 20 to 30 kilometers in this snowy forest, from the Great Wall to the depths of the Ghost Forest. 400 to 500 savages, all of them short and barefoot, tough people. Old and young, men and women, adults and children, their upper bodies and legs were wrapped tightly in beast fur, and only a pair of big black feet were exposed in the snow, and their skin was as hard as boiled leather. Yes, the hobbits of the world of ice and fire, the knockoff version, the savage version, and the bitter version of the hobbits. Dragon Queen. The leader of the tribe looked conflicted, and his mouth opened and closed, but no complete sentence came out. "I remember you, Sir Doss of the Mountain Tribe." Danny sat on the dragon's back, looking down at the middle-aged savage with a weathered face. "Where's the Mountain Tribe leader?" The tough people had 2 big tribes and they lived in the Frostfang, which was known as the spine of the Great Wall, so they were named Mountain Tribe and Mountain Ridge, 2 very simple names. The 2 tribe leaders of Mountain Tribe and Mountain Ridge had both participated in the last tripartite meeting, and Danny also had a deep impression of the tough people that only existed in folklore. The Mountain Tribe leader gripped the weirwood spear on the ground and said nervously, "They may have gone with the Weeper to the Milk River in the west." "They plan to attack the Shadow Tower?" Danny asked with a frown. "Yes." At this time the Great Wall had 3 checkpoints, the Dark Castle in the middle, the East Watch in the east, and the Shadow Tower in the west. The fortresses on the east and west were close to the sea, and the East Watch's Great Wall extended directly into the sea for 100 or 200 meters, while the Shadow Tower ended at the mouth of the Milk River. The Milk River flowed from the north under the Shadow Tower, and into the sea in the west, the Frozen Bay. Therefore, if one wanted to cross the sea and cross the Great Wall, the Shadow Tower was the first choice. There was no need to enter the sea, and a few rafts could cross the calm Milk River. In fact, this was also an extravagant hope for the barbarians, because the Night Watchers controlled the sea, and the Shadow Tower had a regular fleet. Most of the barbarians could not even forge bronze, and with such low productivity, it was impossible to build a river-crossing fleet. It was safer to climb the Great Wall than to fight against the fleet in the sentry tower with rafts. Of course, now that the barbarians had nowhere to go, if they were not afraid of sacrifice, they could build 2,000 or 3,000 rafts and risk losing half or more, and still rush to the south bank. Dad, it's a dragon. A little tough person quietly approached the mountain tribe and looked at Little White with curiosity and fear. It was a little girl who was less than a meter tall. She was wrapped in goat fur and her face was red. Her black eyes were blinking, and her little feet were bare as she stepped on the ice and snow. Your daughter? Danny searched her body for a long time, but it seemed that she did not have anything on her. She had no choice but to take the dagger from the sharkskin sheath and threw it over. Take it and play with it. Oh, thank you. Doss hurriedly took the dagger and handed it to his daughter, who was hiding behind him and poking out her furry little head. Danny had taken a Valeglia steel dagger from Slave Bay, but it was later lost by Lisbon. Then she spent a few gold royals to buy a new one at the Long Bridge of Volantis. In the end, she met Bronn outside King's Landing, and gave the gem-inlaid dagger to his cheap son, Tyrion Cobbler. After coming to the Great Wall, she found the blacksmith Tanner to make another one, and in less than 2 days she gave it to the little barbarian again. You don't seem to be going west, Danny asked. Sigh, you have a dragon and forcing a river crossing is simply courting death. I plan to take my people to the difficult village in the east. The mountain tribe leader sighed. The difficult village was located on a peninsula 200 kilometers to the north of the East Sea, near the deep water port. Why go there? The difficult village is close to the sea and you can catch fish, seals and walruses to fill your stomach, the mountain tribe leader said. This is also a way to survive, but the deviant ghosts are getting more and more rampant. How long can you last? This. The Hardfoot people hesitated for a moment and probed, is the three-way lease agreement still in effect? Haha, Danny laughed. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. As long as I'm alive, my promise will always be in effect. Then why didn't you help us yesterday? A round-faced middle-aged woman walked over with a spear, looking at Danny and Whitey with hostility, and said loudly to the mountain tribe leader, Are you stupid? How can you believe the words of the Southerner king? Mother. The little girl with the village face took a few steps back, looking at the round-faced woman in horror. She could not hold the dagger in her hand and it fell to the ground. You have no right to speak here, go away. The Hardfoot people glared at the woman angrily, and scolded her in a low voice. Danny looked at the woman in confusion and asked, Who are you? Sorry, Dragon Queen, this is my wife, Larry. The DOS leader said awkwardly. About what happened yesterday morning, let me explain. Looking at the eyes of the short Hardfoot people under the cloak, Danny could not get angry. She could only sigh and slowly said, Just like you free folk, there are many tribes and each tribe fights with each other. The Southerners also have many kings, but the 7 kingdoms have more than 7 kings. Stannis and I are only 2 of them. Before Manslade became the king of the Beyond the Wall, you also fought with the Nightwalkers for many years, and the blood feud was as deep as the sea. Stannis and I are in a similar situation. The Southerners still do not have a king of the Beyond that everyone recognizes, and the kingdoms are still hostile and fighting with each other. In the end, the three-way lease is only a contract between the free folk and the Targaryens. If the three-way lease has been signed, it means that the free folk are no longer enemies and I have a reason to protect you. But without a contract, without a sacred oath, the free folk are still barbarians invading the wall, and any king in the south can suppress you. If that's the case, then we can't go to the wall. The hill chieftain's wife said loudly, The kings of the 7 kingdoms are fighting with each other, and if we rashly join one of them, we will only be viewed as enemies by the other kings. Just like yesterday, Redheart did not want us to become the Targaryens' power, so they did not care about the fact that negotiations were in progress and attacked the free folks' camp. Before the king of the Beyond is born, we should not negotiate with any king. As soon as she said this, not to mention Danny and the others, even the Hardfoot people looked at the round-faced woman in surprise. The Hardfoot leader said in shock, Larry, why are you suddenly so? Where did you hear these words from? Even I don't have such political wisdom. John stepped forward and looked at the round-faced woman in confusion. I think I've seen you somewhere before, but I've never seen Hardfoot Larry. Who are you? Chapter 336. Who are you? John stared at the round-faced woman and asked. Stinky Crow, of course you've seen me before. In the free camp. Larry pointed at White Knight and glared at John. You and this old man were holding a stack of parchment and signing a sacred contract with us. You also noticed the abnormality? Danny slid down from Little White's back and walked to John's side. She stared at the woman in confusion. You also? John was shocked. He leaned close to Danny and whispered, Bai Ling doesn't like her scent. Hey, what are you two whispering about? I am me who doesn't know me here. The round-faced woman did not look guilty at all. Instead, she was full of vigor and shouted loudly. What's going on? The leader looked at his wife, then looked at the Dragon Queen and John. He was confused. Go and rub her face. I suspect that she is faceless. Danny said to John. Faceless. John was horrified. Not only did he not listen to the Queen's suggestion to rub the leader's wife's face, but he also took a few steps back carefully. He retreated behind the Queen. Danny stiffened and looked back. There are so many people here. What are you afraid of? Let me do it. White Knight had been following beside Danny the whole time. She heard the conversation between the two of them. She immediately pulled down her mask and strode to Larry's side under the stunned and angry gazes of the hardcore citizens. She held the petite chief's wife's arm in her right hand as if she was pinching a chick. Her left hand, which was as big as a fan, rubbed her small round face back and forth. She rubbed until red marks appeared on his skin. Tears were flowing out of her eyes. What are you doing? The leader of the Das clan was furious. He raised his weirwood spear and stabbed it at White Knight's waist. Clang. John stepped forward. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he used the sheathed long sword to knock the spear away. He said awkwardly, Commander, we suspect that your wife has been replaced by Faceless. Do you know the Faceless of Bravos? Nonsense, how can I not know my own wife? Last night you even... Commander Hardfoot was furious, but he kept his spear with a cold expression. In fact, even the barbarians outside the Great Wall had heard of the name of Faceless One. Every few years, there would be merchants from Bravos who would come ashore at the hard settlements, looking for the barbarians to buy furs, gold, amber and other things. I don't think so. White Knight opened her left hand. Between her fingers and palms, there were many fine black grime clips. However, there was no human skin. On the other hand, the chief's wife's round little black face was also rubbed until it was bright red. There were many red lines on it. Kill him. Kill them all. The chief's wife screamed at the top of her lungs. The hardcore citizens behind her were eager to give it a try. They all looked at the commander. Hiss! Whitey opened its dark golden eyelids and let out a low growl as a small fire snake shot out from its nostrils. Silence filled the entire place and all the commotion vanished like smoke. Larry, let me ask you. Yrgrat walked to the opposite side of the chief's wife and looked at her carefully. A year ago, when we were bathing in the hot spring of the Windy Gorge, what did we talk about? In the end, she added, I also think you have a problem. You are not like the Larry I know. She is not as eloquent as you. She has always used her knife instead of her mouth. The chief's wife sneered and said without hesitation, what else can two spear women talk about when they are bathing and chatting together? The second son of Bidos and Jig. Bidos, second son? Danny's eyes almost popped out. John's face was ugly. He grabbed the red-haired woman's right arm and asked in a low voice, Who is Jig? Freeborn Jig, a marauder in my team. Half a year ago, Mance sent him out to patrol and he hasn't come back yet. He is most likely dead. Yrgrat sighed. What is his relationship with you? John asked again. He stole from me and I stole from him. Yrgrat did not evade and said generously. John's face turned green. Danny and Baristan also looked at him sympathetically. The barbarians beyond the Great Wall did not have a strict marriage system, or rather, there was no such thing as marriage. The barbarians did not have the concept of law or private property. They took and owned what they wanted based on their ability, including their partners. When a male barbarian took a fancy to a female barbarian, he could not be a bootlicker. He had to be very strong, a complete male chauvinist. If the woman was disobedient or resisted, he would slap her. When he married her, he did not need the consent of her and her family. He did not even have a copper coin. He sneaked into the other party's house in the middle of the night, carried the woman away, and robbed her if he was discovered if he was strong enough. And the woman could not be timid and helpless. She could not cry. She had to be unyielding and resist fiercely. If she was unwilling, it was not against the tradition to kill the man. In the minds of the barbarians, a real man would steal women from afar to strengthen his clan. However, there were taboos in the marriage of the barbarians. They could only steal daughters but not other people's wives. They could not steal women who were related by blood. They believed that marriage between relatives would offend the gods, and the wife would be cursed to give birth to sick children. Of course, this did not mean that the barbarians beyond the Great Wall did not have women's rights. Men could steal women and women could steal men. No matter how ugly a female barbarian was, if she took a fancy to the most handsome lad, she could steal and rob. When John was undercover among the barbarians, Yrgrat had hinted and told him many times to steal her. After discovering that John was an idiot and ignored her, the red-haired woman simply stole from John. Actually, there was no need to be angry. Yrgrat was a 19-year-old spearwoman. She was no longer a virgin 6 or 7 years ago. She had stolen from countless people over the years, and no one knew how many times she had been stolen by someone. Danny looked at the chief's wife, who had a smug look in her eyes, smiled meaningfully and said, "Why does everyone think that you are not you? Mrs. Larry, can you prove that you are yourself?" The round-faced woman was stunned, and so was everyone else. Prove that she was herself? How could she prove it? It was too difficult for a country bumpkin from another world to do something that even modern humans could not do. "This is Larry." Commander Doss stomped his feet and said, "Look at your daughter." Danny raised her chin at the small-faced woman. "Look at how far she is hiding." The little girl was 4 or 5 meters away from her mother. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was at a loss and did not dare to come closer. "Humph, how can my daughter not be afraid when you are pestering her endlessly?" The round-faced woman shouted with her hands on her hips. "Forget it. Whether it is true or not, we will know after we try." Danny took 2 steps back and entered the second level of the dragon spirit state. Her purple pupils stretched into vertical slits, flashing with a cold golden red color. A majestic, domineering, noble and terrifying aura spread out from her body. For a moment, everyone was in a trance, as if time and space had frozen. The air condensed and time slowed down infinitely. In the extreme silence, the Dragon Queen's pink lips slowly opened, and transparent arc-shaped ripples appeared in the invisible air. The round-faced woman was the first to bear the brunt. The sheepskin hood on her head flew off, and her straw-like chestnut hair flew back. The muscles on her small round face were undulating like waves in the wind. A pair of small brown eyes turned white, and a loud howl came out from her tightly pursed mouth. Ah, this was a man's voice coming from the depths of the soul. The howl of the soul made everyone dizzy, and they almost vomited, but they also woke up from the space-time disorder caused by the dragon's roar. Their ears heard a clear dragon's roar, and in the heavy dragon's aura, they seemed to be cleansed from their body to their soul, refreshing and clean. "Valamir." John pointed at the woman and his expression changed. "He is the sixth-form man Valamir." Needless to say, Danny had already found out. Soul attack was a soul attack that directly attacked the enemy's soul. Larry's soul still looked like Larry, but in the dragon's roar, another person's soul was shaken out of Larry's soul, an old and thin man. In short, under Larry's skin was still Larry's soul, but in the depths of Larry's soul, there was another person. A powerful shape-shifting person. 7 levels of hell. Danny was shocked. Possession, this is a perfect possession. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Shapeshifters can really possess humans. Evil creature. Doss of the mountain tribe's expression changed, and he raised his spear to stab the woman who was hugging her head and howling beside him. Clang. Danny kicked the spear away with her iron boots and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Valamir did such an evil thing to possess Larry. Doss was angry and puzzled. "You were the first to find out. Why did you stop me from killing him? You believe it? You believe that a shape-shifting person has possessed your wife?" Danny said with difficulty. Why was an indigenous savage more receptive to new things than her? Was it because the ignorant were fearless and didn't understand the meaning of possession? This was a possession in the cultivation world. How could an indigenous person of the light magic fantasy world be so calm? I've seen similar things. The Hardfoot tribe's thin face was full of gloominess and anger. Before death, shapeshifters will try to leave the original rotten body and possess animal companions to start a second life. But some shapeshifters will do evil things. They want to be reborn as human beings. They don't possess animals, but they do it to humans who are close to them. Shit, many times? Danny's eyes widened and she was even more shocked. Possession was so common? I know. Yrgrat kicked Larry, who was twitching on the ground, and said in disgust, "The elders in the tribe all tell us that when we encounter shapeshifters who do evil things and possess other people's bodies, we must immediately kill them. Let your dragon burn them." How do you know that shapeshifters possess humans? For example, almost no one noticed it this time. Danny was puzzled. This is the Six Forms man, the most powerful shapeshifters. A white-haired hard-foot tribe old woman walked over and said, I've lived for 6 winters and seen too many shapeshifters. When they possess humans, the possessed people will resist fiercely, shouting and scratching with their hands. No one has ever taken over Larry as quietly and unscathed as he did. The Six Forms man was not the strongest. He was deeply jealous and afraid of John's talent, and John was definitely not as good as Bran. Stark's family was full of bugs and monsters. It's not quiet, a hard-foot tribe woman said hesitantly. Last evening when Larry and I were collecting the nearby corpses, she was lying on the ground and howling for a while. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The old woman stomped her spear and said angrily. I don't know. I've never seen a shapeshifter possessing a human, the spear tribe woman said slowly. And when I went over to ask, she only said that she accidentally tripped on a tree root and hit her head on the trunk. Chapter 337. The savages would collect the corpses near the camp and burn them. They knew that the dead could be resurrected, and the resurrected dead would hunt down the living. The mountain tribe also arranged for spear women to clean up the corpses around the temporary camp before dark. The chief's wife was a spear woman who also had to work. When she was moving the corpses, she met the Six Forms Valamir. She touched him and he possessed her. In the battle with Melisandre, Valamir was burned 7 times in a row. 6 of the times, he withdrew from his animal companions before his soul was attacked, so he did not suffer much damage. However, on the 7th time, when he pounced on the red-robed woman's face in the form of an eagle, he was affected by Ural in the eagle. The red-robed woman seemed to have noticed this. The fire witchcraft that burned the eagle was different from the one that burned the white bear, the shadow lynx and the gray wolf. There were 3 levels of fire control. Danny had only mastered the first 2 levels, and the last level was a secret of the Great Wizard. It could ignite other elements with fire elements like a fire demon. Melisandre's fire witchcraft was also divided into several levels. When she was fighting the Six Forms man, she used 2 different levels of witchcraft. She used fire elements to ignite physical substances, such as the fur, bones, and internal organs of her animal companions. She used blood witchcraft and fire magic to burn the soul under the skin. Simply put, when the white bear was ignited, the fire burned its internal organs and fur. When the eagle was ignited, its internal organs and feathers were burned. The souls of the eagle and the Six Forms man were also attacked. The reason for this was that the eagle belonged to another shape-shifting master, Ural, not long ago. Ural's body was killed by Jon, but his soul entered the eagle to start a second life. However, the Six Forms man did not give him a chance to fly freely and immediately took over the eagle. However, the eagle still had part of Ural's will in its soul. Usually it was nothing. After all, the Six Forms man's title of the strongest shape-shifting savage was not undeserved. After a long time, Ural's soul would naturally be assimilated by the eagle. His humanity would disappear and he would completely become a beast. However, during the battle with Melisandre, this small flaw almost cost the Six Forms man his life. The Six Forms man's soul was severely damaged. His 6 animal companions, the white bear and the eagle, died on the spot. The shadow lynx and the 3 wolves were severely injured. After that, he forced the shadow lynx to come back and carry him away from the camp. But after entering the forest, the shadow lynx noticed that its owner was gradually becoming weaker. It became ferocious and bit off Valamir's arm on the spot. Well, animal companions also had their own will. They could be controlled by the shapeshifters, but the resentment in their hearts would not be any less. Therefore, many savages chose wolves as their animal companions. Dogs were the easiest beasts to establish relationships with, and they were also the most loyal. However, dogs were too weak. Compared to other wild beasts, wolf-type dogs were easier to develop feelings for. Furthermore, wolves were strong enough, so wolf spirits became the most important branch of shapeshifters. Ordinary people even mistook shapeshifters for wolf spirits. At that time, Valamir, like all the dying shapeshifters, only had one last chance, to occupy a life and start another life. He had originally planned to occupy the shadow lynx, but the lynx had brought him to the Hardfoot people's camp, where a group of spear women had come out to collect corpses. Shadow lynx escaped. Larry found Valamir, who was badly mutilated and whose face could not be distinguished. The Six Forms person changed its target and occupied the spear woman in front of it. Bastard. Oh. Larry, who was originally wailing and rolling on the ground, suddenly straightened his body. His face was distorted as he screamed sharply. It was a duet between a man and a woman. The high-pitched howl was mixed with a man's low groan. The combination was a bone-chilling howl of the soul. Get out, get out. Every muscle on the spearwoman's body was trembling as she struggled. Her brown eyes were covered by blood-red veins, almost protruding from her eye sockets. It was as if every muscle, bone, and skin was a battlefield. Larry and the six forms person were frantically fighting for control of them. Mother, mother, sob, sob, sob. The patriarch's daughter began to wail. What's going on? The leader of the hard-foot people was shocked and angry. You haven't completely occupied it? Valimir, you bastard, get out of here, get out of Larry's body. I can't, leave, she will die too. The spearwoman's face was distorted like an evil spirit. Her mouth was full of blood, and her tongue and lips were bitten so hard that they broke the flesh. Bastard, bastard, bastard. The chief's eyes were spitting fire. He stomped his feet and scolded, Bastard, you have taken over Larry's body. Last night you even took the initiative to be intimate with me. Bastard. Danny glanced at the hard-foot people and nodded in agreement. Bastard, you really are a bastard. Help Larry end his suffering. The white-haired old woman sighed. Grandma, don't kill mother, I want mother, sob. The barefooted little girl threw herself on the old woman's thigh and cried. You're also a shapeshifter. Enter Larry's spirit ocean and drive the six forms person away, Danny said to John. I can't do it, I have never done such a thing. No one taught me the techniques of shapeshifting, I don't know what to do. John hurriedly shook his head. You can't save him. If you drive the six forms person away, Larry won't be able to come back to life, the old woman said with tears in her eyes. Your Majesty, try using the true dragon roar on her a few more times, Barristan suggested. I'm not sure. Although Larry has the home advantage, his soul is definitely not as strong as the six forms person. It's hard to say who will die first, Danny bit her lower lip and said hesitantly. Sai, let's just give it a try. We don't have time to waste here, everything is fate. The old woman choked. All right, you guys hold her down. Soon, Danny ordered John and the rest to stuff Larry's mouth and press his limbs, torso, head, and neck firmly onto the ground. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to try the new True Dragon Roar. All this time, Danny had been using the Fire Wizard power to activate the Soul Strike. The wizard power condensed by the Grand Wizard meditation technique did not have the ability to penetrate souls. It could only be used to charge and hit the opponent's soul with the dragon's aura. If she was so reckless, there would definitely be a backlash. The strength of the opponent's soul would determine the strength of the backlash. To normal people, the soul strike would be able to crush them and there would be no backlash. To legendary creatures like the deviant ghosts, the effect of the soul strike would be greatly reduced. However, the backlash would be borne by the Megalosaurus and Danny herself would not be affected. To a powerful demigod like Beleriand, even the Megalosaurus could not withstand it. Danny would be in trouble. Now, she had a new wizard power foundation in her sea of consciousness. If she used the wizard power condensed by the Green Prophet meditation technique to activate the soul strike, with the characteristics of the Green Prophet's wizard power, high penetration and high toughness, what kind of effect would her soul strike have? Danny felt uneasy. She placed her right index finger between the brows of the spearwoman and activated the soul strike. Little White's soul entered her sea of consciousness. The faint red ring of soul light projected a layer of green light. It was a green light with a fresh and cold aura. The green light was the mental energy and wizard power condensed by Danny's second meditation technique. It was equivalent to the projection of a second soul. It merged with the white dragon's soul without any hindrance. Little White turned green. Danny also turned green. The green Danny rode on the green Little White and activated the soul strike. They charged out of Danny's soul realm and pressed down on the spearwoman. If it was a normal soul strike, the combined human and dragon soul would crash into the other party's soul barrier, just like a siege car crashing into a city gate. However, at this moment, what they encountered was not an indestructible city wall, but a ball of mud. There was resistance, but they still passed through quickly. Ah! A green light flashed past the spearwoman's brown eyes. Her body, which had been fiercely struggling, suddenly froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. Like Danny, Larry's soul space was also like a blue starry sky. However, it was much narrower and thinner than the Dragon Queen's. The Megalosaurus stopped inside and did not dare to move. It was like a tanker entering a wooden fenced car. Evil creature, come out and die. In the soul space, the green Danny was majestic and high-spirited. Her guess had come true. The second soul, which was based on the Green Prophet's meditation technique, actually had the Green Prophet's soul possession characteristic. Compared to the megalosaurus that covered the sky, Larry's soul was like a caterpillar under a giant's foot. It was small and weak. Danny only said one sentence, and Larry's soul wailed and exploded into millions of faint stars. His soul was destroyed? Larry's soul exploded, revealing the short and old middle-aged man inside. He was looking at the mountain-like white dragon above his head in horror. This is impossible. How can you possess? No, even if you are also a shapeshifter, you can't bring the megalosaurus's soul here. The short and wretched man waved his arms crazily and shouted. The megalosaurus could not enter the soul space of other creatures. However, Little White was not Little White. It was a part of Danny. The wolf spirit was a human soul that was above the wolf spirit. The human soul occupied the position of the wolf spirit. Therefore, the shapeshifter's animal companions could easily rebel. No one was willing to have their will taken away, even if it was a beast. The dragon spirit was different from the wolf spirit. The dragon spirit was the fusion of the human and the dragon's souls. The human was the dragon and the dragon was the human. Little White had fused with the second soul that practiced the Green Prophet's meditation technique. It also had the Green Prophet's characteristic and could follow Danny into the human soul space. Die, evildoer. Danny was not in the mood to explain her secret to a minion. She roared and urged the dragon to bite down. Crack, Little White made a crisp cracking sound as if he was chewing on an ice cube. At the same time, there was a strange liquid that melted and flowed into the gap between his teeth. Oh no. The six forms Valamir wailed and suddenly broke into thousands of pieces. A milky white halo that was visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. It even rushed out of Larry's soul space. Perhaps it was because of the six forms Valamir's soul fragment that Danny had a strange connection with him. She could clearly sense his current state of existence. He had really escaped from Larry's soul space and entered an unknown place. Subconsciously, Danny followed the trace of guidance and followed. Boom! A ball of white light exploded in front of her. Danny was spinning and falling in a white world. In a moment, she seemed to have crossed an infinite distance and traveled through thousands of years. She was at a loss. Until she caught up with him. She saw a huge human face in front of her. The red eyes were glaring angrily. The wrinkled cheeks were as white as bones. The expression was serious. The mouth was wide open as if it was scolding and devouring. Valamir knelt in front of the human face and cried bitterly. He wailed, "God's mercy, mercy." Chapter 338. Gods have mercy. Valamir wailed. It was the beast, not me. Gods have mercy. The giant face did not respond, but the shapeshifter seemed to have started to repent as he recalled his past sins. Images flashed above his head, almost blinding the eyes. However, Danny, who was in her soul state, could see some of them clearly. It was the life of the six forms Valamir, a lifetime of sins. He was very talented. When he was 6 years old, he awakened his shape-shifting ability. He took over a hunting dog in his family. Because he was jealous of his younger brother, who was more favored by his parents, he killed and ate his 2-year-old brother in his dog spirit state. He was so cruel. He started to eat people at the age of 6, and the one he ate was his own brother. He had a shape-shifting mentor named Hagen, who adopted and taught him since he was 6 years old. He was kicked out by his father because he ate his younger brother. In the end, when he became an adult, he betrayed his mentor and took away Hagen's wolf with his stronger shape-shifting ability. He then took over his mentor's wolf and ate his mentor's heart in his wolf body. Without his mentor's control, Valamir did almost all the bad things that a human could do. He stole, killed, raped women, had sex with animals in his animal form and was copulated with. When his body became weak, he even took the form of a wolf, a lynx, or even a 4-meter-tall giant bear, and had sex with wild animals. He even feasted on human flesh and was greedy for the hot blood that spurted out from the throats of people who were about to die. Evil creature. Danny was furious. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets and she was about to kill him. All the illusionary images disappeared instantly. The six forms person struggled to get up from his repentance. He laughed and roared at the giant face. I have done evil things. I have committed the darkest of crimes. But so what? This is the talent that you have given me. It is you. The giant face still had that serious and ferocious expression. It did not console the six forms person for his repentance, nor did it punish him for his blasphemous words. However, the six forms person seemed to have crossed the threshold of his heart. Suddenly, his body fell into the giant face's ferocious mouth. Danny, who was rushing over, could not stop in time and fell into the mouth as well. Then he saw himself. From another angle she saw Xiaobai lying on the side. Baristan John, and a few hard-legged people were holding Larry's body down. She squatted on the spearwoman's head and pointed her right hand between the female savage's eyebrows. What's going on? Danny panicked. The next moment she understood what was going on. Dahe hovered in the sky, acting as a reconnaissance aircraft. Through its perspective, Danny found her position at this time. Inside the weirwood. She was observing herself through the weirwood. Then, under the control of the host soul, she turned her head and looked at the face on the weirwood. When the Undulls invaded, the weirwood in the south of the neck swamp was cut down. After thousands of years, there were only a few seedlings of weirwood left in the forest. To the north of Neck Lake, weirwood was more common. This was because most of the people in the north believed in the old gods and would not deliberately cut down the weirwood. Beyond the Great Wall, weirwood could be seen everywhere. Just in the Ghost Shadow Forest alone, the number of weirwood was second only to iron trees, sentinel trees, soldier pines, and a few other cold-resistant evergreen trees. Not far from the hard-legged people, there were a few weirwoods with red leaves and white bones. One of them was even carved with a human face by the savages. The trunk was thick, the deep eye sockets were smeared with the juice of the red leaves. It was blood red, its nostrils were hollow, and a skull was stuffed into its ferocious mouth as a sacrifice. Danny was now looking at the world through the eyes of the person on the weirwood. What's going on? Danny was a little confused. The next moment, the scene in front of her disappeared. Her perspective was rapidly zooming past the treetops, past Dahe, past the low clouds. Suddenly, everything disappeared and everything seemed to flash before her eyes. She seemed to see nothing, but she seemed to see the wind, the sky, the forest, the earth. She saw sparrows and falcons in the sky, squirrels and owls in the treetops, wild deer and antelopes in the snow, and even in the depths of the frozen earth, she saw voles gnawing on old brown tree roots in the dark. Danny suddenly understood that she had disappeared with the wind, and her soul had returned to heaven and earth. No, it was not her, it was Valamir. The souls of the six forms people were absorbed by the weirwood and returned to the earth and sky. She followed him and witnessed the process with her own eyes. Is this the final destination of mankind? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust? A world without death? As Danny was thinking, the scene suddenly changed. In the depths of the forest, a pack of wolves stepped on the snow and ran on the hills where the north wind whistled. 3 of the wolves looked listless, and there were burn marks on their fur. They were Valamir's 3 animal companions. The next moment, Danny's body fell rapidly toward the dark-furred old wolf and landed between its eyebrows, entering a dark and gloomy space. Fuck, he's still alive? How can the soul of a shapeshifter be so strong? That's too much. She was so shocked that she could not help but curse. Because she saw Valamir again, who should have been dead. Valamir's figure was more delicate and clear, as if all the filth had been washed away by clean water, pure and holy. He still looked like a sloppy old man, but it seemed that the part of his soul that disappeared when his soul was destroyed was all darkness and sin. He did not become noble, but he was purer. Why won't you let me go? Valamir roared at Danny. Without waiting for her reply, his body suddenly merged with the wolf soul water, perfectly fusing into a wolf that was 1 size larger than the original. The wolf's body and expression, but there was a trace of Valamir's emotions in his eyes, hatred for Danny. Wolf soul, this is the real wolf soul. The perfect fusion of human and wolf is exactly the same as my dragon soul mode. No, his humanity is disappearing, assimilated by the wolf soul. Danny was amazed. At the same time she understood something. Valamir had started a second life in the form of a wolf soul. If I die in the future, can my soul be stored in Blackie's body? As the mother of dragons, she had raised 5 dragon babies. When the old mother's body weakened, she could take turns living in her son's houses for a month, right? Haha. Thinking of this, Danny could not help but laugh. Vile spawn, this king kills people, kills gods and kills ghosts. I also control people, gods and ghosts. Even if you can escape reincarnation, you can't escape this king's punishment. Danny roared and rushed over with the white dragon. I sentence you to death. Roar. The megalosaurus roared as if a dragon's roar that had been suppressed for centuries was finally released. The newborn wolf's soul shattered inch by inch in the dragon's roar. In order to prevent the six forms from causing any more trouble, Danny immediately activated the spiritual bestowment skill and washed away the soul imprint of the shattered wolf soul, completely turning it into a clean spiritual substance. The light green spiritual substance was much lighter than the green prophet. Well, the quality was far inferior to the green prophet. Awu, the old wolf that was running on the hill, staggered and fell, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was no longer breathing. Woo-woo. Its companions curiously came over and nudged it a few times. Seeing that there was no sign of life, they swarmed over and wolfed it down. Valamir's soul had really been scattered. After killing the evil shapeshifter, Danny immediately left the old wolf's body and floated in the air in the form of a soul. She had a feeling that if she wanted, she could directly cross more than 10 kilometers and fly back to her body. "Sai, you've gone too far." Suddenly, an old sigh sounded in her ears. "Every shapeshifter is the child of the gods. You've taken something that belongs to the gods. You've blasphemed the gods." Danny was shocked and looked around vigilantly. After a while, she saw a weirwood that was as thick as a bowl 7 or 8 meters away. The blood-stained palm-shaped leaf swayed gently, and a mental wave was transmitted to her. "You're really not dead." She snorted coldly and mocked. "The god who gave birth to such an evil creature must be an evil god. So what if I've blasphemed an evil god? I've done nothing wrong. There are good and bad people. Does the mother who gave birth to an evil person have to be an evil person as well?" The three-eyed crow retorted. Danny paused for a moment, but she didn't argue back. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "It doesn't matter if your old god is righteous or evil. The hexagon Valamir's sins are undeniable. Letting him receive a just punishment is in itself an act of promoting justice. How do you know that the gods won't punish him? Without you, he will meet another person in half a month, a shapeshifter. His dire wolf will bite this wolf to death and let fate return to its original path." In her soul form, Danny rode the white dragon and faced the weirwood proudly. She said softly, "I am destiny. I am destiny," Slayer Tyrant's words. There was a long silence for a long time. Just as Danny was about to leave, the three-eyed crow sighed and said, "You're distorting fate. The future is uncertain because of you." Danny snorted coldly and said impatiently, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Either you come out and let us fight again and then I'll kill you. Or you can get lost and stop harassing me. Or you can submit to me and follow me to an unknown but definitely bright future." "Sai, where did I go wrong? Why did fate change so much? How will this long night end?" The three-eyed crow muttered to himself. For the first time, Danny heard weakness and confusion in his words. She wouldn't sympathize with her enemy, but she still wanted to understand some things. Deviant ghosts, frost god, green prophet, and old gods. What's the relationship between these 4? The deviant ghosts and the green prophet seem to come from the same source, while the frost god is one of the old gods. Could it be that the old gods are divided internally? She asked. "I didn't expect that you would have such a deep understanding of the deviant ghosts after coming to the Great Wall for just a few days." The three-eyed crow was shocked. He paused for a moment before he said slowly, "You guessed correctly. The deviant ghosts have a deep connection with the green prophet. The first deviant ghost was transformed from the green prophet." "What? Weren't the deviant ghosts captured by the children of the forest and transformed into humans with magic?" This was the standard answer in Game of Power. Danny didn't dare to believe in Game of Power's plot now. There were too many differences between the plot and reality. If she really used Game of Power's plot and did things based on it, she would probably be cheated. But as for the origin of the deviant ghosts, she had personally witnessed a human baby being transformed into a ghost doll. This proved that Game of Power wasn't wrong in this aspect. "Danny Liz, what's your current state? Why do I sense the green prophet's aura on you?" The three-eyed crow asked curiously. "I learned it from you. Yesterday evening, after I dealt with the big crow in the white dragon's mind space, I got a part of the green prophet's meditation technique. When I looked at it, inspiration gushed out of me and the meditation technique evolved." Danny boasted. "This." The three-eyed crow was even more shocked and he hesitated. If the dragon queen had the talent to become a green prophet, should he let her inherit the three-eyed crow's position? Chapter 339. There could be many green prophets in the same era, but there could only be one three-eyed crow in each generation. Whether one could become a green prophet depended on one's talent. In theory, only one green prophet could be born in 100,000 people, and the three-eyed crow had to inherit the legacy left behind by the green prophet for 10,000 years. The experience, wisdom, memories, emotions, and will of countless generations of green prophets. The value of making the Dragon Queen convert to Buddhism seemed to be higher than the value of the House of Stark's crippled son. The three-eyed crow was tempted. Danny Liz, I have said since the beginning that I don't have any evil intentions toward you, and I just hope to help you become more perfect. The wisp of divine soul I left in your consciousness didn't monitor your actions or thoughts, and I just instilled in you the noble character, benevolence, responsibility, glory, and faith of a great king. Danny sneered coldly. I don't need you to instill in me the noble character of a great king. I'm the greatest queen in the world, and my character is the standard by which the later generations of kings are judged. You are really conceited. The three-eyed crow was rendered speechless. I'm conceited? Who can put an end to slavery? Who can take out several million gold royals to save ordinary people? Who can consider the big picture when the Iron Throne is within reach and unite all forces to fight against the Long Night? Who will take the initiative to challenge the deviant ghosts and even fight against them without caring about their own safety to test their true power? In the foreseeable future, I will surely lead humans to fight against the deviant ghosts and end the Long Night. I heard that the Green Prophet can observe the past 10,000 years' history through the fishbone tree. Tell me who can be greater than me? Danny's words were shameless, but the three-eyed crow remained silent for a long time, and he couldn't refute her. In this world that was worse than worse, Danny was not bad at all. Moreover, you deliberately ignored the most important point. You want to keep me in the Westeros and you don't want me to leave. Because you took a fancy to my dragons, not Blackie or Whitey, but my unborn fifth dragon. Kueishi's prophecy stated that the red crow would land between the mother's eyebrows, and the mother's vision would be obstructed, while her child would be quietly taken away by a white wolf. She inherited a cheap doll from the original owner, but it definitely had nothing to do with the prophecy. As the mother of dragons, the Megalosaurus was also her child. Then there was no doubt that someone wanted to steal her dragon. The question was, which dragon would the wolf take? Furthermore, it was done quietly. Danny used to think that it was Little White, but yesterday evening the Green Prophet had personally made a move. Even with such a huge commotion, Little White still managed to hold on. This was because Little White was already 2 years old and had a very mature sense of self. It could even take the initiative to look for her dragon spirit in a crisis. Last night, in the apple orchard, when she put the glass candle into her backpack, she accidentally touched the red dragon egg. In an instant, Danny understood. The little thing was about to be born, and the Green Prophet's real target was him. Considering Jon Snow's identity as the child of prophecy, true dragons must have dragons, and the child of prophecy needs dragons even more. Each of the 6 children of the House of Stark received a direwolf bestowed by the old god. The direwolf's fate was closely related to its master's. As Whitey's master, Jon was the white wolf, wasn't he? Little Five came from the Targaryen family. In theory, Jon should be able to establish a connection with him very easily. Because Danny already had Blackie, a knight could only control one dragon. And Jon was a shapeshifter, so he had a stronger soul talent than her. Of course, Danny was the mother of dragons after all. If she deliberately caused trouble, Prince Rhaegar would not be able to steal Little Five away even if he was reborn. At this time, it was time for the Green Prophet to make a move. A shred of consciousness was lodged in the depths of her soul. The whispers of the evil god never stopped. It could make her change her mind and stay in the Westeros. It could also make her acknowledge her nephew. This was the three-eyed crow's wishful thinking. If he really did that, Danny would probably notice her abnormality due to the great contrast in her thoughts. She would then come to her senses. The three-eyed crow's scheme was exposed, but his tone was still calm and gentle. He said, I won't deny that I hope that you will leave the fifth dragon to the true child of prophecy. He needs it more than you. Danny, rise, the gods have already arranged everything, and fate has already determined it. Your mission is to bring back the Megalosaurus to the world, but this doesn't mean that all dragons are your exclusive property. Dragons have 3 heads. Fuck. Dragons have 3 heads. Danny interrupted him angrily. She announced firmly, listen carefully. Dragons have only 1 head, and that's their original head. It's not me, nor is it the child of prophecy, nor is it a Targaryen. A true dragon's will cannot be distorted, and it won't allow anyone to override it. My dragons are my children, and no one can ride on them as a dragon knight and show off their might. After me, the Megalosaurus won't have any dragon knights. Whitey roared proudly at the weirwood, and a human-like resolute look appeared in his eyes. He wouldn't accept any dragon knight other than his mother. The three-eyed crow seemed to be shocked by her speech, and he couldn't maintain his calm tone any longer. He said anxiously, "Dragons can't live without knights, and a wild dragon without knights is a disaster." Whitey roared angrily and let out a true dragon's roar at the weirwood. The leaves on his blood-stained palms started rustling. "You saw it? My dragon is different and he's very smart," Danny said with a smile. "Danny, rise. No matter how many misunderstandings you have about me, I still want to help you." The three-eyed crow sighed and invited her. "Do you want to get the complete Green Prophet's inheritance? I will teach you and I will give you all of my life's experience and power." Danny had an odd look on her face. If he didn't say that last sentence, she would have been tempted. But if she wanted to receive his inheritance and become the second three-eyed crow, why would she get power if her will had become so weak that it almost disappeared? "Do you still remember your original name?" she asked. The three-eyed crow sank into his memories. After a long while, "Blind and Hoenn." He sighed softly. Danny didn't manage to react for a moment, and she just nodded. She asked curiously, "Since you're from Hejian County, how did you become the Green Prophet?" The first requirement for a transfiguration user was the bloodline of the ancestors and the belief of the old gods. It was common knowledge that there were descendants of the ancestors in the south of Neck Lake, but there weren't any believers of the old gods. Hoenn was the surname of an illegitimate child in Hejian County, and this three-eyed crow came from the south of Neck Lake. "You don't know me?" Blinden asked in surprise. "Why should I get to know an illegitimate child?" Danny was even more baffled. The three-eyed crow spoke with pride, sadness, and anger. He clenched his teeth and said, "I'm the Blood Crow Duke." The Blood Crow Duke. Danny furrowed her brows and pondered for a long while. Suddenly, her expression changed and she said in disbelief, "You're the illegitimate child of the mediocre King Aegon? You're also a Targaryen, and a Targaryen became the Green Prophet. Remember Saint Bailey, who locked his sisters in the virgin residence? When Saint Bailey and Aegon IV were born, the gods seemed to have played a joke on them. Saint Bailey cut off all his desires and became a saint. The desires that Saint Bailey cut off were all absorbed by his cousin Aegon, and he became the most lascivious person in the history of the Targaryen family. Saint Bailey didn't get involved with women, but Aegon had countless lovers and countless illegitimate children. What was even more foolish was that Aegon the mediocre king not only messed around, but he also granted legal status to all his illegitimate children before he died. He also allowed them to inherit the throne after the eldest son, Dylan II. He gave his illegitimate children the right to inherit the throne. After that, the Blackfire Rebellion, which was second only to the Blood Dragon's Wild Dance in terms of damage to the Targaryen family, occurred. Robert also liked messing around and had many illegitimate children, but he wasn't picky about food. Most of the illegitimate children's mothers were commoners, and some were even prostitutes. The illegitimate children's mothers' families were too lowly, and they weren't a threat to the eldest son. It was a pity that Robert didn't have any eldest son, so it was awkward, but Aegon the mediocre king was different. He was picky about food and he had a high status. He especially picked the daughters of rich families. One of his lovers was even Saint Bailey's fiancée Diana, who was locked in the virgin residence. Aegon the mediocre king had 6 illegitimate children because his mother was from a rich family. They were called noble illegitimate children. The scary thing was that these noble illegitimate children even had the right to inherit the throne. Unsurprisingly, Diana's son, Demon Blackfire, raised the flag and rebelled. The Blackfire Rebellion, which lasted for 100 years, began. Blinden Riverwind was one of the noble illegitimate children. Damn it, he even got to the rank of duke. However, Blinden didn't stand on the side of the rebellious illegitimate children. He even personally killed Demon Blackfire and his twin sons, ending the first Blackfire Rebellion. He also became a kinslayer who was despised by everyone. He killed his brother and nephew. Later on, he committed a crime and violated the sacred oath to kill a nephew. He was sentenced to death by Ymant's younger brother Igo, Aegon V, Dany's grandfather. Blinden chose to put on a black coat and went to the Great Wall with Ymant to become a night watchman. He even became the commander-in-chief of the night watchmen. Then, 50 years ago, he went missing during a ranger patrol. Everyone thought that he died. If Danny remembered correctly, this old ancestor, who was 5 generations older than her, was already 125 years old. Even old Yimant had to call him grandfather. Well, old Yimant wasn't young either. He was 102 years old. You have been monitoring the Westeros? You used Weirwood to monitor the north and you used crows to monitor the south. Last time in Dorne, your original target was Dorne's prince, Dowlord Martell, Danny said with a complicated expression. I was waiting for you there. The Westeros don't have any secrets from me. The crow prepared it for you. Before you set foot on this continent, I knew that you would come, when you would come, and where you would come from, the three-eyed crow said. Since you are so powerful, why did the Targaryens get exterminated? Danny sneered. I know everything, but I won't easily get involved in the disputes of the Seven Kingdoms. You are a Targaryen. My duty is to protect the Westeros, not to serve the Targaryen dynasty. From the moment I put on black clothes, I lost my family and surname. I will only protect the Seven Kingdoms for the rest of my life. You should know the Oath of the Night Watchers, Brandon said calmly. You still have the face to mention the Oath of the Night Watchers to me? Danny sneered and asked, The most important Oath of the Night Watchers is to always remain neutral. You already have a political inclination, and you attacked me for a certain child of prophecy. The three-eyed crow sunk into silence again. After a long while, he sighed and said, Winter is coming, and only the child of prophecy can end the long night. You don't know how much I wish that you were the child of prophecy, but you aren't. The Night Watcher's oath of neutrality is to get the recognition and support of all suzerains so that they can better protect the Great Wall. I don't adhere to rules and oaths, and I have a clear conscience. Good, you said it very well. Danny laughed. According to this, the oath of neutrality is to get the recognition of all suzerains. Now that I am being targeted by you, does it mean that the Targaryens can no longer support the Night Watchers? Chapter 340. I will wait for you in the Wisdom Temple. When you understand the principle of sacrificing yourself for righteousness and understand your responsibility, you will naturally come back to me. Danny left the hill where the wolves were eating the six forms person's second body. She could faintly hear the three-eyed crow's words. Let the Ghost King come to you. She got tired of it and ran away. The three-eyed crow chattered nonstop. He didn't care whether she could stand it or not. He kept talking nonsense that didn't make any sense. He seriously conflicted with Danny's worldview. Since she couldn't do anything to the three-eyed crow for the time being and couldn't obtain much useful information from him, Danny returned to her own body. Valamir's soul ascended to the sky, traveled through the weirwood, and finally entered the body of an old wolf. The entire process seemed long, but it only took an instant. She was only delayed by chatting with the three-eyed crow for a while. When she returned, a group of hard-legged people were crying on Larry's corpse. Yes, the soul that controlled Whitey to use the true Dragon Roar's soul-chasing strike was the Green Prophet's second soul. Her 9-colored whirlpool first soul was still in her body. She could control her body freely. My little baby, your mother is with the gods, the white-haired old woman told her crying granddaughter. She will never be hurt again. She will never be hungry again. She will never be sad again. The gods have brought her back to the earth and brought her back to the forest. The gods are with us. They live among the rocks and streams, among the birds and beasts. My daughter has joined them. She is the world and the world is her. This speech was quite interesting. It almost described the final end of the souls of the old gods' believers. Ordinary people couldn't possibly know about the process of the soul merging with the world. They didn't experience it when they were alive, and they didn't have the chance to talk about it after they died. Only the Green Prophet could see it and describe it to others. Danny looked at the old woman thoughtfully. She asked the leader of the hard-legged people who had a sad face and kept stomping his feet and sighing, What position does your mother-in-law hold in the tribe? She is a forest witch. She presides over the birth of children, the death of adults, and the marriage of young people in the tribe. It seemed that this witch without magic power and meditation runes was equivalent to the priest of the savage tribe. Your daughter is not dead yet, Danny squatted down and said to the old witch. He's not dead yet, but he'll die sooner or later. Her soul has already returned to heaven and earth, and only her body is left gasping for breath. The old woman lamented. From a certain point of view, the old woman was right. Spearwoman Laurie's soul shattered, and the fragments of her soul continuously transformed into spiritual essence, dissipating into the world. Without a soul, the physical body would naturally die before long. Danny didn't make any promises. She only placed her hand between the round-faced spearwoman's eyebrows and activated her modified soul strike once again. The second soul and little white passed through a soul barrier and entered Larry's soul space again. There were many dark and deep holes at the edge of the broken blue space. A great terror and a great chill were hidden within. In the center of the soul space, there was a cluster of soul fragments floating in the air, like countless pieces of broken glass gathered together. Every piece of soul fragment was sparkling and translucent, and some incomplete images flashed past quickly. They were all Spearwoman Lari's life. The soul was made up of memories and willpower. At this moment, pieces of broken glass were slowly flying away from the center area, and following a strange suction force, they floated towards the dark hole in the soul wall. There seemed to be a crushing machine there, and the soul fragments that entered the black hole were immediately crushed into even smaller pieces and powder. Then they sprayed out from the hole and entered the mysterious old god's reincarnation system into streams, forests, lakes, birds, beasts, humans. They merged with the whole world as one. Danny rode on the dragon's back and reached out her hand to gather the sparse fragments in the center of the space. Gather the soul, endow the soul. Walala. The sparse rain of spiritual essence pierced through the void and fell on the broken soul space. The colorful spiritual essence dyed the air with a faint green glow, and then, like tired birds returning to their nest, they all rushed towards Larry's soul fragments. There were no corpses nearby to burn, and there was no high concentration of spiritual essence for Danny to gather, so the spiritual essence rain was very thin, even thinner and softer than a cow's hair. But to this soul space, this rain was a life-saving nectar that fell from the sky. In theory, other than the Megalosaurus and the dragon egg, Danny was unable to bestow spiritual essence to others. She once had an idea. If she could enter another person's soul realm like how she entered the soul space of the Megalosaurus, then if she used the endow skill in other people's soul realm, would she be able to bestow spiritual essence to others? Unfortunately, with the main soul based on the Grand Wizard meditation technique, she was unable to enter other people's soul realm, so she was unable to test out that idea. Now that she had the second soul based on the Green Prophet meditation technique, she could also enter other people's soul realm like the Green Prophet. Just as she expected, the spiritual essence that floated in from the outside world seemed to have her weak spiritual imprint, dyed with a faint green glow, but it was indeed able to merge with Spearwoman Lari's soul. Visible to the naked eye, the broken fragments began to grow. That's right, it was growing. After absorbing a small amount of spiritual essence, small soul fragments began to sprout like saplings, growing branches. Then the branches connected with each other. Different fragments stuck together, grew together, and became bigger. Gradually, a complete Lari shadow was formed. At a certain moment, she began to move her fingers. At a certain moment, she opened her eyes, looking at the white dragon that covered the sky above her in surprise and confusion. At a certain moment, the spiritual essence rain stopped falling on Lari. She was saturated. The colorful spiritual essence rain began to flow towards the soul wall. The deep, cold hole quickly shrunk, and the soul space became complete and perfect again. Hee. Smiling proudly, Danny rode the white dragon and disappeared in front of Lari's eyes. In reality, half an hour had passed. The old witch and the hill tribe leader had repeatedly tried to persuade Danny to give up on the treatment. To treat the Spearwoman Lari. As the main soul had always been in the sea of consciousness, Danny had never lost her consciousness. In the face of the Hardfoot people's request to euthanize the Spearwoman, she refused many times, and impatiently said that she was casting divine spells to bring their loved ones back from the brink of death. How is that possible? The dead can't be revived. Everyone knows that, the leader of the Hardfoot people complained. Yes, Lari is not a shapeshifter. She can't start a second life. In fact, even the Green Prophet can't be revived in his original body after death, the forest which vowed to tell her the truth. Your Majesty, isn't reviving the dead the ability of the Red Priest? You really know how to do it? Even the White Knight was doubtful. She's different, she's not completely dead, Danny said calmly. John pulled a tuft of wool from the Spearwoman's coat, put it next to the Spearwoman's nostrils and sighed, she's almost dead. Ouch. What are you doing? The Spearwoman's eyelids suddenly opened, and she exhaled a big breath, staring at John who was touching her nose and asked. Not only was Jianghu scared and fell to the ground, but the Hardfoot people nearby also screamed and stepped back. Be careful, there's a white ghost nearby. Lari has been revived. A savage shouted in horror, holding his spear tightly and looking around. The dead can't talk, the forest witch rolled up her daughter's sleeves, revealing her rough yellowish-black skin and said in surprise, and Laurie's hand didn't turn black, she's not dead. What's wrong with you? Laurie struggled to stand up and said in a daze, I think I saw a dragon just now, a big white ah. She turned her head and saw little White's golden eyes and shouted in panic, that's it, what happened to me? 7 gods above, she really came back to life, Barristan said in disbelief. Your Majesty, how did you do it? John was shocked. Gods, the Dragon Queen saved Laurie from the hands of the Grim Reaper. The savages were shocked and looked at Danny with awe. Danny smiled lightly, it's a small matter, don't be surprised. It's getting late, let's go back to the Great Wall. Small matter? For a moment, everyone suddenly felt that the Dragon Queen in front of them was unfathomable. This Dragon Queen, the Hill Tribe elder's bark-like face turned red and he stammered, can our Hill Tribe sign a tripartite lease agreement with you? Of course, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Thank you, Your Majesty. The savage shed tears of gratitude. With hundreds of hard-foot people guarding her, Danny was not afraid of the deviant ghosts rushing out of the forest and launching a surprise attack on her. 2 dragons soared in the sky, and she rode on the long-haired pony provided by the savages, walking in front of the team, leading them to find the death squad and go south to the Great Wall. Along the way they also met many savage tribes, some of them planning to return to their homes in the north, some of them planning to go to the difficult village in the east, and some of them going to the Milk River in the west, ready to join the Weeper's team and cross the Milk River by force. There were also some who were lost in the future, waiting for death in the abandoned village in the forest. Danny was willing to help as many people as she could, but she would never lower herself to beg others to help and save them. Just like how she treated the hard-foot people in the Hill Tribe, she never recruited the savage tribes they met along the way. If they took the initiative to ask about the agreement, she would give her own answer. As for whether the savages were willing to join her team to go south, she did not care. Some of the savages did not trust the King of the South and they left. Some were hesitant and continued to stay in the forest. Some, like the Hill Tribe, decided to sign the sacred agreement with the Dragon Queen. There were also savages who sought death and tried to ambush her, but they were killed by the Megalosaurus dragon flames. At around 2 in the afternoon, the death squad led 2,000 savages back to the Great Wall. Woo! At the top of the Great Wall, a horn sounded. The city gate opened and a group of night watchers rushed out, together with the savage warriors in the new camp. As if they were welcoming legendary heroes, they loudly welcomed the returning death squad members. When the Dragon Queen was 1 kilometer away from the Great Wall, she rode on the black dragon, hovering low above the heads of the heroes. She was the king of the heroes. Under the blue sky, on the open ground where the remaining snow had melted, thousands of people cheered as the Megalosaurus spread its wings. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live the Death Squad, long live the Megalosaurus. The brave and fearless Danny rise. The hero queen Danny rise. Force could conquer people but it could not subdue them. At the top of the Great Wall, Stannis clenched his fist, jealousy flashing in his deep blue eyes. Chapter 341. I, Doss of the hard-footed Hill Tribe, swear on behalf of all my people that I will strictly abide by the tripartite lease agreement after entering the Great Wall. I swear on my father's foot to all the southern kings that I will never bring anyone to plunder the north, and I will resolutely oppose and actively stop any free people who break the rules and sneak into the north. Under the gate of the Great Wall, there was a 2-meter-high wooden platform with 2 wooden chairs on it. The Dragon Queen and Stannis sat side by side. Next to them were Barristan, Melisandre, and the leaders of the Night's Watch. Under the wooden platform, the short chief of the barefooted tribe led his people to make a sacred oath with the king and the Night's Watch. After returning to the Great Wall, Danny began to move the barbarians as soon as possible. It was too dangerous outside the Great Wall. Deviants could attack the camp from time to time. Not to mention that the deviant ghosts would definitely try to kill the Dragon Queen and her dragon. Just the casualty rate alone was much lower when defending against deviant ghosts on the Great Wall than when fighting outside the city. Therefore, letting the barbarians into the Great Wall had become a necessary choice. The only problem was whether the barbarians would abide by the sacred oath. Danny did not act arbitrarily on this matter. She had to leave here soon. In the coming days, the Urlu party would become the most powerful force on the Great Wall, and Erlu's army would also be able to suppress the barbarians who broke the oath. She had to let Erlu participate in this matter. Before seeing Ghost Child, Stannis was determined not to agree. He did not trust Dany, did not trust the barbarians, did not want to see Dany take the barbarians in for her own use, and did not want to bear the infamy of letting the barbarians into the Great Wall. When the nobles and the people of the Seven Kingdoms knew about this, they would definitely curse because they did not feel the danger of deviance, but deeply hated the barbarians for 8,000 years. But Ghost Child changed his mind. Not to mention Erlu, any living person who saw Ghost Child, no matter how much they hated the barbarians before, would have to admit that keeping the barbarians outside the Great Wall was equivalent to providing soldiers for the deviants. She could either accept the barbarians and use their power to deal with the deviants, or let the barbarians join the deviants. How should he choose? However, Stannis also had some demands. First, the barbarian warriors and powerful spearwomen had to stay at the wall, become temporary night watchers or work as farmers. They could not join the Dragon Queen and fight across the narrow sea with her. Second, the Dragon Queen had to swear a sacred oath that she would not recruit the barbarians to invade the Seven Kingdoms. Third, the Dragon Queen could not interfere with the barbarians changing their faith and joining the Light King. To sum it up in one sentence, restrict the barbarians from siding with the Dragon Queen, prevent the Dragon Queen from using the power of the barbarians to fight for the Iron Throne, encourage the barbarians to join the Deer faction, and allow Stannis to use the power of the barbarians to participate in the Game of Thrones. Shameless. Stannis himself was too embarrassed to say these words to the Dragon Queen. The negotiation was between Sir Ashier Florin and the White Knight. Yasser Florence is the uncle of Queen Celis, a follower of the Lord of Light and leader of the latter party. His elder brother was Count Alistair of Brightwater, who was sacrificed to Lalo because he advocated peace with Duke Tywin. He was burned alive. To be honest, Stannis and his aides never thought that Dany would agree to such an unfair treaty. Some of them were even rubbing their palms in anticipation. They had prepared many arguments and reasons, waiting for the Dragon Queen to object. Then they would stand out and argue with the crowd. But the Dragon Queen did not even think about it and directly agreed. Dany did not intend to spend much time in the Westeros. Once she had defeated, captured, and studied the deviant ghosts, she would leave the northern region. In the Westeros, there was only one purpose for taking in the barbarians, and that was to conquer the north. Stannis was so poor that he thought the northern lords were his hope of turning the tables in the Game of Thrones. Dany never had any expectations for the north, nor did she intend to win the hearts of the nobles and people. Stark was not dead, and it was difficult for the people of the north to accept the leadership of a foreign king. Also, the north was the front line against the deviants, and there was an extreme shortage of food. The north almost did not store any food for winter. The north was different from Hujin. It was obvious that when she ascended the Iron Throne, the position of Hujin would no longer belong to the Tully family. As the granary of the Seven Kingdoms, Hujin was extremely rich, had a large population, and was connected to the king's territory. Why did Dany not revoke the title of Kingdom of Hujin and merge it into the king's territory, making it a direct territory of the Targaryens? Therefore there was a need to help Hujin. But the north was different. It was cold, barren, and sparsely populated. The north belonged to Stark and would always belong to Stark. The people of the north did not recognize the Iron Throne, and they would not recognize the Dragon Queen. The ending of Game of Thrones explained everything. If she had to intervene in the affairs of the Westeros, Dany might as well take back Dragonstone Island and focus on the Three Rivers Basin. She did not want to occupy many cities, but she wanted to preserve the population and use it as her base in the Westeros. She only had a cheap son, but 20 years later she might have a dozen cheap grandsons. She did not care for the Iron Throne, but she could leave it for her grandsons. Without a dozen thrones from a dozen countries, what kind of royal family would the Targaryens be? Grandmother Dany was thinking too far ahead. I, the commander of the Greenshell tribe Chiliarch Morona, on behalf of 1,000 free people under my command, swear to the gods that I will sign a sacred contract with Queen Dany Rise. After entering the Great Wall, I will never leave the old land. After the hard-legged Duth led 1,000 barbarians into the city gate, the white-masked Morona led a group of women and children to swear an oath with Dany. Unlike the hard-legged Duth, Morona would not stay at the Great Wall. She would lead 1,000 people under her command to the East Sea and cross the narrow sea by boat. She only needed to sign a contract with Dany. The Night Watchers and Stannis both thought that Dany should take away the barbarian women and children who did not have much combat power to reduce the burden on the Great Wall. After Morona, there were Kiliarchs like Whale, Sea Elephant and Solon. Some of them stayed at the Great Wall, while others followed Dany to the west to seek food. There were about 13,000 barbarians. 2,000 joined the Night Watchers, 5,000 went to farm if they could still farm, 5,000 went to the East Sea. Before the sky turned dark, all the barbarians passed through the city gate and entered the other side of the Great Wall. Although resources were scarce, there was still a bonfire banquet tonight. The mission of the Suicide Squad to capture captives was finally completed. 1 ghost child, 3 other ghosts and more than 100 ghouls. What a great harvest. There were too many barbarians. Dark Castle could not accommodate them. Other than arranging rooms for the old, young and sick, the barbarians also set up a new camp on the east side of Dark Castle. The banquet was held between Dark Castle and the camp. Thousands of bonfires rose from the vast land. They were like stars in the dark sky, shining with a glimmer of hope. The barbarians took out their home-brewed fruit wine and exchanged it with the ale of the Night Watchers. The aroma of roast lamb, roast pig and roast beef spread between the sky and the earth. Some people bragged loudly while drinking, some took out harps and wooden guitars to sing poems, some hugged each other in the cheers of the audience, some sang loudly, and some barbarian girls sang and danced. The barbarians temporarily forgot about the danger on the other side of the wall and began to party to their heart's content. The Night Watchers built a straw shed on the side of Dark Castle to block out the cold wind. There were 3 long tables in the shed, forming a 10-meter-long main table. Dany and Stannis sat at the same table. Among the 20 or 30 people at the same table, there were high-ranking members of the Night Watchers, important members of the Deer Party and Kiliarchs of the barbarians. I'll go back to the Shadow Tower tomorrow morning. Sir Mallister put a piece of roasted lamb chop into his mouth and said while chewing, "The Weeper is recruiting. Dark Castle better send me 100 rangers." "There are more than 10,000 freemen here." Red Pomegranate's chief steward looked at the barbarians who were drinking and eating and said awkwardly, "There are only 320 Night Watchers left in Dark Castle. We can't manage them all. Besides, Her Majesty Dany rises here. As long as the messenger crow comes, we can ride the dragon and go there in an hour. No amount of rafts will be enough." Old Ymont frowned and looked at Dany as if to remind her, "Your Majesty can't stay at the wall for long, right?" "You're right. Don't blame me for shirking my responsibility. I'm different from some kings who live a leisurely life. I really have a lot of work to do every day." Dany smiled at the man who was grinding his teeth. Now the cities of Queers, Volantis, Lys and other cities have formed the Alliance of Slavery Defenders. They call it the Million-Man Army, and thousands of warships. A world war is waiting for me. Million-Man Army? A piece of dried apple fell from Ygritte's lips. She looked at the Dragon Queen in a daze and said, "You're bluffing. Is there such a huge army in the world?" Well, the red-haired girl also became a Chiliarch. First of all the barbarians who joined the Suicide Squad were free. She was no longer Dany's captive. Second, almost half of the 12 Kiliarchs died last night, and Ygritte was the only one among the barbarians who killed another ghost, together with Jon. She had made a great contribution. In the summer there were never more than 200,000 free people outside the wall. "How many are 2 million? Vaynor asked. "The population of the Northern Territory has never exceeded 500,000. Jon's mouth twitched. Seeing that everyone had an expression of, "Dragon Queen really knows how to boast," Dany smiled with a sense of superiority and said, "You guys are still too ignorant. In the battle to conquer Slaver's Bay, I wiped out 200,000 soldiers of the Guy's army. If you don't believe me, you can ask King Stannis or any merchant of the free cities. There were not even 100,000 regular soldiers, but if the slaves who served the Guy's army were included, 200,000 was not too much." "Wow, 200,000. The barbarians and Night Watchers exclaimed. Even Scholar Ymont had a look of disbelief. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything," Erlu said with a wooden face. "Sai, Westeros are too close to information. You guys still don't know what the people of the world knew half a year ago. Think about it and you'll understand. Slaver's Bay has 1.5 million people. With 10 to 1 soldiers, 20 to 30,000 mercenaries and 10 to 20,000 new guys navy, 200,000 per person is not too much. Those 200,000 people should have been defeated by you many times, right?" Sir Yasser Florin snorted. "No one in the world can gather 1 million soldiers at the same time, not even the Anti-Dragon Mother Alliance. Sigh, it's true that there are more than 1,000 warships. If each warship has 100 sailors, the navy will exceed 100,000. The army will not be less than the navy, at least 100,000. Including the supply teams, the total military strength will be at least 300,000 to 400,000. Is 1,000,000 an exaggeration? Everyone was silent. The barbarians and night watchers looked at the Dragon Queen in shock and admiration. 1,000,000 soldiers. In comparison, deviant ghosts did not seem so scary. Chapter 342. Stannis's expression was uncertain as he asked, "What will happen to the Great Wall after you leave?" Dany shrugged and said, "Send a letter to the City of Knowledge and tell them about the other ghosts. Then inform all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. There are witnesses and evidence. They should believe me, right? After taking Dragonstone Island, I will fulfill my duty as the Prince of Dragonstone Island and provide the Night Watchers with golden dragons and dragon crystal weapons. But in the Westeros, I have no vassals and cannot send soldiers to the Great Wall. Your Majesty, Dany Rise, compared to freeing the slaves, the coming long night is a greater threat to humans. Why don't you end the battle at Slaver's Bay and send the Unsullied to the Great Wall?" Jon asked. "Yes, since you can defeat hundreds of thousands of soldiers, your soldiers must be very powerful. Why don't you bring them to the Great Wall to defend against the other ghosts? Maybe you can clear out all the other ghosts in a few months." Bowen Marcy said sincerely. Dany looked at them deeply and asked, "Will you give up the Great Wall and go to Slaver's Bay to deal with the slavers? We are the Night Watchers. Protecting the Westeros is our duty. How can we participate in the struggles of other countries?" At this point, Red Pomegranate was stunned. Dany smiled and said, "Just like you, the soldiers at Slaver's Bay have their own duty to protect the freedom of the newly freed slaves. But guarding the Great Wall is not just about protecting the Westeros." Jon frowned and said, "The other ghosts are the common enemy of all humans. The Long Night is not only in the Westeros. The sooner we get rid of the other ghosts and end the Long Night, it will be beneficial for everyone." The Savior's awareness was just too high. "You are right." Dany nodded in agreement and said to Hanno seriously, "The people of the world should put aside their disputes and form a united front against the ghosts. As long as the Allied army is willing to give up on Slaver's Bay and allow my army to pass through their territory, I will be the first to respond to the call of the Ghost Resistance Front. I will gather volunteers at Slaver's Bay and cross the ocean to support the Great Wall." Dragon Queen was so righteous, but the group of Westeros frowned, feeling unhappy. Deep in their hearts, they hoped that the Dragon Queen would immediately give up on Slave Bay, give up on freeing the slaves, and put all her strength into the battle to protect the Westeros. After all, Westeros was the center of the world, the benchmark of the world civilization, and they were the great and glorious people of Westeros. Furthermore, wasn't the Dragon Queen also painstakingly chasing after the Iron Throne, which was out of her reach? If she wanted to become the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, shouldn't she contribute to the people of the 7 Kingdoms? Even if you haven't sat on the Iron Throne yet. We can't change the Free City's decision, and we don't have the ability to form an alliance to resist the otherworldly demons, Jon said with a bitter smile. Sigh, you have to understand that the warriors of Slaver's Bay also have friends and relatives. Dany shrugged and said slowly, "Don't think about taking shortcuts. Work hard to gather reinforcements from the 7 nations. I took the risk to capture the otherworldly demons to provide you with evidence and convince the City of Knowledge first. Where's that old Paristan?" Thinking of the City of Knowledge and the scholar, Dany suddenly realized that she hadn't seen the red-nosed old man for the entire day. "The scholar is sick," old Yamant said. "What kind of illness? He can't even attend the banquet of the 2 kings?" After seeing the otherworldly demons last night, he was in a daze. He kept mumbling, "The otherworldly demons can still appear even without dragons. This world can never eliminate magic. What should we do in the future? The ideal of the real world is completely destroyed. What's the real world?" Melisandre suddenly asked. "I don't know. The madman talks nonsense." The old scholar spoke nonsense without changing his expression. A look of sympathy flashed across his face and he lamented, "He was fine last night on the Great Wall, but when he returned to his bedroom, when I went to see him in the morning, he was barefooted and lying on the floor with only a thin layer of clothing. The fire in the fireplace was also extinguished. It was as if he was possessed. He pulled his hair and mumbled to himself. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his head was running a high fever. The arrow wound on his hip split open again, and his pants were wet with blood. I fed him a big bowl of poppy milk, and before coming to the banquet I even put 7 or 8 leeches on him. He's now undergoing blood-sucking treatment. He has a fever and lost a lot of blood. You used leeches to bleed him? Danny's mouth twitched. Old scholar, you hate the city of knowledge too, so you're tormenting the red-nosed old man on purpose, right? His main symptom isn't a fever. The leeches can help him regain his sanity, the old scholar said seriously. All right, but don't let him die. The task of convincing the scholars of the city of knowledge depends on him. As long as the scholars know that the otherworldly demons are real, they'll definitely warn the lords of the 7 kingdoms. There are hundreds of earls in the 7 kingdoms, and each earl sends 100 soldiers. That's tens of thousands of people. This is much faster than me mobilizing troops from Slave Bay. Slave Bay is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Great Wall, and it'll take a year or 2 by boat. Moreover, if the Alliance doesn't remove the blockade of Slave Bay, even if we organize a large fleet, we won't be able to leave the bay. Everyone nodded helplessly. It was true. No matter how powerful Dragon Queen's army was, it was too far away from the Great Wall. Before the true king appears, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms can't unite. Why am I fighting for the Iron Throne? For power? Stannis put down his fork and looked at Dany with a contemptuous smile. Isn't it? Dany raised her eyebrows and asked. Responsibility. Because of responsibility. He emphasized in a serious tone, I saw the arrival of the long night in the sacred fire. I received a revelation from the King of Light that it's now a dangerous time. The ancient prophecies are coming true. I need the Iron Throne only because the King of the 7 kingdoms can unite the forces of the 7 kingdoms to resist the coming long night. I will start the war only because I know what kind of people the nobles of the 7 kingdoms are. When they hear the news of the coming long night, they'll be afraid and hide. They'll raise the castle walls and stock up on food, but not many will bring soldiers to defend the Great Wall. Unless there's a powerful king leading them. That king is you? Dany laughed. It won't be you, Stannis said solemnly. I have talent, virtue, power and law, Dany said. From the moment the Targaryen dynasty fell, you no longer have law. You should have some self-awareness. Look south from the Great Wall, how many enemies do you see? The north, Hugin, Arryn Valley, Lannister in the west, and the Stormlands all have irreconcilable conflicts with you. They won't support the Targaryens. It's strange to hear this from you, Dany said with a strange smile. Aren't you even more unpopular than I am? You should walk among the people more and see how the people and nobles talk about you. Stannis pursed his thin lips and said seriously, I know that everyone misunderstands me because of the Red God, but this is only temporary. When the long night comes, when the 7 gods can no longer answer the pleas of the people, when the light of the King of Light shines upon the world, everyone will understand that the long night is long, and only the King of Light can control the darkness. When the long night was about to fall, Erlu's idea was not wrong. The 7 gods would never answer the people, but the King of Light had already begun to show his miracles. Humans were very realistic. The reason they had faith was because they hoped to be rewarded by the gods. When the 7 gods could not satisfy them, their piety would immediately turn into resentment and curses. In the foreseeable future, the Church of the 7 gods would definitely suffer heavy losses in this long night. It might even disappear from Westeros completely, just like its experience on the continent of Essos. On the contrary, the Red God, who had been scheming for the long night and the savior since thousands of years ago, was very likely to be the biggest winner in this long night. If the Red God doctrine became the mainstream religion of Westeros, then Erlu, who hung the Red Heart flag high, would naturally be the most orthodox king. Dany glanced at Erlu, who had a deep gaze and a determined expression, and sighed in her heart. It seemed that she had misunderstood him before. Stannis was not without schemes, nor was he brainwashed or deceived by the red-robed woman. He was very clear-headed and had probably seen through the essence of faith, and guessed that the Red God's faith had a bright future. Erlu had not been completely eliminated from the game of power. He was a hero in the later stages. Well, the premise was that he could last until the later stages. Stannis, with the coming of the long night and the world on the brink of destruction, if we keep getting along awkwardly and being on guard against each other, it will seem too petty and unbefitting of our status as kings. Dany's eyes were as bright as the stars, flashing with confidence and pride. Why don't we sign a king's agreement and compete for the Iron Throne openly? Silence filled the banquet. Everyone stared blankly at the Dragon Queen, not knowing what to do. Even the savages had their mouths wide open, waiting for the Dragon Queen to continue. Stannis leaned forward and gritted his teeth. What agreement? The one who ends the long night will be the king. Dany leaned back in her chair and smiled faintly. Wow. Everyone was shocked. Stannis's eyes flashed and he asked, how do we determine who will be the one who ends the long night? Dany said, I guess there is a king of deviant ghosts above the deviant ghosts, and the one who kills him will be the king. King of deviant ghosts? Your Majesty, Dany Rise, are you sure? Jon's expression changed. Deviant ghosts are intelligent. Everyone has seen it. Intelligent creatures that live in groups must have a leader. It is the same for humans and beasts. Yes, deviant ghosts live in groups. They must have a leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. If deviant ghosts are like humans, killing one king and then another one appears, what will happen? Stannis asked. Simple, whoever kills more deviant ghost kings will ascend the Iron Throne. What if the number is the same? Sir Florin asked. Then we will compare the number of white ghosts killed. You have a dragon. You have too much of an advantage. Florin shook his head. Dany sneered, all right, as long as anyone kills the same number of deviant ghost kings as me, I will automatically withdraw from the fight for the Iron Throne. I feel that the crown on my head is too heavy. Just Slave Bay and the vast and rich Free City are enough to keep me busy. Look. The faces of the members of the Deer Party twisted. They unconsciously tightened their grip on their spoons. All right, I will sign this Treaty of Kings with you. Stannis placed his hands on the table and stood up. No, not just you and me. It is for all the kings of the 7 kingdoms and those who want to become kings. This treaty will be sent to all the nobles with messenger crows and will be agreed upon. Everyone? Everyone exclaimed. Even free citizens? Whale asked. Are you a citizen of the 7 kingdoms? Dany rolled her eyes. This is a fight for the Iron Throne, the position of king of the 7 kingdoms. If a commoner kills a deviant ghost king by luck, will the nobles of the 7 kingdoms acknowledge him as king? Old Ymont frowned. After last night's battle, everyone should have seen the power of deviant ghosts. Deviant ghosts are magical creatures. As you can imagine, deviant ghost kings are far more terrifying than deviant ghosts. Scattered soldiers can't kill them at all. If a soldier under a king kills a deviant ghost by luck, the credit will naturally go to the king. Commoners have no chance of facing a deviant ghost king. If such a person really appears, he must be a legendary hero like Yasuo Ahai. So what if he becomes the king of the 7 kingdoms? Anyone who opposes him will be killed by the kings. This is written in the sacred treaty. Anyway, Targaryen is a man of his word. He will definitely abide by the treaty. Chapter 343. Dany, have you decided to give up the Iron Throne? Old Ymont asked hesitantly. At the top of the Great Wall, east of the city gate, there was a wooden shed built by the Night Watchers in the early years to shelter them from the wind and rain. There was a shortage of manpower now and it had been abandoned for many years. At this time, Blackie was lying in the old shed, while Dany and Ymont sat side by side on the black dragon's soft and tough wings. They chatted as if they were leaning on a sofa. The Night Watchers were short on supplies, so the dinner was not very sumptuous and there were no performances. After eating a steak, Dany left the table and went to the Great Wall. Ymont followed. Why do you say that? I have dragons, magic, and dozens of Valeglia steel swords. No matter how you look at it, I have the best chance of winning, Dany said. Ymont said worriedly, I carefully observed the battle between you and the other ghosts last night. Valeglia steel swords are like iron swords to armored knights. They have the power to kill, but they have to hit the vital points and break the armor first. Dragon flames are effective against other ghosts, but the killing efficiency is too low. Ice armor and ice swords can even block fireballs. Too scary. But the light emissary is different. It is a divine weapon specially made by Yasuo and Ahai to deal with other ghosts. I suspect that Stannis can cut through the other ghosts' ice swords and ignore the defense of the magic ice armor, just like Valeglia steel swords against wooden weapons. I also have a guess. Only the light emissary can kill the other ghost king. Normal weapons cannot end the long night. Otherwise, Yasuo and Ahai would not have spent so much effort to make the swords. Dany fell silent. The old man's words were not nonsense. In fact, they were very reasonable. Yasuo and Ahai did not defeat the other ghosts in one wave. They fought for many years. It was said that the long night lasted for a generation. There were failures and victories, but they were never able to end the long night. 8,000 years ago, the Valeglia civilization had not yet appeared. Naturally, there was no Valeglia steel, but other than dragon crystals, there was a magic metal called dragon steel. He wasn't sure what kind of steel dragon steel was, but it was similar to Valeglia steel in that it could kill deviant ghosts. With Yasuo and Ahai's identities as heroes of the world, it was impossible for them not to have a dragon steel weapon. However, he insisted on forging the sword, and in order to forge the sword, he even sacrificed his wife. P.S. The radiant emissary that was forged at such a high cost must have a powerful ability, and that ability must have a special effect on the Night King. Danny had only watched Game of Thrones. Before that, she thought that with her Valeglia steel weapon, Night King would be a piece of cake. 7 white knights, 3 Valeglia's blood, the little assassin Danny C. and herself as a mage. They were all wearing Valeglia steel armor and wielding Valeglia steel swords. After finding their target, 11 armored warriors descended from the sky on a megalosaurus and surrounded the Night King alone. Then the little assassin went invisible at the side. This kind of teamwork was better than Arya's sneak attack, right? However, Danny realized that in this real world, Arya could not sneak attack the Night King at all. No matter how strong a faceless stealth skill was, it was useless against deviant ghosts because deviant ghosts did not observe the world through optical vision. To put it bluntly, many ghouls did not have eyeballs, but their eye sockets still lit up with a faint blue light. They could still find living people. Deviant ghosts and ghouls could sense the breath, temperature, and vitality of the living. It did not matter whether they had eyes or not. Even if Arya used Gale steps, she could not hide from the perception of a normal deviant ghost, let alone hide herself. This was a bit of a trap. Knowing the way to kill the big boss should be the biggest cheat for a transmigrator who had read the plot, but this cheat was fake. Danny almost had a face full of blood. Do you think the light bringer in Stannis' hand is real? It is exactly the same as described in the book. The sword's body shone with a magical light, and no one could look directly at it. The burning aura also prevented people from getting close to it. Yamant said. Danny shook her head and said, "No, the fluctuating light is real, but it is not burning. We all saw it. When the sword was swung, the flame ignited the giant's hair." The old scholar frowned. Haha. Danny seemed to have thought of something and she covered her mouth and chuckled. "What's wrong?" Yamant was confused. "Old man, did you notice the difference between the way I eat and him?" Danny held back her laughter and asked. "There is no difference? Your dining etiquette is very standard. Stannis grew up in a noble family, so it is normal for him to know the etiquette of royalty. But Danny, you are too rare. You have been wandering the streets since you were young, and you have never received a proper noble education. But now you have the style of royalty more than anyone else. You are a natural-born king." The old man looked at Danny with gratification. "You have not seen how I looked when I first walked out of the Red Wasteland." Danny rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "In Queers, when I first met Sir Barristan, he had an expression of disbelief, and he immediately exclaimed, 'Where did this wild girl come from?' So, to show off my kingly aura as a Targaryen, I called the 3 dragons down and spat a mouthful of dragon flames at the old knight's squire. Guess what? He immediately thought that I was domineering and a natural-born king." Look. Old Yamant's face was distorted. "Your Majesty, you are exaggerating. When did I say that you are a wild girl?" The white knight who was standing at the door of the wooden shed as a guard was unhappy. "You did not say it, but your eyes showed it clearly." Ha ha ha. Old Yamant laughed cheerfully. Danny laughed for a while and then said seriously, "I am not talking about etiquette. When the roast lamb is served on the table, the brown gravy is still sizzling. How do you eat it?" Old Yamant's expression froze and said in realization, "When it cools down, you still eat it while breathing. It is too hot. Stannis is like a normal person, afraid of being burned by the high temperature." "What about me?" Danny smiled. "You stuff it into your mouth without hesitation as if it was cold to begin with." Old Yamant muttered. Barristan immediately said, "His Majesty is not afraid of the heat at all. In fact, His Majesty especially likes to eat roast meat when it is hot." "You said that the meat is softer, the juices are fuller, and it melts in the mouth like it is exploding. In other words, the radiant emissary looks like a blazing flame, but the temperature is not high." Yamant frowned. Danny's eyes flashed and she said, "Anyway, we have 3 other ghouls as captives. Let him try the sword tomorrow and we will understand. If only the radiant emissary can deal with the other ghoul king, what should we do? Old Yamant was worried again. If Stannis can end the long night, then let him be the king. He has already saved the world, is he not worthy of a crown? Dany said casually. Dany, the roots of Targaryen are in the Westeros. Old Yamant said sadly. I did not say that Targaryen will be completely removed from the Westeros. Dany smiled strangely. Even if we cannot become kings, we Targaryens can still become dukes. I will take over Dragonstone Island and part of the Three Rivers. No matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Targaryen will have a large territory. You can do that? Old Yamant was dumbfounded. Of course you can. Being a duke in the Westeros is more comfortable than being a king. Dany smiled and asked, Old Master, are you familiar with Blinden River text? Why do you think of him? Blinden has been dead for many years. The old scholar was puzzled. He is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he has also become the Green Prophet. What? Dany's revelation was like a clap of thunder in Yamant and Barristan's minds. Both of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Blinden is alive as the Three-Eyed Crow. He is in a secret place beyond the Great Wall. How is this possible? He is older than me by a few decades. Old Yamant muttered. The Green Prophet has the same lifespan as a normal person? He was the one who fought with me yesterday afternoon. Blinden wanted to control my thoughts and take away my dragon. He even admitted his identity. Dany slowly told them about her conversation with the Three-Eyed Crow. Blinden does indeed have the bloodline to become the Green Prophet. His mother's family, the Blackwood family, has a long history. Before the Andarians invaded, they were the royal family of Riverland. At the same time, they are the only family south of the Neck Marsh that still believes in the old gods and worships the Heart Tree. No wonder his intelligence network is so terrifying that even Igo is afraid of him. Yet, no one has ever investigated his intelligence network. Old Yamant came to a realization. Since he is also a Targaryen, why would he make an enemy out of you, your majesty? Just because you are not the child of prophecy? That's ridiculous. Barristan was puzzled. Blinden has a wine-colored birthmark from his cheek to his chin. It looks like a red crow. It is also because the Blackwood family's emblem is a black crow with a red background that he has the title of Blood Crow. The old man looked at the silver plate-like moon through the hole in the roof. He recounted the past events related to Blinden in his memories. A hero with a slightly tragic story. This isn't a question of whether I want it or not. As Robert's successor, the throne is mine. Tanner, this is the law, this is the rule. Just as Dany was pondering over Blinden's personality, Stannis' soft curses came from the west. Then the blacksmith Tanner's pleading voice came. She has a dragon, my good highness. You have no hope. Take the initiative to surrender to her before we completely fall out with each other. Support her in ascending to the Iron Throne. At the very least, you will be able to protect the Wind's End castle that has been passed down in the Baratheon family for generations. The one who started the War of the Usurper was Robert. Robert has already met his retribution and is dead. You are not Robert. You have no direct blood feud with her. Why throw away your life for that iron chair? Dany and Yamant looked at each other. They never thought that the one-armed blacksmith would persuade Erlu to surrender. Dany was conflicted. She was very hesitant to accept someone like Erlu as a follower. It was too difficult. She thought too highly of herself. Erlu was very strong-willed. I have never asked for this crown. Stannis pointed at the pure gold crown on his head. The edges were deliberately made into the shape of flames. Well, when the two kings sat at the same table, Erlu was well-dressed with a crown on his head. Dany had only scrubbed her iron armor once, and her hair was braided in a thick braid without a crown. In fact, apart from the three-headed Dragon King's crown given to her by the Tourmaline Brotherhood, Dany had never forged a crown for herself. The three-headed Dragon King's crown had been left to collect dust in the treasury. She had never worn it before. But when she appeared on the Megalosaurus, no one did not think that she was a queen. Gold is cold and heavy on my head. It is uncomfortable, but it is my responsibility. Robert is my eldest brother. After his death, it is my responsibility to inherit his throne. Not to mention Joffrey and Tommen, they are not even Robert's children. There are also the others. You have seen it. The night is coming. As the one in the prophecy, it is my responsibility to save millions and the people of the Seven Kingdoms from the darkness. This is my mission. Stannis gritted his teeth. His slightly twisted expression contained an endless amount of determination. It was unknown what the blacksmith opposite Erlu had on his face, but Danny's cheeks were twitching. Robert's throne was taken from his father. It is not your responsibility. Besides, even if you are the child of the prophecy, it does not conflict with submitting to her. How can you be the savior if you are dead? No, I will not submit to anyone. You have submitted to Robert. Chapter 344. You've served Robert before. You're Robert's good brother, a good subject. She's obviously more wise than Robert. She's a greater ruler. Why can't you serve her? Blacksmith Tanner advised. Robert. It was as if Stannis had been infected with a virus called Robert. He kept muttering. Suddenly he waved his hand and complained hysterically, yes, I was loyal to Robert and tried my best to be his good brother, his good subject, but how did he repay me? When I was 18 he rebelled. I defended Storm's End for him. The inflatable fish trapped me for more than a year. The castle ran out of food. Even I had to eat dead rats and boiled shoes. But no matter how hard it was, I never thought of surrendering to the Mad King. Before Robert left, he gave the castle to me. It was my responsibility to defend Storm's End for him. In the end, King's Landing was taken by Robert. Tyrell no longer had the determination to serve Targaryen. Ide and Stark led a few thousand men and drove away the Riverbend army that surrounded Storm's End. At that time Robert laughed and hugged Ide and Stark. He called him my brother, and thanked him for saving Storm's End. Stannis screamed, holding his head. He forgot about me, his true brother. He didn't even give me a hug or a word of thanks. Even a fool would know how insignificant Eddard Stark's actions were during the siege of Storm's End. Well, Robert was happy to treat Ide as his brother. I won't be jealous. Well, I won't be jealous. But what happened after that? When he ascended the Iron Throne, Storm's End should have been mine, shouldn't it? Regardless of my contributions as the second son of House Theon, I had every right to inherit Storm's End after my eldest brother became king. But Robert gave Storm's End to a child. Renly was only 4 or 5 at the time. He didn't give me any reward or comfort. Then Robert sent me to attack Dragonstone Island, but there was a terrible storm, and all the ships were capsized, and William Darry took the opportunity to escape with the boys to the other side of the narrow sea. However, I managed to conquer Dragonstone Island and complete the mission Robert gave me. However, not only did Robert not see my contribution, he even loudly reprimanded me. He blamed me for running away with the 2 dragons and causing him trouble. He really guessed right. That baby really grew up to be a big trouble, but it had nothing to do with him. The trouble was left to me. When Robert made me the Duke of Dragonstone, I dare say that everyone in King's Landing laughed at me. They even thought that Robert was humiliating me on purpose. Because I am the rightful Duke of Storm's End, the ruler of the vast and rich Stormlands. What else does Dragonstone Island have apart from rocks? During the Targaryen era, the Prince of Dragonstone Island held great significance. It was the fief of the heir to the throne. However, that was because Dragonstone Island was the land of the Targaryens. To Theon Bella, the Windstop Castle had a special meaning. Robert really humiliated me. On the night of my wedding with Silas, he dragged the bridesmaids to my wedding room and opened Silas's cousin's butt on my wedding bed. He even left a bastard for me to raise. I tried my best to be a good younger brother, and I tried my best to be a good subject, but all I got in return was his humiliation. What? Even the Targaryens knew that the king chose his brother to be the king's hand after he ascended the throne. But what did Robert do? After Jon Arryn died, he would rather go thousands of miles away in the north to find Ed Stark than consider me. As if he had vented all the resentment of a lifetime, Stannis calmed down. He looked at the conflicted blacksmith in front of him and said indifferently, "This is what I get for pledging my loyalty to Robert." Now you want me to pledge my loyalty to that woman? She has a dragon. The blacksmith said bitterly. Stannis, who had calmed down, began to grind his teeth again when he heard the word dragon. I should have listened to Melisandre and hatched the dragon earlier. That red-robed woman can't be trusted. The blacksmith sighed. 2 years ago, before the dragons appeared, Melisandre let me see the snowy plains and the otherworldly ghosts in the flames. Everyone knows about Yeser Ahai's prophecy. Who's hiding in the shed? Stannis suddenly realized when he got close to the wooden shed. He held his sword and shouted at the shadow in the shed. As Blackie sneezed. A string of red flames came out of its nose, illuminating the strange and awkward faces of the 3 people and 1 dragon in the shed. In the eyes of the embarrassed Stannis, even Blackie's expressionless stare was a blatant mockery of him. His face turned green, white, and red. His expression changed back and forth. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing here?" "We've always been here. With the shed blocking us, it's warm," Dany said with a smile. He had never hated Dany's smile as much as he did now. "Hey, don't get so worked up. Every family has its own problems." Dany waved her hand and sighed in a casual tone. "Compared to my stupid brother, your brother is good enough. At most, Robert was afraid of you and deliberately suppressed you. He still left you the position of Duke of Dragonstone Island. But because of a woman, Liga destroyed my family and made me a princess when I was just born. I wandered around the trading city since I was young and did not have a full meal all year round. After Sir William Dane died, I did not even wear new clothes for 10 years. Compared to me, what happened to you is nothing." The humiliation, anger, and anxiety on Stannis's face froze, cracked, and fell off his face piece by piece. Blacksmith Tanner, Scholar Yimont, and Barristan also had strange expressions. They did not expect the Dragon Queen to compete with Stannis to see whose brother was more of a bastard. Could it be that she wanted to compete with him in every aspect? But, thinking about it, she did seem to have it worse than him. Her brother Liga was also worse than Robert. "You said that Robert was afraid of me and deliberately suppressed me?" Stannis was stunned for a moment, but he heard something else from the Dragon Queen's words. You didn't feel it yourself?" Dany was also stunned. Robert did it so obviously, but Stannis did not realize it. He simply thought that his brother did not like him? "Your Majesty," Dany Rise, "please do not slander a dead man who cannot defend himself. Robert may be a bastard in some aspects, but he would never have such thoughts." The one-armed blacksmith righteously defended his master's reputation. "Your Majesty, aren't you thinking too much?" Old Yimont also frowned. Robert was open-minded and generous by nature. Why would he suppress his brother for no reason? Barristan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face and was not surprised. He had always remembered the matter of Liga's youngest son and had long been suspicious of Robert's forthright and upright character. "Haha, don't use Duke Robert's character to guess King Robert's thoughts. Think carefully, how did Robert ascend the Iron Throne?" Without waiting for them to answer, Dany sneered and said to herself, "He could rebel against the king as the Lord of the Stormlands. Is he not afraid that the next person will learn from him? In the history of Targaryen, how many times have there been stupid cases of siblings fighting for the throne? The Dance of the Blood Dragon, the Blackfire Rebellion, 2 incidents that led to Targaryen's fall from the altar were all because the power of the vassals and the king's brothers were too close. Robert was not illiterate. He knew the history. Would he not learn from it? If you did not manage to defend Storm's End and were captured by Mester instead, Stannis, he would definitely let you inherit Storm's End because the cowardly and incompetent you are no threat to him. Don't say that Robert is heroic and upright. A truly magnanimous person should be like me. I could have ignored everything and killed you and Jon Snow with a single breath of dragonfire. One was directly involved in the war that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty, the other is the bastard son of a great enemy. Yet, I gave you a chance to fulfill your duties. A person who kills a baby and chases after a baby is not a heroic person." Dany's words were a little shameless, but it made Erlu and the blacksmith's expressions change drastically because she might have said the truth. "Robert has always been afraid of me, ha." The unsmiling iron face, Stannis actually laughed. It was said that Stannis had been lacking in joy since he was young. After seeing his parents die in the storm with his own eyes, he stopped smiling. Well, Erlu's smile was as rare as Bujinyun's tears. In any case, the people of the 7 kingdoms had never seen him smile. Barristan and the blacksmith Tanner, who knew him well, were shocked. "What she said might not be true, Your Highness. Don't be so agitated." Tanner looked anxious, afraid that the second young master would go crazy. "Hey Tanner, don't be agitated. I'm fine now, very fine. I've never been better." So Robert was afraid of me? A heavy shadow seemed to have dissipated from Stannis's body, and he seemed to have brightened up. Tanner looked at Stannis carefully and saw that his eyebrows were relaxed, as if he was really happy. He asked doubtfully, "You don't blame Robert?" "Before this I've never blamed him. But from now on I don't blame him. He was afraid of me." Stannis laughed. Dany Rise, the king's pact with you officially begins now." After saying this to Dany, Erlu laughed and walked back. "Has he gone mad?" Barristan frowned. In everyone's eyes, Robert shines brightly while Stannis has always lived in his shadow. Before this, he also thought that he was inferior to Robert and hoped to obtain the same praise and recognition as Robert through hard work. Now he has finally obtained what he desired from Dany, but no longer needed. Old Ymont frowned. Maester, what are you talking about? The blacksmith was confused. Why did you think of persuading Stannis to surrender to me? I've already agreed to compete with him for the Iron Throne. You were there yourself to witness my oath. Dany looked at him strangely. The blacksmith said solemnly, after observing you for a while, I believe that you are a brave, benevolent, powerful, and responsible queen. It's obvious. Dany raised her chin slightly, accepting the blacksmith's praise as if it was natural. The one-armed blacksmith's lips twitched a few times before he continued, Stannis is obsessed with responsibility, but he doesn't have the ability to shoulder it. On the contrary, he will be a good subject. Becoming your subordinate will be beneficial to both of you. First, I have to admit that I have selfish motives. I hope that the house of Theon of Bella can be preserved. Then, you even accepted the most unforgivable enemy, and Theon of Bella has also submitted to Targaryen. When the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms who have grudges with Targaryen learn of this, they will put down their worries and prejudices and take the initiative to approach you. The Seven Kingdoms can quickly unite under your leadership and fight against the otherworldly ghosts. Sigh, it's been hard on you, Dany sighed with a complicated expression and said, unfortunately, dreams are beautiful but difficult to realize. Chapter 345. The warm morning sun reflected thousands of rays of light on the milky white glacial walls, like colorful swords scattered between the earth and the blue sky. Today, 5 wooden stakes were erected in front of the dark castle's courtyard. 5 corpses were tied to the stakes with hemp ropes, 2 deviant ghouls with broken limbs, 2 ghouls without any injuries and a skinned ghoul boar. Dany, Stannis, the red-robed woman, and more than 1,000 people surrounded the courtyard, staring at the deviant ghosts. The sun rose and the shadows cast by the wooden houses of Dark Castle slowly receded. The sunlight spread in the courtyard and gradually the golden warm sunlight fell on the deviant ghosts and ghouls. Hiss hiss hiss. Wherever the sun shone, the deviant ghost's icy hair floated up as if it was on fire. The sound of grilling squid on a metal plate could be heard. White mist rose up like steam and surrounded the white ghost. The white ghost let out a roar full of pain and anger. Dany's pupils contracted, and she unconsciously walked closer, directly looking into the deviant ghost's cold and vicious blue eyes. She could not see the shape of the meditation runes deep in the deviant ghost's sea of consciousness. When she looked into the deviant ghost's eyes and observed its magic power, it was an icy blue sea of fire, almost like a burning heaven and earth. At this time, under the sunlight, the icy blue flames in the deviant ghost's eyes quickly faded, showing that its magic power was quickly melting, just like ice melting under the sun. Crack. The mirage ice armor connected to the deviant ghost's body flashed with a white light, as if it was trying to reflect the sunlight, but it still inevitably began to crack. Even the deviant ghosts were howling under the sun, and the 2 ghouls were even worse. As the water vapor spread, the struggling ghouls were like candles under a magnifying glass, slowly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The milky white meat juice dripped down the calves, soaking the ground. Then a rotten stench filled the air. Well, when a corpse turned into a ghoul, it would immediately stop rotting, and the smell of the corpse would not be heavy. If the corpse turned into a ghoul long enough, it would no longer have any smell after the rotting smell dissipated. It was like ice, tasteless. At this time, under the sunlight, the ghouls that had stopped rotting began to rot again. Hey, a few people, send this ghoul to the ice cellar. Dany covered her nose and took a few steps back, pointing at a ghoul. 2 humans and a pig. The 3 ghouls were still struggling and twisting, but their faces melted like wax figures on fire, and their noses and eyes could no longer be distinguished. Although it was smelly and disgusting, for night watchers still came over with a bundle of straw curtains. They cut off the hemp ropes that tied the zombie to the wooden stakes and wrapped it with the straw curtains. Then they carried the zombie to the ice cave. Although the snow of snow of the snow of dark of winter of the snow of the snow, of the snow of the snow of the snow of the snow. Only an hour later, before the sun reached noon, the ghouls had completely disappeared in front of everyone, turning into a puddle of rotten water that soaked the mud of the courtyard. The ghoul of the wild boar was a little special. Its skin was smooth and its stomach was cut open, and its intestines and organs were taken out. Danny could almost imagine the scene at that time. The barbarians had hunted a wild boar, shaved its fur, removed its organs, cleaned it, smeared black and hard salt and lit a bonfire. The whole family was drooling as they surrounded the wild boar, preparing to roast the wild boar. Then the ghouls came out of the house and used the spirit summoning skill. The wild boar that had not been put on the grill opened its blue eyes and looked at the barbarians who were stuffing apples, turnips, and wild strawberries into its stomach. "You want to eat me? I'll eat you first." In the real version, the cooked duck flew away. "Sigh, do you night watchers have salted whole pigs, sheep, and cows?" Seeing the wild boar struggling to melt into milky white water, Danny had a strange expression. "Scholar Yimont, hurry up and write a letter to all the nobles in the north. From now on, the cured meat must be cut into small pieces, or else it will be eaten by their own cured meat. That would be too funny." Ah. At the end she could not help but laugh. "Oh no, there are a lot of hams stored in the cellar. Will they break free from the hook?" Galen's expression changed as he shouted. "Ha ha ha." The scene was too funny and Danny laughed even more happily. "The ghouls' broken arms and legs can really move," John said with an awkward expression. "You really have to be careful with salted and cold cured meat. It's best to smoke it with smoke. Half-cooked corpses will not come back to life." Melisandre said lightly. "You communicated with the deviant ghosts?" Danny was surprised. "I tried to communicate with them yesterday but there was no effect at all. The ghouls and deviant ghosts are all fearless of death," the red-robed woman said. "Even the torture of burning under the sun could not make them submit? Look at their miserable state now, they must be in pain." Sir Mallister frowned. "Witch Otter?" Danny waved at the old witch in the crowd. "Could you please come over and ask this white ghost if he is willing to surrender with dignity?" Don't say surrender, just say cooperate. I would like to ask this knight of the other ghosts to help me with a few small matters." The few knights among the night watchers were embarrassed, and they were complaining in their hearts. "Deviant Ghost Knight, are you also planning to make a three-way lease agreement with the deviant ghosts? It's fine if you use such a method to fool the ignorant barbarians, but now you are even fooling the deviant ghosts. Isn't that too much?" Larry's mother was called Mother Otter. Although she was a fake forest witch without magic, she did have a systematic inheritance. There seemed to be a green prophet among the ancestors of the Hill tribe, and the inheritance of witches in the tribe had not been broken for thousands of years. The Hardfoot witches did not necessarily have the talent for witchcraft, but they all knew the ancient language, strange herbal knowledge, and some secrets of the green prophet. The reason why Danny suspected that there was a green prophet in the Hill tribe was because Mother Otter had a bronze book related to the green prophet. It was made of thin bronze sheets, weighed 1 kilogram, and was the size of a 10-inch tablet computer. There were less than 50 pages and there was no trace of rust. There were densely packed words and pictures engraved on it. Mother Otter talked about some of the contents of the bronze book. Most of the descriptions were very mysterious and for ordinary people, it was difficult to understand. But Danny knew that it was talking about the green prophet's feelings when he entered the weirwood to observe the world. Well, the bronze book was borrowed by the Dragon Queen, and she planned to use it to learn the ancient language. After 15 minutes, the old witch turned around and said to Danny, "Dragon Queen, it's ignoring me." There was no need for her to say anything as Danny and the others were watching from the side. The old witch talked for a long time, but the deviant ghost didn't even move its lips. "That's enough." Danny pointed at a deviant ghost whose ice armor was completely shattered, revealing a pale white chest, and said, "Carry this one back to the ice cave." The remaining deviant ghost persisted under the sun until around 3 in the afternoon, when its body began to melt. Either it didn't melt or it melted faster than the corpse ghost. In a few breaths, it became a pool of ice water emitting white mist. There was no rotten smell at all. Instead, there was a strange cold fragrance. The fragrance was very faint, and except for a few people with good noses, most people couldn't smell it. "Dragon Queen, the corpse ghost we put in this morning died and became a lump of ice." The night watchman came over and reported, "Let it stay for a few more days. Maybe it can slowly revive in the ice." Danny said uncertainly, "What about the deviant ghost?" she asked again. "The deviant ghost is alive." Danny looked around. At this moment, most of the night watchmen and barbarians around the courtyard had left. On the contrary, the outside of Dark Castle was very lively. Thousands of barbarians, under the lead of the night watchman, worked together with the giants to build the outer wall. "Are you interested in trying your radiant messenger?" Danny asked as she walked to the opposite side of Stannis. Erlu, like her, had been staying in the courtyard to observe the damage of sunlight on deviant ghosts. As soon as Danny said this, the knights and knights nearby who were bored out of their minds became excited and looked at Erlu expectantly. Stannis's face was wooden and he didn't say anything. He only looked at Melisandre from the corner of his eyes. The red-robed woman didn't hesitate at all and said frankly, "I can try. I also want to know what effect Yeser and Ahai's weapons have on deviant ghosts." Danny was deep in thought. Regardless of whether the sword was real or not, the red-robed woman didn't deliberately lie to Erlu. She believed that she had given him the real radiant messenger. "Go and bring the deviant ghost in the cellar that hasn't been punished by the light. Oh, and the ice sword and the corpse ghost. Let's compare." After the night watchman left, she asked the red-robed woman curiously, "Where did you find the radiant messenger?" Melisandre glanced at the sword in the black sharkskin scabbard at Erlu's waist and said with a complicated expression, "Since we predicted the long night thousands of years ago, how could we not have prepared a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts? This sword is enshrined in the ancestral altar of the Eastern Kingdom of the descendants of Herr Cologne, waiting for a new savior to appear." "Can you let me see the sword?" Danny asked. Erlu glanced at her indifferently, unmoved. "Humph, this is a sword that only the child of prophecy can use. Ordinary people can't even get close to it." Sir Gordy Farland, the giant killer, said, "I'm very curious about its material. Compared to Valeglia's steel, which one is tougher?" Danny unsheathed Clear Sky from her waist. The black blade reflected a dim and cold luster under the sunlight. "Why don't we both draw our swords and see whose sword is tougher?" She laughed. At this moment, 7 or 8 night watchmen carried the deviant ghost over and asked, "Queen Danny, should we tie it to the pillar?" Danny put away the sword regretfully, looked up at the sky and said, "Move it to the west and tie it under the shade." Tot Sam Eddie Owen. Holding the leather-wrapped ice sword in the shade, Galen waved excitedly at his friends who were building the wall in the distance. "King Stannis wants to test the sword. The legendary weapon of Azor Ahai, the demonic sword that sacrificed his wife, the Radiant Messenger. The Radiant Messenger slays deviant ghosts. Everyone come and see." Erlu's face instantly darkened. "Wow, Azor Ahai is fighting deviant ghosts." Todd the Toad threw down a large rock and shouted excitedly, "What? Stannis wants to fight deviant ghosts, just like what Dragon Queen did 2 days ago?" The barbarians at the side exclaimed. In just a moment the front yard was once again filled with people. Even the giants came over with a few barbarians on their shoulders. Stannis gripped the hilt of his sword and secretly ground his teeth. Chapter 346. In order to achieve a better performance, Danny even warmed up the atmosphere in advance. She went forward personally and used a normal iron sword to stab a zombie that had broken free from its restraints a few times. The zombie was still alive and kicking as if nothing had happened. It bared its teeth and pounced towards her. Then she pulled out Valeglia's steel sword and stabbed it into the zombie's heart. It did not struggle at all. Like a robot that had its battery cut off, the blue light in the zombie's eyes disappeared and it fell to the ground. It turned back into a corpse and started to rot. Then, Danny asked Galen to go forward and use the normal steel sword to hack at the ice sword placed on the wooden shelf. Bam 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 bam. The sound of the collision was sharp and loud. It made people dizzy and nauseous. After a few strikes, Galen started to shiver. He spat out clouds of thick white fog from his mouth. The sword in his hand was covered in a layer of light blue frost. Crack. Finally, the iron sword shattered into thousands of pieces like glass. The small and sharp shards scattered all over the ground. 7 levels of hell. It's just a sword and it almost froze me to death. Galen threw away the sword hilt and took off his leather gloves. He put his hands that were red from the cold near his mouth and breathed heavily. "Try my sword." Danny passed Clear Sky to the dumb bull Galen. He rubbed his hands on his woolen sweater to warm them up before putting on the thick sheepskin gloves. He took Clear Sky and swung the ice sword fiercely. Clang 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 clang. The two swords clashed with each other. The vibration frequency exceeded the limits of human hearing. It formed a sharp sound that was almost like infrasound. The nearby barbarians, night watchers and stag party knights all stepped back in discomfort. That's enough. Seeing that a layer of frost had started to cover Galen's gloves, Dany waved her hand to stop him. Huff huff huff. Galen's hands were cold and he had almost lost all feeling. However, he was so tired that his body was hot and he was panting heavily. It's too scary. I can't even beat a deviant ghost sword. What should I do if I really meet one? He said dejectedly. Fatty Sam stared blankly at clear sky that was covered in a layer of ice crystals. He then looked at the ice sword that did not even have a crack the size of a grain of rice. He said worriedly, "Dragon crystal is more fragile than steel. However, Valeglia steel swords are limited. Hey, how many deviant ghosts are there? And how many warriors of the Seven Kingdoms are there?" Dany received the clear sky sword that was covered with a layer of ice. She circulated her wizard power and the fire elements flowed around the sword. Walala, the ice instantly shattered and fell to the ground. With a whoosh, the blade of the sword was even covered with a layer of pale yellow flame. The onlookers were amazed. Even I, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts and a master of both magic and martial arts, do not dare to say that I can win every duel with deviant ghosts. You are far inferior to me and fighting one-on-one is the same as seeking death. But we don't have as many deviant ghosts as we do, so we can surround them and attack. If one person takes the knife, the other person will let the deviant ghost take the knife. 1 for 1 will make a killing. Was this considered consolation? Everyone was stupefied. Stannis, it's your turn. Dany lifted her chin at Erlu as the sky returned to its scabbard. Stannis walked up to a ghoul with a solemn expression and pulled out his long sword with a whoosh. The body of the sword was cherry red, and it shone with a faint misty light. It did not have a fixed color, and in the haze the flames were constantly changing, but there was no oppressive heat coming from it. Wow! The savages and the night watchers exclaimed in unison. The knights of the Deer Party clapped proudly. This is the Lightbringer, the red sword of the hero. The divine weapon that Azor Ahai used to end the long night. This. Dany frowned and approached, wanting to take a closer look, but Erlu moved to the side and avoided her. He even looked at her reproachfully. Your sword is a little strange, as if. Dany looked conflicted, not knowing how to describe it, but she still took a few steps back and said, Try it first. Can you let me take a look at it after you try it? We'll talk about it later. Erlu bit his chin and replied in a low voice. He then stabbed the sword into the ghoul's chest. Hiss hiss, without any resistance, the red sword of the hero pierced through the rotten clothes, the dry and hard flesh, and hit the dead man's heart. Walala. Similar to the effect of the clear sky sword, the dead man lost his vitality and the rotten corpse fell to the ground. Good. The savages and the night watchers were disappointed that they did not see the ghoul burning, but the knights of the Deer Party cheered loudly. Erlu's face did not show any joy or excitement. He only pursed his lips and walked towards the ghoul, raising his sword to stab. Don't use too much strength and don't attack the vital parts. Try cutting his ice armor a few times first. Dany reminded. Ding. Erlu's face changed, and the cheers of the knights of the Deer Party stopped abruptly. The red sword pierced the ice armor, only breaking a small piece of ice crystal. It was not as unstoppable as a hot knife cutting through butter. Dany's clear sky sword had the same effect. Ding. Erlu clenched his teeth and stabbed again. The ice armor was still not penetrated. Ding ding ding. Erlu's eyes began to flash with doubt and uncertainty. He stopped and looked at Melisandre with a frown. Almost everyone looked at the red-robed woman, suspicion growing in their hearts. Melisandre's heart was also in turmoil. This was not logical, not scientific, not magical, not in accordance with the prophecy. If the hero's red sword had this effect, then Azor Ahai's wife, Nissa Nissa, did not die in vain? Even in the wild continent of the Westeros, there were more than 200 Valeglia steel swords. The prophecy could not be wrong then, the sword was fake? Could it be that some unfilial descendant of Herr Cologne's descendant country had stolen the real sword and hid it? Your Majesty, try cutting the ice sword a few more times. The red-robed woman said calmly. Dang, Erlu slashed down with his sword, producing a nauseating sound. The ice sword that was held in place by the wooden frame shook violently, but did not break. Dang 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 dang. After 7 or 8 consecutive slashes, a crack finally appeared on the ice sword. The thin transparent sword flashed with blue light, and tiny cracks appeared. Silence. No one cheered loudly because the red light on the radiant bringer in Erlu's hand receded, revealing the ink-black blade. A thin layer of frost covered the blade, and the magical light around the sword was so thin that it was almost extinguished. Huff huff. Stannis held the sword in front of his chest, exhaling white smoke as he looked at it. The blade was still sharp and there was no crack, but the mysterious light had disappeared. "Does this count as a qualified hero's sword?" he asked Melisandre with a serious expression. "It's better than the Valeglia steel sword." The red-robed woman raised her chin uncomfortably, and the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her neck flashed with a strange red light. Boom. The radiant bringer suddenly burst into flames, and the frost quickly melted and evaporated. The magical light once again surrounded the sword. Dany glanced at the red-robed woman who cheated and asked Erlu, "Can you let me try it? I just want to test it. I have a guess that needs to be verified." Tiske. Erlu clenched his teeth and looked at the sword that was flashing with red light. He suddenly stabbed it into the ground and without a word he took 2 steps back. Everyone held their breaths and nervously looked at the dragon queen who was walking towards the red sword. She took off her iron gloves and directly held the leather sword hilt with her fingers and palms with a few pale yellow calluses. There was no anomaly, and the red sword was surrounded by colorful illusory flames. The hero's red sword did not repel the dragon queen, and the dragon queen did not cause any changes to it. A useless sword with an undeserved reputation? Everyone began to have doubts. Dany, however, had a serious expression. She raised the sword and looked at it carefully. After a while she sighed and said, "My previous perception was not wrong. There is a soul sealed in this sword." "You can sense it?" Melisandre exclaimed. For the first time she lost her composure in front of everyone. Could it be Nissa Nissa? Legend has it that Yesor Ahai pierced the fiery red sword into his wife's chest, and her blood, soul, strength and courage were all injected into the sword, old Ymont said in shock. Melisandre calmed herself down and said suspiciously, "Your magic and mental energy are not as good as mine, and your research on souls is not as professional as mine. Why can't I sense any soul ripples? Can I try injecting my wizard power?" Dany asked hesitantly. "Try it." Melisandre was eager to try and hurriedly urged. What she cared about was the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai, not Stannis. If the Dragon Queen could, this? Dany looked at Stannis and said strangely, "Why don't we find a place where there is no one?" What? Erlu still had a serious expression. "I'm afraid that your followers will run away with me." As she spoke, she glanced at the Red Heart Knight who was craning his neck to watch. "You can make it unleash its true power?" Erlu gritted his teeth. "I don't know why, but I feel that it craves my power very much." Erlu's blue eyes looked deeply at Dany and he said word by word, "I would like to see it." The next moment, the red hero's sword trembled violently in Dany's hand, like the sun that had been awakened from a deep slumber. Endless red light shot out, and the scorching heat waves rolled in all directions. Even Erlu's hair was singed and he could not help but cover his eyes and quickly step back. The white ghouls wailed in the endless red light. Even when they were burning under the sun, they did not have such an intense and painful reaction. The onlookers screamed in panic in the scorching heat, and they struggled to retreat away from the light source. Melisandre's red robe and waist-length red hair fluttered in the heat waves, but she did not take a step back. The red light reflected everything around her red, and even her white heart-shaped face was illuminated red. The radiant emissary is alive. It was activated by Dany Rice. Was I wrong? Is she the child of prophecy? Her red eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The flames raged back and forth between the blade and the hilt. Dany's armor was scorched red, and her silver hair swayed in the flames. The air within 3 to 4 meters of her was distorted and wrinkled under the high temperature. The onlookers could not even see her face clearly, and they felt that endless light and heat were surging from her body. But she did not seem to feel the scorching heat, and her small white hand was still holding the black leather hilt tightly. The red sword slashed through the howling white ghouls from head to bottom as if it was cutting through a layer of craft paper. The ice armor did not seem to be tougher than butter. Boom. For the first time the white ghouls did not fuse into a milky white liquid. Instead they burned with 3 feet of flames. Ding. With a wave of her hand, the 2 ice swords that were stacked on top of each other on the wooden table broke into 2. The wooden table then burst into flames, and the ice swords turned into clear ice water, evaporating in the flames. The onlookers retreated more than 10 meters, but they were still sweating profusely from the heat waves. Seeing the Dragon Queen moving freely with the red sword in her hand, they were all shocked speechless. Suddenly old Yimon's eyes went wild and he shouted excitedly, "The hero's red sword, this is the real hero's red sword, the nemesis of deviant ghosts." Danny glanced at the ashen-faced Stannis, and stabbed the sword into the ground. The flames and the surging heat waves instantly converged into the sword. Chapter 347. The radiant emissary was stabbed into the ground, and it was obvious that the blade was brighter than before. The red was translucent and the red was vivid. It was like a red crystal made of flames that had a life of its own. However, the magical radiance surrounding the sword had disappeared. A gentle breeze blew through the courtyard, bringing a warm aura from the red sword, as if it was a burning piece of charcoal. This sword is probably the real deal. Danny frowned. Her right hand, which was holding the sword, clenched into a fist and let it hang by her side, unnaturally clenching and relaxing. "How did you do it?" Stannis' eyes dimmed and his voice was hoarse. "Use your blood, wizard power and soul to activate it." Danny stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. There were dark red lines of blood on her fair palm. The wound had already scabbed over and only a small amount of blood was seeping out. It was as if what she was holding wasn't the sheathed sword hilt, but the blade of the bayonet. "Why do you need fresh blood?" the red-robed woman asked in shock. Danny looked at the red sword stuck in the mud with a complicated expression. In just a few words, the wet ground near the blade was slowly drying. She said, "This is a demonic sword. To use it, one needs to sacrifice one's blood and soul. The damage to the user is too great." "Impossible. Yasuo and Ahai have used this weapon for decades without suffering any backlash." The red-robed woman shook her head. "The bloodstains on your hands, you must have been burned by the flames, right?" Stannis saw that Danny's cheeks were rosy and showed no signs of being sucked dry by the magic sword. "You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not the one who used the sword." Danny shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. She was not lying. When she used the Green Prophet's wizard power, the radiant messenger did not react at all. But when he had just injected the 9-colored whirlpool's wizard power into the red sword, he felt a piercing pain in his right hand that was holding the sword. His blood and soul power were uncontrollably sucked into the sword hilt. What was even more frightening was that the wizard power she had lost was permanent, and she would never be able to recover it. The 9-colored vortex was shrinking. With just 2 sword swings, Danny had permanently lost about 1/20th of her wizard power and 1/100th of her soul. If she really fought the deviant ghost with the red sword, she would be dead in one battle. Danny had an epiphany. The soul in the radiant messenger that had not responded to her all this time was very eager to devour her whole. Yes, when her soul power flowed into the red sword, she also understood the magic runes inside the sword. She even sensed the cold and dead sword soul inside. Danny tried to communicate with the sword soul and sent out a mental wave to ask if the other party was Yasuo's wife, Nisha, but the soul did not respond at all. However, when her soul, wizard power, and blood flowed into the red sword, the sword soul immediately devoured the external energy like it was thirsting for it. It was so greedy that Danny was shocked. Therefore, without any hesitation, she threw the sword away after testing it. "The prophecy is right, Your Majesty. You are the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai." Old Yamant did not know how Danny felt at this time and was so excited that he cried. "The child of prophecy, the child of prophecy." The dragon faction, which had been growing in size over the past few days, cheered loudly. Among them, the person who cheered the loudest was Sir Elisa. He was so excited that even his bald head was glowing red. He led 7 or 8 of his followers and raised their hands to cheer. The savages looked at each other, not knowing whether to cheer or how to cheer. The Dragon Queen made them feel more and more respect, but they did not understand Yasuo's prophecy at all. The Deer faction's knights were pale, as if they had lost their faith and ideals in an instant. They were all at a loss. "Ahem, everyone," Danny gestured with her hands to stop the cheering before saying, "Thank you for your love, but I am really not the child of prophecy and I do not want to be the child of prophecy. Do you remember what I told you when I first came to the Great Wall? There is no savior in this world. The only thing that can save us is ourselves. Here, at the border of the 7 kingdoms, every warrior who guards the Great Wall against the deviant ghosts is a hero, a savior." The courtyard quieted down again. Some people were deep in thought while others whispered. She really said that? Sir Florin pulled the blacksmith Tanner and asked softly. Yes. The blacksmith looked at the Dragon Queen with admiration and said emotionally, she told us from the beginning that everyone who contributes their strength is a great hero, Yasuo Yahai. Damn it, she didn't want to eat this pot of rice herself, so she flipped the table. Everyone has become a savior, then what value and appeal does the real savior have? Sir Florin cursed with a dark face. No wonder they had been here for a few days, but not many people had taken the initiative to join the great Yasuo Yahai reincarnation. The Dragon Queen was too bad. Not only did she not want to do the savior business, but she also directly disrupted the market, making everyone who wanted to be a savior unable to do so. It was terrible. Hearing this, the blacksmith Tanner was unhappy and lectured him. She has the mystic dragon. She was born on Dragonstone Island in the land of smoke and fire. She can control fire, she can kill deviant ghosts, she can even activate the light messenger. Who else fits the identity of the child of prophecy better than her? If there is a savior, it must be her. It is precisely because she is a savior that she does things that are in line with the identity of a savior to let everyone understand that there is no savior in this world, and that the only one who can save the 7 kingdoms is ourselves. Only a fake savior will constantly emphasize their identity as a savior to others for personal gain. Sir Florin was stunned. Fuck you, how can you say that? Yes. Sir Mal Lister nodded in agreement. The more I look at her, the more I feel that she is a savior. Only a real savior will be modest and not care about false reputation. Sir Florin could not help but emphasize, didn't you hear? She said that she is not a savior. Sigh, this is the demeanor of a child of prophecy. Red Pomegranate looked at the Dragon Queen with a face of reverence and said emotionally, actually, this is easy to understand. Why would a real tycoon say, I am a rich man, when they meet people? Sir Florin's old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Danny also did not think that her words would have such an effect. To be honest, she really felt that the child of prophecy was a trap, and had never thought of fighting for the title of a savior. At this moment, she saw the old doctor standing at the window on the 3rd floor of the king's tower looking down. She was about to leave the Great Wall, and it was time for the old man to put on the black cloak. Galen, Eddie. Danny called out to the 2 familiar night watchmen and pointed at the red-nosed old man, go and carry your brother down. Brother? Galen was confused. All the black cloaks who have taken the night watchman's oath are brothers. Today he will officially join us. Oh. Hiss, on the other side, Stannis's cry of pain caused everyone to cry out in alarm. After confirming that Danny had given up her identity as a candidate for the child of prophecy, Erlu prepared to retrieve his light emissary. But as soon as he grabbed the hilt of the sword, he howled and retracted his right hand. In the short time it took to grab the hilt, the place where his palm touched the hilt was like grilled meat, emitting a charred white smoke and burning his skin. His hand was burnt. Everyone was shocked. This was just residual heat. Everyone had seen it. The Dragon Queen had directly held the flaming sword, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. What did this mean? Everyone exchanged glances, and their thoughts were self-evident. While Stannis was looking for a leather glove to wrap the hilt, Melisandre quietly approached Dany and asked in a low voice, what secret did you find in the red sword? Dany raised her eyebrows and said, I'll tell you the secret of the red sword, and you tell me the relationship between the Light King and the child of prophecy. How about it? The red-robed woman's fiery red pupils contracted. After a while, she nodded and said, the child of prophecy is the child of sacred flame, the Light King's spokesperson in the human world. It has to be a believer of the Light King? This is not a question of necessity. The Battle of the Long Night is essentially a battle between the Light King and ES God. The sun is the Light King and the summer is the Light King. The person who is loved by the Light King will represent him to end the long night. If such a person is not the Light King, what is he? This. Dany glanced at Jon, who was talking to Sam, and suddenly realized that Melisandre was not wrong at all. Even if Jon believed in the old gods now, when he died and was resurrected by Lalo, he would be the holy son of Lalo. Just like Catelyn, she was originally a devout believer of the 7 gods, but after being resurrected, she became a living miracle of the Light King. Anyone who saw her after being resurrected would be amazed by the might of the Light King and would not think that she used to believe in the 7 gods. The foreigners and the Chinese had different ways to prove that they were gods. To the Chinese, one had to live a long time to be considered a god. It was best to have white hair, white beard and white eyebrows and say, 5,000 years before the three sovereigns. That would make everyone convinced. The foreigners were different. Those who lived a long time were witches and demons and had to be burned to death. A real god had to be able to resurrect the dead or be resurrected from the dead. Wasn't the main miracle of Jesus to prove that he was the Son of God, the resurrection? If Caitlin could be resurrected, even if she became a crazy ghost, the Brotherhood and Murtheros would still be in awe of her. They would think that she represented a kind of destiny, the spokesperson of the true gods, the Holy Son. If John was resurrected, he would immediately have 30% of Jesus' life and aura, and everyone would think that he was an extraordinary person. If John completed the mission of the child of prophecy, the Light King who resurrected him would also be regarded as God. After getting the answer she wanted, Dani began to tell the secret of the red sword. There is a set of complicated runes inside the Lightbringer. My wizard power has ignited 60% of the runes, and the remaining 40% can't be activated. You mean it wasn't the strongest state of the Lightbringer before? The red-robed woman was shocked. Maybe. The stronger the sword, the stronger the king of strange ghosts. This is not good news. Dani sighed and continued, there is a dead and withered soul in the depths of the red sword. I tried to communicate with it but I didn't get a response. So, is it really Nissa Nissa? The red-robed woman murmured. I can't communicate with it. I don't know. Do you have any witchcraft or meditation techniques that can be used with the red sword? Dani asked again. Just like the Golden Snake sword and the Golden Snake secret manual. No. Are you sure? Dani was doubtful. You saw it too. It requires a lot of energy to activate it. Only by using so much wizard power can the red sword be so strong. Yasuo and Ahai can't be ordinary people, right? The legacy of the Lightbringer has never been broken. If there is a matching witchcraft, there is no way I wouldn't know, the red-robed woman said with certainty. At this time, the stupid bull Golan came over with the red-nosed old man on his back. The old doctor was wrapped in a cashmere fur coat that he had bought at King's Landing. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. It seemed that he had lost a lot of blood. Chapter 348. Why are you looking for me? The red-nosed old man slid down from Galen's back and asked weakly. What's wrong with you? You were still healthy and full of energy the day before yesterday. You were busy in the savage camp and treated more than 100 patients. Why did you suddenly become weak? Dani held back her laughter and asked with a concerned expression. The old man's lifeless eyes turned towards the wooden stake that bound the deviant ghost. I saw it. There really are deviant ghosts. The night watchers and savages didn't lie to me. There really are deviant ghosts. So? Dani didn't seem to understand. Boo-hoo. The old professor started crying. Deviant ghosts have nothing to do with dragons. Without dragons and magic, humans wouldn't even be able to create Veleglia's steel sword, let alone the light emissary. The real world, that the City of Knowledge pursued for hundreds of years was wrong. It was so wrong. Even survival can't be guaranteed. The real world has become the most illusory fantasy. Hee hee, Dani laughed happily. You know you're wrong? Then start redeeming yourself. Redeeming yourself? What did Professor Paristan do wrong? Isn't he a scholar serving you? Some of the night watchers who didn't know the inside story were confused. Well, other than Scholar Yamant, the others didn't know that the City of Knowledge plotted against the Dragon Queen. They also didn't know that Paristan was sent to the Great Wall as a prisoner and a criminal. Like Yamant, they thought that the Dragon Queen followed the tradition of the Westeros and went to the City of Knowledge to find a scholar to assist her. Although everyone could see that the Dragon Queen's attitude towards the old professor was strange, unlike how a lord treated a scholar. Old man, tell them. Dani crossed her arms in front of her chest and lifted her chin at the old man. Today you will officially wear the black robe. You have to let your night watchers understand why you're here. Only then can you cut all ties with the past and the sins of the past will have nothing to do with you. The old professor looked up blankly. He saw the night watchers, knights, and savages around him blinking their eyes and looking at him curiously. All of a sudden he shuddered and woke up in an instant. He was also full of energy. I'm sick. Can we talk about it next time? He begged piteously. Weren't you very confident and had a clear conscience before? The change in the City of Knowledge was a huge matter, it was impossible to hide it. No matter how inaccessible the Great Wall is, it's only a matter of time before the news reaches us. Danny shook her head. Sigh. The old man's flushed face turned pale again. He looked at the night watchers and said, I violated the guests' rights. When I invited Queen Danny Liz to the City of Knowledge, I poisoned her and, Hua! Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that the skinny and sickly old man would reveal such a shocking piece of information. 7 gods above, what's wrong with the Westeros recently? Who would dare to go to other people's homes as guests in the future? Sir Mallister said angrily. Are you crazy? Stannis, who was bandaging his right hand, suddenly turned around and shouted in disbelief. Dr. Peristan, why did you do that? Didn't the scholar swear to be neutral and not participate in the struggle for power? Jon stepped forward and said with an unpleasant expression. Sigh, the Southerners are really immoral. The savages looked at the old man with disdain. The red-nosed old man glanced at the people who were pointing at him and continued, other than poisoning her, I also arranged for people to set up crossbows and assassins on both sides of her room. I also prepared 500 archers and more than 100 dragon-slaying crossbows on the roof and on the ground. I know that the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Knights have a special connection. If the Dragon Knights were to be harmed, the Megalosaurus would definitely come to investigate and take revenge. That way, the dragon-slaying crossbows would be able to kill Queen Danny Liz's Megalosaurus. The people who were cursing the old professor gradually stopped. They were all stunned and speechless. The City of Knowledge has gone mad, the scholar has gone mad, the Old Town's Hider family has gone mad. The knights and knights of the Deer Party shook their heads. I have no grudge against Queen Danny Liz. I only did that to realize the ideals of the real world. Then the old man revealed the secrets of the real world and the dance of the blood dragons. Silence. There was not even a voice criticizing him. The number of people in the audience was equal to the number of gaping mouths and bulging eyes. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the old professor as if they were looking at a visitor from outer space. Most people did not understand what the real world was. They only knew that the City of Knowledge was awesome and crazy. The City of Knowledge had slaughtered dozens of Targaryen dragons. The City of Knowledge was terrifying. A few people who understood the ideals of the City of Knowledge felt a chill in their hearts. Was a scholar with his own will still worthy of the nobles' trust? It was obvious that the scholar of the City of Knowledge treated the Holy Oath as nonsense. Regardless of whether the dragons were harmful or beneficial to the world, the scholar had indeed sworn loyalty to the Iron Throne and vowed not to participate in the struggle for power. Today they dared to destroy the Megalosaurus because of the real world. Tomorrow would they kill all the nobles and monks for the sake of a fair world? Fat Sam took a step forward and said with a puffed-up face, Professor, the City of Knowledge exists for 2 purposes. First, to explore the truth of the world and use knowledge as a belief. Second, to selflessly serve the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. There are very few people who can master the occult, but no one can deny that magic is also a kind of knowledge. You can choose the knowledge you want to learn, but you can't erase the knowledge you can't master. It's like how warriors choose their weapons. Some use swords, some use hammers, and some use spears and bows. It's impossible. If you choose swords as the representative of all the warriors in the world, only swords are the right way to go. You can't destroy hammers, spears, bows and arrows and make other weapons disappear from the world. Danny looked at the white-bread fatty in surprise. She did not expect him to have such knowledge and courage. Sam, you're right. I was wrong. The City of Knowledge was wrong. The old man lowered his head and sighed. I think the City of Knowledge's ideal of the real world is good, Stannis suddenly said. A world without magic, dragons, gods and otherworldly ghosts is more friendly to humans. Is this what the son of holy fire appointed by the King of Light should say? Danny's mouth twitched. This has nothing to do with my belief in the King of Light, Erlu said seriously. When there are no more demons or ghosts in the world, His Majesty Lalo will be able to sit high above the astral world and watch the world at peace as the sun rises and sets. No, Peristan shook his head and said. Your thoughts are the same as mine and the other scholars of the City of Knowledge. You've entered a misunderstanding. The world gave birth to us, not us creating the world. The world is here, right in front of us. It has existed for millions of years and will continue to exist for tens of thousands of years. Everyone looks forward to ever summer, but the rules of the 4 seasons have nothing to do with what we think. Until now, I still think the ideal of the real world is good as ever summer. But this is a magical world, destined to have gods and magic. If we humans can't adapt, we'll be eliminated. For example, in this long night, the otherworldly ghosts are obviously intelligent and civilized. We hate magic and deliberately deny the existence of magic, even causing the megalosaurus to go extinct. Then we don't have the ability to fight against magic, so we perished in the long night. The otherworldly ghosts replaced us and became the new humans on this continent. The world still exists and operates as usual. Stannis was stunned. Old man, your awareness and knowledge have improved a lot recently. Danny stared at the red-nosed old doctor strangely. I violated the rights of a guest and hurt you. I'm willing to wear the black robe. The old man glanced at Danny and turned to search among the night watchers. He shouted, I've said what I need to say. Who will lead me to recite the oath of the night watchers? The higher-ups of the night watchers looked at each other and hesitated. Your Majesty, can we kill him with one slash? The commander of the East Sea Watch, Caterick, said to Danny with an ugly expression. Or, let the megalosaurus eat him? Although we night watchers don't care about background, we have an unwritten rule. We don't accept people who violate the rights of a guest. The old doctor's face was pale as he shouted in panic, when was there such a rule? Even the night watchers didn't want him. Where else could he go? There's no clear rule, but... Bowen Maxey swallowed and said awkwardly, no one wants to be brothers with people who violate the rights of a guest. Yes, the stupid cow Galen nodded. Although I don't know what you were talking about just now, the real world, I don't understand it either. But it's obvious that this guy is someone like Walder Frye and the Rat Chef. Gods, let me be brothers with the Rat Chef. I won't do it. Yes, I can tolerate male prostitutes, rapists, murderous demons, but the Rat Chef is too unbearable. Toad nodded in agreement. I'm different from the Rat Chef and Walder Frye. I'm doing this for my ideals. I don't have any personal grudges or interests. Old Bowen was trembling with anger. There's no difference. 1,000 years ago there was a Rat Chef. 1,000 years later you, Paris Tun, will become the new Rat Chef that everyone knows. After all, you murdered a great king. As long as humans exist, they won't forget this, the melancholy Eddie said confidently. So Walder Frye will thank you. With you in front of him, he might be able to hide quietly in history or at least not be so obvious. Sir Mal Lister sighed. The old doctor closed his eyes in despair. 2 streams of tears flowed down his shriveled cheeks. He raised his head and shouted, Mercy, mercy, kill me, let the dragon flames burn me to death. The initiation ceremony turned into a scolding session. The old man broke down. Calm down. Danny hurriedly comforted him. This is the sin of the entire city of knowledge. You can't bear it alone, old doctor. But everyone only remembers me. There's only one Rat Chef. Why don't you catch a few more doctors? The old man had nothing to lose. He started to complain about the Dragon Queen. There's still hope if you're alive. If you're dead, you'll really become a Rat Chef. What hope is there? Even the night watchers look down on me. The old man's heart was dead as he lamented. Don't worry, I'll force you in. The night watchers can't reject a criminal sent by the queen. No. Queen, have mercy, kill him. The night watchers wailed. Shut up. The Dragon Queen was possessed by the dragon soul. She roared angrily. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at her blankly. It settled then. Galen, go to the cellar and bring another corpse ghost here. The Dragon Queen made the decision arbitrarily. No one dared to object. Todd, Eddie, put on the armor for the doctor. For what? The old man asked blankly. For the initiation ceremony. Chapter 349. 15 minutes later, the thousands of people in the courtyard formed a circle again. In the circle, the old professor put on leather armor and a rattan training helmet. He held the dragon crystal dagger in his hand and stood facing a 1.9-meter-tall strong ghoul corpse. The ghoul corpse's neck was still tied with a metal chain. The chain was very long and dragged on the ground. 5 meters away, Galen held the other end of the chain as if he was holding a dog. Kill this ghoul corpse. No matter how much they look down on your character, the night watchers and free people will admire your courage, Danny said loudly. Walala. The ghoul corpse dragged the long chain and opened its rotten mouth, letting out a soundless roar at the old professor. Gulp. Paristan widened his frightened eyes and swallowed hard. He gripped his dagger tightly and stepped back unconsciously. It's too big. It's too tall and fierce. I can't beat it. Can you change it to a female savage ghoul corpse, or a child ghoul corpse? He shouted. How about I let you fight the deviant ghoul baby? Danny laughed coldly and gave Galen a look. The night watchers immediately loosened the chains. The ghoul corpse was free and immediately pounced towards the old professor. Ah! The old man closed his eyes and waved the dagger in his hand randomly. He was still howling non-stop. Bam! The ghoul corpse hit the professor's wrist heavily. The dagger fell and the old man howled in pain. Then, as if hugging a lover, the tall and strong ghoul corpse opened its arms and hugged the old man. Its rotten black mouth bit towards the rattan mask. Kacha kacha. Like a child chewing on a sweet potato, the training helmet made a cracking sound. Seeing the pale and decayed face that was touching his cheek and smelling the rotten stench on the teeth that were stained with black blood, the old man's body stiffened. His eyes rolled back and his teeth chattered. His mouth made some noises but he could not utter a complete sentence. Danny raised her hand and the dumb bull, Glenn, pulled hard and pulled back the dead man's mouth that was dripping with black mucus. Kill the cowardice in your heart like a night watcher man. Pick up the dagger and continue fighting, she shouted at the old professor who was lying on the ground and wet his pants. I can't do it. I'm dying, the old professor moaned. Then die. You're not afraid of death anyway. Danny sneered. She then turned to the night watcher and said, Take a new helmet and put it on the doctor. Wipe the stains on his face with a wet towel. Toad Todd laughed weirdly and said, Are you going to wipe your butt or not? Yippee-ha. After tormenting himself for more than an hour, the sky had already darkened. Paris Tun finally stabbed the dragon crystal dagger into the zombie's lower abdomen while crying. Feces, rotten internal organs and soft, broken corpses flowed out, almost burying the small doctor. Seeing the old doctor crawl out from the pile of smelly corpses while crying and vomiting, the blacksmith Tanner finally took out a black sheepskin cloak and covered him. Paris Tan to become a glorious night watchman. After that, Silita brought the old man to the shabby chapel in the dark castle. Under the witness of Archbishop Danny, the old man swore a holy oath. The long night is coming. From now on I will keep watch until I die. I won't take a wife, I won't have a fief and I won't have children. I will not wear a crown, I will not fight for glory. I will be loyal to my duty even if I die. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the great wall, the flame that fends off the cold, the light that breaks the dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. I give my life and glory to the night watchman. Tonight I will do so and every night. After experiencing the most shameful and lowest moment of his life, the old doctor seemed to have bounced back. He got rid of his sickly state and returned to his previous appearance as a spirited old man. In the afternoon he moved to the scholar's tower under the crow's nest and began to help old Yamant take care of the crows. After getting the agreement from Danny, Stannis and the night watchman, he also sent a long letter to the old town in his own name, explaining the situation of the barbarians and the other ghosts in detail. That night, in the wooden hall of the dark castle, the night watchman, the Deer Association's knights, and the barbarian commander gathered together. At the head of the table sat the Dragon Queen, Stannis, Bowen Marcy, Carter Parker, Mal Lister and old Yamant. The table was pulled open, leaving an empty space. Mans Red knelt in the middle of it. This was a public trial for the king of Beyond the Wall. Danny planned to leave the Great Wall tonight, but before she left, she had to deal with the barbarians. Mans Red led the barbarians to invade the Great Wall. He must be executed as a warning to others. Since he is my captive, I have the right to sacrifice him to the King of Light according to my beliefs. Erlu said solemnly. Ah! The night watchmen and barbarians in the hall exclaimed. Danny did not comment. She asked the four night watchmen, What do you think? Since ancient times, the King of Beyond the Wall has never been forgiven, not to mention that he has broken the oath of the night watchman. Any lord has the right to execute any escaped night watchman once they are caught, Bowen Marcy said slowly. Yes, no matter what, Mans Red must die. Mal Lister and Carter Parker nodded in agreement. We can sentence him to death, but can we hang him first and then burn him? Old Yamant frowned. Not burn him, but sacrifice him to the King of Light. Stannis clenched his teeth. The sacrifice must be alive. My opinion is different from yours, Danny said with a smile. How did Mans Red manage to wear the black cloak? Old Yamant thought for a moment and said, About 30 years ago, Ranger Tarkle was patrolling the haunted forest when he accidentally encountered a small tribe that had been slaughtered. There were about 100 people in the village, and only a 4 or 5-year-old barbarian child was left alive. He was Mansred. Tarkle brought him to Dark Castle and raised him by the night watchman. Naturally, he got the black cloak and became a night watchman. 4 or 5 years old. Danny nodded and asked Mansred, "Why did you break your oath and betray the night watchman?" "Haha, because of a cloak." Mansred laughed bitterly and said in a complicated tone, "I used to be a loyal night watchman, and I thought I would always be a night watchman. Until one day I became obsessed with the thing called freedom. That time I was seriously injured during a patrol. My brothers were worried that I wouldn't make it to the wall, so they sent me to the home of a freed woman. Hey, don't look at me like that. She was an old spearwoman, very ugly and very old. She didn't have that kind of need and I didn't have that kind of desire. While I was recovering, she used red cloth to repair my torn cloak. But when I returned to the wall, the commander immediately made me change into a uniform black cloak. Then I ran away. Just because of that. Everyone was shocked. I can't even choose the clothes I like. I can't stand the life of a night watchman anymore. I want freedom." Mansred. Old Yamant said in a low voice, "South of the wall, any night watchman who goes out on business will be given food and supplies by any noble just because of the black cloak he wears. Some even treat him as an honored guest. Even the king is no exception. The black cloak is our shackles, but it is also our flag and glory." "I don't want this damn glory. I just want freedom," Mansred. Danny facepalmed. Her head hurt. "Your whole family was slaughtered for freedom. Don't you understand how terrible uncontrolled freedom is? I understood after the verbal war with you last time, but I really can't stand the restrictions of a night watchman. He's not cut out to be a night watchman, and he didn't wear the black cloak voluntarily or because of guilt. A child with an incomplete mind swearing the oath of a night watchman in a daze. That doesn't make sense." Then Danny switched to the mode of the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. Her expression suddenly became serious, and her fair face faintly glowed with a holy light. In the 23rd chapter of the Seven Stars Bible, the Heavenly Father said to Hugu that any sacred marriage contract or sacred oath made against ones will not be protected by the seven gods and should be spurned by everyone. In the south of Bravos there was a hill called Andes, the homeland of the Undals. Hugu, the king of the hills, was the first king of Andes, similar to King David in the Bible. Much of the content in the Seven Stars Bible was explained in the form of conversations between Hugu and the seven gods. In the doctrine of the seven gods, violating a sacred oath or marriage contract was as serious a crime as violating the rights of a guest. But there was a prerequisite. Both parties who made the oath had to be willing. Willing here mainly meant that there was no knife to the neck of the person who made the oath. It didn't matter whether the person was willing or not. For example, Sansa definitely didn't want to marry Tyrion, but her marriage with Tyrion was protected by the seven gods. Because Sansa didn't protest loudly at the time, she chose to accept it silently. If Tywin forced Sansa to marry his son, not only would the marriage be invalid, but he would also be cursed by the seven gods if the seven gods really existed. At this time, Dany was a little unreasonable. "If Mansfield's oath doesn't count, then there are no sacred oaths in this world," Stannis said, glaring. "I didn't say it doesn't count, but special circumstances require special treatment. He's just a child. Can't you be more tolerant?" "Child?" Mansfield's face twisted. "He's not a child. He's much older than you." Sir Mallister's mouth twitched. Dany was also embarrassed. She touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. "Didn't the wall take in a few hundred free youths at this time? They're all temporary night watchers, free to leave after the long night. Mansfield's situation is similar to theirs. He's just an orphan adopted by the night watchers, not a proper night watcher." "This is a new rule you made. It only applies now, not the tradition of the night watchers," Stannis said solemnly. Dany leaned back in her chair and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "You want him to die so badly? The law is the law. There's no room for personal feelings," Stannis said firmly. "There's something wrong with your head." Dany pointed at him and mocked. "You have no political wisdom at all." "Isn't it good to have Mansfield under your control and command the hundreds of thousands of barbarians outside the wall? It's easy to kill him, but soon the barbarians will fight for a new leader, a new king outside the wall. Then they'll harass the wall and even collude with the other ghosts. Leave Mansfield. No matter whether he can be controlled or not, no matter how many people listen to his orders, with him occupying the position of king outside the wall, a new king of the barbarians can't be born, and the barbarians can't unite. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of barbarians, they're just a bunch of stragglers. They'll no longer be a threat to the wall. The Night Watchers, Sir Deer, and the barbarians all stared at the Dragon Queen in shock and fear. The Dragon Queen was so reasonable. The Dragon Queen was so scary. Erlu's furious expression slowly froze. He closed his mouth and began to think seriously. Kill me. Just kill me. I'm guilty, I broke my oath, I led the army to invade the wall. Mansfield suddenly howled. Chapter 350. Mansred survived, and Erlu was moved by Danny's suggestion of using the Emperor to command his vassals. He decided to leave the king of beyond the Great Wall to command his vassals. After the trial. On the 6th floor of the king's tower, by the fireplace in the Dragon Queen's parlor. It's no use. The freemen of beyond the wall will not listen to a king who has been captured by the southern lords. Manslade looked at the baby in his arms lovingly and spoke to Danny without looking up. He was now partially free. With 2 Night's Watchmen watching over him, he could move freely in Dark Castle. For the past few days, Manslade's son, wife Dana, and sister-in-law Val were all living in the king's tower. Once he was free, he immediately came to see his wife and child. Danny smiled faintly. I know. I just wanted to find an excuse to let you live. Your wife just gave birth. How pitiful it is to lose your father. Of course, I didn't just save you out of pity. I will be leaving the wall soon. There are still many troublesome matters waiting for me in Ursos. I will leave the task of moving the freemen to Eastwatch to you. As long as you are still the king of beyond the wall, you must fulfill your duty. Let the freemen live through this long night. Mansred gently pulled the fur quilt to cover his son's soft cheeks. The kind and peaceful expression on his face disappeared as he solemnly said, I'm happy to see the freedmen cross the sea and leave the Great Wall. I can even send someone to the haunted forest in my name to help you recruit freedmen. But will Stannis allow me to travel between Dark Castle and Eastwatch? Or perhaps, if he plans to take the freedmen for his own use, would he be willing to let you smoothly take over the freedmen? Stannis? Danny frowned in thought. He's not stupid. He should know that the wall can't feed 100,000 freemen. In fact, it can't even feed 10,000. The food stored by the Night's Watchmen won't last long, and his army depends on the supplies of the Night's Watchmen. For his own sake, he has to send the freemen away as soon as possible. Why didn't you just kill him? Suddenly asked. Why kill him? Danny asked curiously. Looked at her and said, he and his brothers stole your father's throne, and now they plan to continue fighting with you for the throne of the 7 kingdoms. Moreover, the sword in his hand suits you very well. Perhaps you are the child of prophecy and need that red sword. If it were me, I would have let the Megalosaurus eat him for any of the above reasons. Once you understand the cause of the war of the usurpers, you will understand that the sins my father and elder brother committed are far greater than the Stannis brothers. As for the red sword, there are many things in this world that can catch my eye. I won't just snatch whatever I want. Most of the time I have to follow the rules. Was startled and he gradually fell into deep thought. Knock knock. Barristan came over with 2 canvas bags. Before he entered, he knocked on the iron door a few times to remind the people in the house. Your Majesty, the luggage is ready. White Knight said. Leaving tonight? Isn't that too soon? Mansred said in surprise. Danny stood up and took her bag from White Knight. She checked the contents while saying, I have nothing to do at the Great Wall, but a tough battle awaits me at Bravos. Dark Star Geralt Dane was about to arrive at Bravos. Last night, after she used the True Dragon's Roar to cleanse Kashy's soul, she even talked to her about the Green Prophet and the old gods through the glass candle. Kashy's suggestion was simple. Leave the Westeros and train hard. She believed that the Great Wizard's meditation technique was not inferior to the Green Prophet's. Danny fell for the Three-Eyed Crow's trick because her skills and experience were not as deep as his. Danny had just learned her meditation technique a month ago, while the Blood Crow not only had the complete Green Prophet's legacy, but also cultivated for 100 years. He also inherited the magic power, mental strength, and experience of the Green Prophet over 10,000 years. It was normal for there to be a difference between the two. According to Kashi's idea, with Danny's talent she should train hard for 8 to 10 years. Then, she would have the power to protect herself from the Green Prophet without relying on the Megalosaurus. After that, Danny habitually checked the 3 coordinates she had marked and a netizen. The netizen, Marvin, had brought along Magic Net, analysis of the structure of witchcraft lens, and other magic books. He had joined the fleet led by the 4th White Knight, Garth Hyder, together with the little black girl, Larissa. These secret books hidden in the library were borrowed from the City of Knowledge by the Old Man in Old Town. The fleet was huge. The Old Man in Old Town spent a lot of money. More than 100 cargo ships, 10 warships, and 3 million gold royals and cash set off from the port of Old Town. At this time, they were floating in the summer sea in the south of Westeros. Coordinate 1, in 3 or 4 days, Gerald's merchant ship would arrive at the port of Bravos. Coordinate 2, Dragon Queen's filial son, Jianghu, had already escaped from the City of Knowledge with the clay pot. Danny did not directly report him. In fact, except for Barristan and Yimont, she did not tell anyone about faceless Jianghu. She only asked the old man to borrow books from the library, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Among the books that the old man reported to the doctor in the City of Knowledge, one of them was stolen by Jianghu. The doctor in the City of Knowledge was not stupid. When he found that a large number of books related to dragons were missing, but the door and lock were not broken, he naturally began to investigate the thief. The key was in the hands of Dr. Wargrave, and the doctor was an idiot. The apprentice who had served the doctor would definitely be suspected. How would Jianghu, who was disguised as Pater, dare to be interrogated by the City of Knowledge? Looking at the apprentice Zion who stole the doctor's waffles, he was punished by the scholars just for stealing food. It was clear that the scholars would not be gentlemen, use their words and not their fists. They would definitely lynch Pater. Jianghu, who had a human skin mask on his face, dared to be slapped? Faceless stabbed the 2 scholars who arrested him to death on the spot and escaped as Pater. Although Jianghu hoped to create the illusion that the apprentice stole books to sell for money, the doctors in the City of Knowledge were not stupid, and their brains were very good. They immediately speculated 2 things from Pater's recent changes. Faceless came to the City of Knowledge to steal books related to dragons, and the people of Bravos planned to hatch dragons. Then the doctors went crazy. They decided to use the Dragon Queen's method to give the shameless people of Bravos and the despicable Faceless a retribution. Coordinate 3, the one-eyed woman Faceless went to Volantis. Danny's worried guess was confirmed. The House of Black and White in Bravos was not the only stronghold of the Faceless. There was also a Faceless branch in Volantis. On the surface it was a trading company. In fact, it was a small gathering place of assassins and information dealers. But the 2 identities were a cover to hide the fact that it was a Faceless stronghold. In fact, it was understandable, just like the assassins in the movies. Every top assassin had a top manager who helped him to take missions, gather information, provide equipment, arrange itineraries. When necessary, they would betray their brothers, kill them to silence them, burn the bridge after crossing the river, and embezzle the savings of the assassin's companions. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was so big, and the information exchange was so primitive. Without the branch to help gather information, arrange trifles, and provide the list and information of replaceable people, even the top Faceless like Rambo 007 and Tom Cruise would not be able to complete the assassination mission. In fact, 007 and Mission Impossible both had a huge team behind them. So it was troublesome. Danny could not make a meteorite fall on the House of Black and White, or use God's cane. It was easy to flatten the House of Black and White, but cutting the grass without removing the roots, the trouble would be too big. She still did not dare to go to the prairie to pick up her cheap son. Why? Because she was afraid of assassination. Not only the Faceless, it was too easy to kill a child, and that child had hindered the interests of too many people. It was difficult for the Faceless to kill Danny, but it was too easy for them to kill her companions. Now that they had not fallen out, everyone was fighting openly and secretly within the rules. If Danny dared to bomb the House of Black and White, a group of Faceless would take revenge on her the next day. As long as they killed Dragon Queen, officers above the level of Centurion, and officials above the level of Village Chief, Slave Bay would collapse. Of course, if they really left the Dragon Queen alone, she would also ride on the dragon to burn the city. Everyone would play game over and let the other ghosts take advantage of the situation. Danny definitely had to deal with the Faceless, but she could not do it recklessly. She had to be smart. And she also had some ideas about how to deal with the Faceless. Just as she was thinking about it, Baristan put down his backpack and said worriedly, "Actually, we should not leave the Great Wall. The right thing to do is to hurry up and clean up the other ghosts outside the Great Wall. If there is a king of the other ghosts, we should kill him directly and end the long night before it comes. When winter comes, as the weather gets colder and colder, the other ghosts' strength will increase, and it will be more difficult to deal with them." Danny was stunned and smiled faintly. "That's a good idea, but unfortunately the other ghosts are intelligent. They know even better. Before the long night, the other ghosts will not come out to fight us head-on, and they will even deliberately avoid places that are directly hit by the sun. Believe it or not, even if I go to Slave Bay and bring the other 2 dragons here, the 4 of them will work together and burn the entire Ghost Shadow Forest, and we will not be able to find a single other ghost, let alone hurt them." Mansred handed the baby to his sister-in-law and said worriedly, "Then do you have a way to deal with it?" Danny sighed helplessly and said, "Don't think about taking the initiative to attack. When the long night comes, wait for the other ghosts to take the initiative to attack, and then rely on the Great Wall to fight a defensive battle. This is the most practical and has the highest chance of winning. Think about it, if I ride a dragon to burn the forest outside the Great Wall, and accidentally get killed by the other ghosts' ice swords, and then the other ghosts resurrect a megalosaurus into a corpse ghost dragon. What will the consequences be? It can't be right? You burned a large part of the forest last time, but the other ghosts did not pose any threat to the megalosaurus." Baristan said, "Why not? I have seen the finale of Game of Thrones." Danny complained in her heart but said, "How can one not wet his shoes if he often walks by the river? The Ghost Shadow Forest is hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and I will have to burn it for a year or 2. At that time, the nerves of humans and dragons will be numb. How can they avoid all the ice swords? Can a dragon also become a corpse ghost? Dragons are fire and other ghosts are ice. Ice and fire do not mix." Mansred doubted. "Dragons are also living creatures. They can die, and after they die they will also leave behind a corpse. If the other ghosts really have a corpse ghost dragon, they might just blow down the Great Wall with a mouthful of dragon flames. Then we will have no place to cry." Danny began to reveal the truth with a strange expression. "Just like the Horn of Winter, can your dragon burn down the Great Wall?" Whale asked in surprise. "Sigh, if there were no other ghosts I would really want to try." Suddenly, Danny's expression changed. She looked at Mansred and asked, "Stannis seized a huge horn from you. Is it the real Horn of Winter?" Chapter 351. Just like the dragon's horn and the Lightbringer, Danny had read Game of Thrones, but she had no impression of them. The Horn of Winter was also known as Jomun's Horn. According to the legends, Jomun, the king of beyond the Great Wall, once blew the Horn of Winter to awaken the giants underground. He worked together with the king of the north, Brandon Stark, to quell the second long night. Well, the long night had appeared twice. The first time was 8,000 years ago, when Yeser and Ahai killed their wives and used the hero's red sword to end the long night. The second time also happened 8,000 years ago, or perhaps 7,900 years ago. Well, 100 years after Yeser and Ahai died, the other ghosts appeared again, and the long night descended on the world for the second time. Even if scholar Yimont found the records of the second long night in the Night Watchman's library, Danny was skeptical. It was just that the interval between the 2 long nights was too short. What was even more ridiculous was that in the ancient history books of the Night Watchman, the second Night King was a Stark, the 13th commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman. He married a woman with skin as pale as the moon, eyes like blue stars and skin as cold as ice. Well, he married a other ghost, most likely a female other ghost. Stark was the most powerful man in the Song of Ice and Fire. Su Xian and Ning Kaichen should be ashamed of their inferiority compared to him. Snakes and ghosts were nothing, he was a other ghost. The deviant ghost's coldness could freeze a fine steel sword into pieces by touching it, but Stark's sword was still intact. In short, the second Night King was very strong. The king of beyond the Great Wall, Jomun, and the king of the north had to work together to quell the rebellion. Well, compared to the first long night that affected the whole world, the second Night King was weak. But compared to the ordinary commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman's rebellion, he was too strong. Well, I digressed. It was said that Jomun's horn could not only summon giants, but also make the Great Wall collapse. Danny didn't believe it, neither did the Night Watchman or Stannis. But Mansred believed it and so did the barbarians. They were frantically robbing tombs in Frostfang, hoping to find Joman's tomb and get the horn that was buried with him. Mons really did find a horn. It was bigger than the dragon's horn, with a curved line of nearly 2.5 meters. It seemed to be made of the horn of a bison. How big was that bison? He could put his elbow into the mouth of the trumpet, and the surface of the trumpet was inlaid with rusty golden runes, the magic runes used by the ancestors. The horn had become Stannis' spoils of war. Dany had seen it with her own eyes when it was brought in through the city gate. Before she could even think of borrowing it for research, the red-robed woman burned it into a pile of twisted gold and black ashes. Melisandre said that it was not the winter horn, but it had God's aura and had to be purified. At that time, Dany had not yet mastered the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique, so she did not feel that it was a pity. But now he wanted to curse out loud. Fuck, what a waste. That's fake. I didn't find Joman's tomb. The horn was buried with a giant king, Mance said. What function does it have? Dany asked curiously. I don't know. Even the giants can't move it. It's too big. It's not that big. There are certain conditions to blow the horn. 7 levels of hell. Dany suddenly shouted. She stared at Mons and asked, You found many tombs and even the corpses of giants? What's wrong? Mons was confused. You're asking me what's wrong? Damn it, burials are popular among the free people. How many tombs and corpses have been accumulated over thousands of years? Dany said with a terrible expression. The other ghosts won't dig 3 feet into the ground to look for corpses, right? Mons said uneasily. You think other ghouls are idiots? Danica shot him a sideways glance and asked. Your Majesty, burials are popular in Westeros too. Also, the coffins of the noble families are rarely buried in the ground. Most of them are stored in the family tombs. There are hundreds and thousands of corpses of kings, archbishops, and great nobles under the great cathedral of St. Basil, Barristan said anxiously. Dany let out a long sigh and said, Fortunately, we Targaryens have always had the tradition of cremation. If there really were other ghosts sneaking into the south of the Great Wall, there wouldn't have been the tragedy of fighting with the old ancestors. Barristan's face turned green. His nephew, cousin, father, and grandfather were neatly arranged in the Harvest Hall's tomb. Hey, where's my crow? Dany asked the White Knight while carrying her bag. What crow? Barristan was confused. The crow I brought back from the apple grove in Hogwan Town that evening. There's a big red-eyed black crow as big as a duck, Dany said while gesturing. Oh, that crow. The old knight remembered and shook his head. I don't know. What's the use of that dead crow? That's not an ordinary crow. Its body contains a lot of magic power. Using it to make a deal with extraordinaries would definitely be more popular than a dwarf's lifeblood. Barristan's mouth twitched. At the side, Galen, who was acting as Mance's bodyguard, stammered, The crow seemed to have been eaten by Sam. What? Dany was shocked. Galen said awkwardly, You said that you caught a crow while hunting in Hogwan Town? We all thought that it was your prey and sent it to the kitchen. Three-Finger, Habu used it to make a dish, mushroom crow stew. But you didn't even have dinner last night. After cremating the barbarians, you led the suicide squad to the haunted forest. Then, we watched you fight the other ghosts below the Great Wall for most of the night. Sam said that he was hungry and went to the kitchen to look for food. He ate your crow. Did you eat it? Dany looked at him suspiciously. Galen's cheeks were red as he nodded lightly. I only ate a crow leg. Was it delicious? Very delicious, very chewy. Galen nodded. Do you believe in the old gods? Dany asked strangely. I believe in the 7 gods, but Sam changed his faith after coming to the Great Wall. What's wrong? Galen was confused. Nothing. Dany held back her laughter and shook her head. Galen, call Sam over. I have something to ask him. Not long after, Fat Sausage Sam arrived. He was on the 5th floor, talking to the female barbarian, Gilly, Cast's daughter. Yes, Gilly lived with Mance's wife, Dana. Your Majesty, the crow stew with mushroom is cold. The grease board has congealed and it tastes worse after a night. I thought you wouldn't eat it anymore. Sam had heard about the crow from Galen on the way here. Now his round, white bread-like face was scrunched up. He was so nervous that he was about to cry. It's not about the crow. Dany looked around and said goodbye to Mance and Val. She only brought Fatty to the wooden ladder between the Great Wall and the King's Tower. She asked softly, "How did you get across the Great Wall?" "What?" The topic changed a little too quickly. Fatty was confused. "You and Gilly went through the Great Wall and entered the Long Night Castle through the secret passage, right? What's the secret of that passage?" Danny stared straight into the pair of gray eyes that flashed with fear and panic. She exerted an invisible pressure on Fatty. Gulp. Fat Sam gulped and said with a sad face, "Your Majesty, I really can't tell you. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't let others know." If even the female barbarian knows the secret, why can't the ancients, the Loinars and the Undul's queens know? She didn't care whether Fatty agreed or not. She had Sir Barristan push him up the zigzag wooden ladder. When they reached the top of the Great Wall, they saw a few Night Watchers squatting behind the windshield wall. They were John, Scholar Yimont, Bowen Marcy, Sir Alistair and Paristan. "You're all here to see Scholar Yimont off?" Danny looked at them and asked. "Can't we leave tomorrow morning?" "It's dark and cold at night," John said with a frown. Danny waved her hand towards the sky, and the two dragons hissed. Under the silver waning moon, two black shadows were reflected and flew over from afar. For Megalosaurus, there's no difference between night and day. Then she looked at the Night Watchers seriously and said, "You should quickly elect the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. Only the Commander-in-Chief has the right to deal with Stannis and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms." "Yes, in a few days after Sir Mallister has dealt with the barbarians near the Milk River, we'll immediately hold the election of the Night Watchers," Bowen Marcy said. Hiss! The two dragons flapped their wings and landed lightly on the gravel path. Danny came to the white dragon's side and tied a rope around Fatty Sam's waist under everyone's confused gaze. "Sam is accompanying me to the west. Don't worry, he'll be back before tomorrow morning," she said with a strange smile. On the other side, Sir Barristan had already pulled old Yimont onto Blackie's back. Old Yimont was padded with a thick sheepskin mattress and a belt to secure his body. "Professor Paristan, I'll leave the Great Wall to you," Yimont said. "I understand." The red-nosed professor nodded. Old Yimont looked around the Great Wall with nostalgia and sighed, "I don't know if I'll be able to come back. I've been here for 60 to 70 years. Most of my life has been here. Goodbye, everyone. If there's anything, just send a message to Dragonstone Island." Danny waved at them and slowly flew off on Whitey. Fatty was hanging from Whitey's back. His body was swaying non-stop. His forelimbs had no place to exert strength, so he screamed and kicked randomly. Long Night Castle was located 40 kilometers to the west of Dark Castle. From its name, one could tell its position among the castles on the Great Wall. In fact, Long Night Castle was the first castle on the Great Wall. It was also the largest castle. At first, the headquarters of the Night Watchers was also located there. However, after the incident with the Rat Chef, even the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers began to dislike that place, so he moved the headquarters to Dark Castle. From the west to the east, Long Night Castle, Deep Lake Residence, Queen's Gate, Dark Castle. The two dragons flew along the Great Wall to the west. About half an hour later, a pitch-black building complex appeared under the moonlight. Whitey was hovering above the abandoned tower, while Fatty was howling with a hoarse voice below. In the quiet night, the gloomy and dilapidated black tower was surrounded by rocks. Weeds and short trees grew in the courtyard, outlining a strange and absurd picture of an ancient castle under the moon. Finally they found a slightly flat ground. Whitey flapped its wings and slowly slid down. Fatty fell to the ground with a cry. Old Yimont climbed down from Blackie's back shakily. He held onto the warm wing bones and sighed, "I never thought that I'd be riding a dragon one day. It's too shocking." And just like the legends say, no matter how cold the weather is, riding a dragon won't feel cold. There's still tens of thousands of miles to go. I guarantee that you'll be tired of riding. Danny laughed. "No, riding a dragon will never tire of me," Old Yimont said seriously. He looked around and asked in confusion, "This is Long Night Castle. Danny, what are you doing here?" "You'll have to ask Fatty." Chapter 352. Danny found Fat Sam in a clump of withered grass. He was holding his stomach and howling. When he fell to the ground, he seemed to have been hit by a stone. He was crying with snot and tears all over his face. "Sam, are you okay?" Old Yimont asked with concern. "My stomach hurts," Sam whimpered with a hoarse voice. Barristan walked over and lifted the fat man from the ground. He carefully checked his mail leather armor and inner shirt. None of them were broken and there were no traces of blood. He said, "It's nothing serious. It's probably just a bump. You'll be fine after you catch your breath." Sam, stop howling. Look, even the rat chef is alerted. Danny looked up and glanced at the stone tower opposite them. In the dark hole of the door, there was a pair of eyes emitting a faint red light. Deep inside, there were more red eyes quietly moving to the side of the door. Rat chef. Sam looked around blankly. Soon he also saw the pairs of red eyes behind the door. He could vaguely tell that it was a group of gray rats that were bigger than cats. He howled heartbreakingly. Rat chef, it's the rat chef's descendants. 7 hells. Why are the rats here so big? Barristan exclaimed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Noticing that everyone was looking at them, the rats began to shrink back. They're not too big. The roasted rats sold at the Quill's Wharf are only a little smaller than them, Danny said casually. Blackie, she called out to the black dragon. Hiss, Blackie roared into the sky, and the dragon's aura spread out along with the dragon's roar. In an instant, from the surrounding towers, the underground cellars and the passageways connecting to the cellars, came the sound of thousands of horses galloping. Countless rats were squeaking crazily and it was creepy. I didn't expect there to be so many rats in Dark Castle. Yimont rubbed the goosebumps on the back of his hand. Rat chef, they're all rat chef's descendants, Sam said loudly. I'm starting to wonder if the rat chef story is true. Danny looked around and said calmly, because there are so many rats here, the bored night watchers began to make up stories about rats. Eventually, it evolved into the legend of the rat chef. No, the rat chef is real. There are records of this history in the Dark Castle's library. Even the names of the kings are clearly marked. Tywin Lannister II of Casterly Rock, and his eldest son Tyrion Lannister. Old Yimont said seriously. This Tyrion was eaten by his father? Danny's mouth twitched. Yimont was stunned for a moment before he understood what she meant. He smiled and said, Targaryen has produced many Aegon, Stark has countless Brandon, and in Lannister Tyrion has also appeared countless times. In the future there will definitely be countless Danny Lysses among your descendants. Danny was a little embarrassed and said to Sam, lead the way. Only the night watchers can enter that place. Sam struggled. You know what? The more you say, the more interested I am. A door that has a mind of its own and can distinguish between a night watcher and a night watcher. I can't wait to see it. Danny smiled faintly. What door? Yimont was puzzled. There is a hidden tunnel in the Nightfall Citadel that connects the inside and outside of the wall. This fatty entered through a secret door. That's right, Sam didn't return from Dark Castle. After Danny's reminder, the old scholar also reacted. Scholar, your majesty, I'm not lying. There is a tunnel in the Nightfall Citadel and there is a door, the Black Door. But that person warned me not to tell anyone about the Black Door, or it might cause irreparable damage to this world. So, don't force me, I can't say it. Sam covered his face and cried. A big man with a white bread face squatting on the ground and wiping his tears looked quite pitiful. But not only did Danny not sympathize with him, but she also angrily reprimanded him. You are clearly calling us bad guys. Even if I know the secret of the Black Door, I, Sir Barristan, Scholar Yimont, will not do anything to harm this world. Didn't I come here at night to make sure that the tunnel won't threaten the safety of the northern region? Why are you saying that we are the ones who want to destroy this place? Sam, His Majesty is right. The Nightfall Citadel is so desolate, and there is not a single night watcher. If the tunnel is discovered by barbarians or even deviant ghosts, it will be a big trouble. Barristan frowned and advised. Old Yimont patted the fat night watcher's arched back and asked, Sam, you said that someone warned you not to mention the Black Door. Who is that person? Commander Mormont? No, we call him Cold Hands. Gilly and I met little Paul, Chet, Huck and the others in the White Tree Village. They died and became ghouls. I was no match for them. The red-eyed crows saved me. Crows? Danny's heart skipped a beat. Tell me more details. Where did the crows come from? Sam stopped sobbing and said with a look of reminiscence, in the center of the village, there was a weirwood tree that was as thick as a few people hugging it. The tree trunk was white and the red leaves were stained with blood. It was covered with crows, thousands of them. Black crows, red leaves, white branches, and the tree trunk was carved with the face of a ferocious old man. Gilly was hiding under the tree with the child, together with the crows. I burned little Paul, but Chet was choking me. I was dying. The crow that was following me. Oh, it was Commander Mormont's crow. It suddenly screamed and jumped on Chet's face, pecking at the pale flesh. Then the crows on the tree flew over. They surrounded Chet's face and pecked at his blue eyes. They covered the sisters like flies, and they took out a lump of brain matter from Huck's shattered skull. The crows covered the sky and the sun, and they even blocked the moon. Danny and Yimot looked at each other. They both knew what the other was thinking. It was the three-eyed crow. However, the three-eyed crow's taste was really heavy. It ate ghouls' flesh and drank their brains. But why did the three-eyed crow value this fatty so much? This guy even ate the three-eyed crow's body. Was he possessed by the main character's halo? Yes, there was a saying that Samwell was the real main character in Game of Thrones. He could turn misfortunes into blessings, and he could turn misfortunes into good fortune. While other people were miserable, he was able to live happily until the end. He was a cheat-like existence. For example, Danny worked herself to death and used all her means to kill a variant ghost. As for the fatty, he killed a white ghost with a dragon crystal dagger and a lousy sword technique. Yes, Sam was the one who got the first kill. He was the variant ghost killer, Sam. Who is that Cold Hands? Danny asked. He wore black clothes and looked like a night watcher. However, his skin was as pale as a corpse ghost, and his hands were as black as ice. A corpse ghost? Barristan and Yimot exclaimed in surprise. Danny's eyes flickered. She recalled that there was also a Cold Hands in Game of Thrones. He was Benjen Stark, who was transformed into a biological weapon by the Children of the Forest. No, his eyes didn't emit blue light and he could still talk. Sam shook his head and said. Danny tilted her head and looked at the small half of the moon in the sky. She said, variant ghosts are magical creatures transformed by the Children of the Forest using their ancestors. However, the experiment failed, and the variant ghosts became natural disasters that went out of control. Long night followed. This is the legend about the origin of variant ghosts. Is it possible that not all variant ghosts went out of control, and some of them retained their rationality and humanity, and became qualified magical weapons? Just like in Terminator, there was an out-of-control robot that assassinated the main character, and there was also a Schwarzenegger that protected humans. You can ask Blinden, Yimot said. I don't want to deal with him before I master the divine ability. Danny shook her head. Brandon? You know Bran? Why do you want to ask him? Sam asked in surprise. The pronunciation of Blinden and Brandon were very similar, and it was easy to confuse them. However, Brandon was Bran's name, so Sam got it wrong. When Blinden Riverwind first heard Bran's name, he even joked that Bran's name was given by the blood crow blackfish, Blinden Tully. The naming tradition in Song of Ice and Fire was to give famous people's names to their children. For example, the Fry family also had someone named Riga Fry. You. Danny stared at the fatty's gray eyes with a strange expression. You met John's brother, Bran Stark? The fatty was stunned. When he realized that he had made a mistake, he immediately shook his head frantically and denied, I don't know. I don't know him. I didn't meet him. Danny certainly remembered how Bran had crossed the Great Wall in Game of Thrones with Sam's help. He had passed through the gate tunnel of the abandoned castle. However, when she came to the Great Wall, she realized that it was impossible. Except for Dark Castle, all the tunnels connecting the Great Wall to the outside of the Great Wall were blocked. The entire tunnel was filled with ice and stone, and it was tightly sealed. It would take a few months to pry it open. The Shadow Tower and East Watch didn't have a gate. They were connected to the outside of the Great Wall in the north by boat. Otherwise, why would the wild man target Dark Castle? Kid, you spilled the beans. Danny sneered. It seems that the kid from the House of Stark stopped at the Castle of Eternal Night before and saw you coming out of the Black Gate. Then he went through the Black Gate to the outside of the Great Wall. Wild man, everyone in the north knows about the Black Gate, but you didn't tell me. She possessed Sam's body and exerted pressure on him through her eyes. She shouted, What are you up to? Do you want a rebel? Plop. The fat man's legs gave way and he immediately fell to the ground. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He hiccuped and said, Your Majesty, I don't want to rebel. I swore that I would never tell anyone about the Black Gate and Bran, not even John. Don't force me. Danny raised her chin to White Knight and said, Knight, go and search around. See if there are any traces of people staying here. The fat man's struggle was futile. Danny ignited a wash-basin-sized fireball. It floated 10 meters in the air and illuminated a few hundred meters. White Knight easily found traces of a bonfire on the stone floor of the kitchen. It was an octagonal stone house with a broken arch. There was a well in the middle of the house. Beside the well, there was a crooked weirwood sticking out of the stone floor and slanting towards the hole in the roof. Under the silver-gray moonlight, the bone-like branches reflected a cold and eerie light. Is this where the rat chef cut Tyrion into pieces? Danny walked along the wall beside the slaughterhouse, which was full of scars and stains. Red rusty meat hooks hung down from the beams, giving her a sense of absurdity as if she was witnessing history. The meat hooks were definitely not 6,000 years old, but the slaughterhouse was made of stone and was connected to the ancient stone house. If the rat chef's story was true, then this was indeed the scene of a murder on a night thousands of years ago. Chapter 353. The octagonal kitchen was more than 200 square meters. It should have been very spacious, but the furnishings inside took up most of the space. Just opposite the slaughterhouse, there was a row of more than a dozen huge brick stoves. Near the south stove there were traces of cleaning. Not far away there were charcoal ashes and unburned wood. There were a few fish heads and a number of burnt fish bones beside the extinguished bonfire. Danny walked to the entrance and said casually, "Is the passage in the well?" How do you know?" Sam was shocked. The well in the middle of the kitchen was made of stone. The edge of the well was half a meter high, and the diameter of the well was nearly 4 meters. The wall of the well was wet and covered with scale. There were stairs inside the well that spiraled down into the endless darkness. There is a door in the well. It's an old story. What's more, there are stairs on the wall of the well. The stairs are covered with moss and there are obvious footprints. Danny smiled faintly. As she spoke, she picked up a brick from the ground and threw it down lightly. After a while, a muffled sound came from the depths of the darkness. The faint echo spread up along the well. The sound was intermittent, as if something was hiding at the bottom of the water. At this time, it was disturbed and was rolling in the water. "Your Majesty, I'll go down and take a look." Barristan volunteered. "Wait a moment. I'll throw a fireball down to explore the way." Danny waved to Dahe, who was sticking its neck out of the kitchen door. Dahe growled and opened its mouth to spit out a fire snake as thick as an arm. It wriggled like a living creature and came to Danny. It curled into a ball of bright red fire the size of a fist. Fatty Sam was stunned by this conjuring scene. He did not even notice that a lump of cold mucus hanging under his nostrils slid into his open mouth. After learning the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny's precise control of the flame had improved a lot. The range and flexibility of the fireball floating around her had also increased a lot. At this moment, the fist-sized fireball was one step ahead of the White Knight. It floated into the well and slowly descended. Danny, Yimant, and Samuel leaned on the edge of the well and looked down. The fireball dispelled the ink-like darkness. There were large patches of scales of different shades on the walls of the well, and a small amount of moist brown moss. There was a mirror-like reflection below, swaying and swaying. "There is no door," Barristan said. The well was 30 meters long. When the fireball was 1/3 of the way down, the walls of the well and the water at the bottom of the well were already visible. There was no door, not even a window. The walls of the well were dark and covered with water stains. There was no sign of opening or closing. Danny turned to Fatty and saw the calm expression in his eyes. She knew that he had already guessed that they would not be able to find the door. Yimant asked him, "Where is the door?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fireball descended to the bottom of the well. When it was close to the water, a gust of wind suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the well. The wind whistled and the dark well water surged like a huge wave. The dragon flame fireball started to flicker like a candle flame. Whoosh, the dragon flame could no longer maintain its fireball form. It suddenly stretched into a line of fire, which rose 10 meters high with a gust of wind and was quickly extinguished. The deep well was dark again. Only the low sound of the wind could be heard, like a woman's whimper. For the first time, Danny's dragon flame fireball lost control and was extinguished by the wind. The 4 people at the edge of the well were blown back a few steps by the gust of wind from the bottom of the well. The broken tiles on top of their heads flew up and fell in all directions. The chaotic sound of banging and banging came from all around the kitchen. Where did this evil wind come from? Danny looked at Fatty Sam in surprise. "I don't know. When I went down, there was nothing strange at the bottom of the well. Fatty was at a loss. There is no door at the bottom of the well, and there shouldn't be such a strong gust of wind. Yimant and Baristan were both puzzled. This gust of wind is definitely not a natural wind. My dragon flame fireball will not be extinguished by a normal gust of wind. Danny said with certainty. Your Majesty, shall I go down and take a look? Baristan said. This. Danny hesitated. You saw it too. The wind is too strong. If you fall into the water, your iron armor. It's too dangerous. Forget it. She shook her head firmly. Sam, what do you say? Yimant looked at Fatty with burning eyes. Danny and Baristan looked over at the same time. The invisible pressure made Fatty shrink his neck. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, Don't raise the torch, don't throw the fireball. But the knight is not a night watchman. He won't be able to see anything when he goes down. Is there any danger? Yimant asked. I don't think so. Fatty Sam frowned and said with uncertainty. Clang. Baristan pulled out his long sword and stabbed it into the brick seam of the well. The smoky black blade pierced through the edge of the well easily as if it was a piece of wood. If there's an accident, I'll use my sword to stabilize my body. The old knight said. Why don't you take off your armor? Yimant suggested. No, the armor can't be taken off. Danny shook her head. The gust of wind just now was not natural. There are traces of magic. Valeglia's steel armor has a miraculous defense against magic attacks. I'll go down first. If I still can't find the black door, you'll go down with me. Baristan said to Sam. After that, he leaned against the wall of the well with one hand and held his sword with the other. He stepped on the wet steps and walked down step by step. Danny frowned as she watched the white knight gradually disappear into the darkness. She could only hear the sound of iron boots hitting the stone, which echoed in the well. Baristan seemed to have walked a very long way. The waiting time was torturous. Danny was on the verge of regret. There were several times when she wanted to shout down and ask the old knight to come up. But the bottom of the well was so quiet that she could even hear the sound of the knight's iron gloves scratching the wall of the well. The gust of wind just now seemed like an illusion. No, there's nothing. Just when Danny was worrying about her gains and losses, the old knight's loud voice came from below. The voice echoed in the well and was somewhat distorted when it reached the mouth of the well. Am I coming up? The old knight said. No, let Sam go down. Be careful. Danny said. Under the Dragon Queen's gaze, Sam sighed and comforted himself. I didn't break my oath. Her Majesty is too smart. She found this place by herself. These words seemed to work. He regained his vitality and walked down the stone steps quickly. He held the wall with one hand and the other hand hung by his side. The 7 hells. About 15 minutes later, the old knight's terrified scream came from the bottom of the well. They had been together for almost 2 years. She had seen the Valeglia devils and the Beleriand formed by the dragon worms. But never once had Danny seen Baristan so terrified. He was known as the Fearless. There's a door, Your Majesty. There really is a door. The 7 gods. It's talking. Baristan shouted in horror. Hoo 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 hoo. At the same time, a low but unusually clear voice came from the bottom of the well. Danny and Yimant's faces turned pale as they took a step back in fear. This was not Baristan's voice, nor was it Sam's voice. A third person's voice came from the bottom of the well. But there were only 2 people at the bottom of the well. I am Baristan Selmy, Danny, Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Danny heard Baristan's stuttering voice as if he was controlled by someone. You shouldn't have come here. The low voice said clearly. The White Knight did not know what to do. He came with me. Sam suddenly spoke. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the great wall. The flame that resists the cold, the light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. This was the oath of the night watchers. In the afternoon, in the holy church, Danny witnessed Baristan reciting the same oath to the 7 gods with her own eyes. After a full 10 minutes, the bottom of the well remained silent as if the 2 people had disappeared. Danny and Yimant looked at each other. Big Black. Danny waved at the black dragon that was squeezing at the door. A moment later, another dragon flame fireball fell into the well. It only dived for 10 meters before stopping. This height was enough for the people at the edge of the well to see the bottom of the well. It was empty. There was no door and no one. Baristan and Sam had disappeared. Danny and old Yimant looked at each other speechlessly again. Let's wait and see. If we can get out, we can come back. Old Yimant said. Then the two of them stood at the edge of the well and waited. The moonlight shone through the hole in the roof, casting a silver glow on their bodies. It was silent all around. Even the sound of the rats running had disappeared and could not be heard. The cold was like an invisible arrow that shot down from the huge ice crystal wall next door. It hit their knees, abdomen, hands, neck, face, ears, and drilled into their flesh and bones. Old Yimant could not help but shiver at the edge of the well. "Old man, go to the door and warm up." Danny stomped her feet and puffed out white steam. "I'm getting old." Yimant did not insist. He wobbled to Big Black's side and leaned against the black dragon's neck. "So warm." He touched Big Black's hot scales and chuckled. After waiting for another half an hour, Danny finally could not take it anymore. She took off her backpack and took out a glass candle from it. She locked onto the soul fragment that was left on Baristan and began the mental projection. The east side of the Great Wall of Desperation was straight like a sword, while the west side was twisted like a crawling snake. It was close to the northern land beyond the Great Wall. The east side was flat plains, but the west side was filled with hills and valleys. The Great Wall avoided the valleys and rose and fell on the rugged ridges. At this moment, Baristan and Sam were huddled under the steep hills. They were in the gap between two huge rocks. They kept stomping their feet and exhaling at each other. Not far away, the towering ice crystal wall blocked their way south, just like it had done to the barbarians for thousands of years. "Sir, why don't we go to the forest to find some wood and light it up to keep warm?" Sam's eyebrows were covered in a layer of frost. His face seemed to have turned into two balls of red jelly in the cold wind. He was so cold that he could not even speak properly. "There are deviant ghosts in the forest. Just wait, Her Majesty will be here soon," Baristan said tiredly. "How did Her Majesty know that we're here? Where's the door?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. Sam rubbed his eyes and looked blankly at the Dragon Queen who was knocking on the Great Wall of Desperation. He said in disbelief, "Her Majesty Danny Lilith? Where's the door?" Danny turned around and asked. Sam was shocked and confused. Baristan, on the other hand, had already expected that the Dragon Queen would appear in this way. He was not surprised at all. He crawled out from the gap between the boulders and drew a circle on an ice crystal. "She should be here," he said. Chapter 354. It was late at night. In the kitchen where the rat chef cooked the Undul Prince, moonlight shone through the hole in the roof onto the edge of the well. Baristan pointed to the well and explained his experience to Danny with lingering fear. There was a small platform at the bottom of the well to fetch water. I stood there and waited for Sam. It was a wet and slippery brick wall before, but as Sam approached, the wall suddenly turned into a white weirwood door. After failing to find the exit of the black gate outside the Great Wall, Danny sent Whitey to bring Baristan and Fat Sam back. The black gate seemed to involve spatial magic. It was a little unbelievable. Even spatial magic was involved. But reality was so strange. The black gate was at the bottom of the well in the kitchen of the Long Night Castle. Logically speaking, after passing through the black gate, Sam and Baristan should be separated from the Long Night Castle by a wall. In fact, Danny found them 3 kilometers west of the Long Night Castle. Sam also said that the cave that Cold Hands brought him into last time was not here. Weirwood. Danny was shocked but at the same time felt that it was reasonable. She nodded and said, "It is said that the children of the forest cast magic on the Great Wall." Baristan said with certainty, "It is magic. The white weirwood has an old man's face on it. It can still speak and has its own consciousness." When Sam said the Night Watcher's oath, the mouth on the face immediately opened. "After I went in, I was confused for a while and appeared outside the Great Wall. I'll go down and take a look." Danny was eager to try. "Will it be too dangerous?" "Danny, with your current status, you can't act impulsively," Old Yimant advised. "A king does not stand under a collapsing wall." "I understand." Danny smiled freely. "In addition to being a king, I am also a mage and a seeker. Compared to sitting on the throne and ruling the world, I am now more curious about the secrets of this world. And this well has existed for thousands of years. During this period, countless night watchers went down to fetch water. There must be many night watchers who passed through the black gate through the Great Wall. They were all fine, so why did I encounter danger here? Besides, I am the rightful queen of the Unduls, Loinars, and the ancestors. I am the great hero who will end the long night in the future. The Black Gate has a consciousness. After knowing my identity as the savior, they didn't even have the time to protect me. Why would they deliberately harm me? Yimont was embarrassed, but on second thought, although the Dragon Queen was a little shameless, her words were crude and reasonable. Black Gate was obviously a friend of the Night Watchers and a guardian of the Great Wall. There was no reason for him to hurt a good queen. Then be careful, the old scholar said helplessly. Without further delay, Danny walked down the stairs in the wall of the well. Seeing that Baristan was about to come down, she stopped him and said, "Sir, you guard the well." "I have to protect you," the old knight said. "Sigh, the bottom of the well is empty. There's nothing but stones and water." Danny shook her head. "No one knows what's hidden in the well. It's safer with me around," Sir Baristan said. "Hey, can a rat chef jump out from the bottom of the well?" Danny smiled carelessly. "If there really is a monster coming out of the water, the two of us won't be able to move freely on the narrow platform below." "Then I'll guard the stairs above the Black Gate," the White Knight insisted. "Okay." Danny no longer insisted. She was the first to go down, followed by Sam and the White Knight. The spiral stone steps in the wall of the well were not narrow. It was only a palm wide and 30 centimeters long. The weather outside the Great Wall was cold, so the moss was not thick and not slippery. Walking on it was stable. However, in a dark environment, people's sense of balance would be poor. She still had to stretch out a hand to hold the wall. The top of the well was bathed in moonlight. With each turn it became narrower and dimmer. Danny heard her footsteps echoing between the wet stones. The sound of water below was getting louder and louder. Round after round, the well became darker and the air became colder. Listening to the rippling sound of water at the bottom of the well, she was puzzled. Why didn't the bottom freeze into ice at this temperature? Gradually, Danny's eyes adapted to the dark environment at the bottom of the well. With the thin moonlight above her head, she could even see the opposite stone wall and the shaking water below. Without holding the wall, she could walk as fast as flying. "Fatty, stop first. Let me try and see if the Black Gate is open for me." Halfway she shouted to the fatty above. "Oh." Sam and Baristan stopped. After adapting to the weak light environment, Danny became faster and faster. She walked to the bottom of the well. There was a platform 1 finger high above the water. In fact, it was a bigger stone step, 20 centimeters wide and half a meter long. For some reason, the dark water was extremely turbulent. It was like the water in a novice water carrier's bucket. It kept shaking and hitting the stone wall, making muffled sounds. If the bottom of the well was a world and the well water was an ocean, then at this time, there was a level 12 typhoon on the ocean surface. Is there a big turtle at the bottom of the well? If it has been raised since the Great Wall was built, how old would it be after 8,000 years? Danny said to herself. Clang, clang, clang. Stopping her reverie, Danny knocked back and forth on the wet stone wall beside the small stone platform. The hard stone made a crisp sound, and there was no trace of wood. "I am the queen of the Undulls, the Loiner and the ancestors, Danny Lys Targaryen." Danny put on a straight face and said to the stone wall seriously. There was no reaction at all. "I am the mother of dragons, I have 5 dragons," she said again. There was still no response. "I am the liberator of slaves, the advocate of freedom, the world's suffering slaves, Misha. I guard the Great Wall, I kill the deviant ghosts. I am the legendary savior, the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai. I have 2 dragons outside, it is too easy for the dragon flame to burn the weirwood." Danny began to threaten. Fuck. Danny gritted her teeth and looked up at Sam, who was above her, and shouted, "Fatty, come down." Rustling footsteps came from above. Sam and the White Knight began to move down again. Danny's dragon soul returned to her body, and she stared at the stone wall in front of her with wide eyes. The sound of leather boots rubbing against the stone steps was getting closer, and Fatty's panting could be heard clearly. "Oh my God!" Danny suddenly exclaimed. Without any warning, the stone wall suddenly turned into a door, a white weirwood door with a face on it. The black door was not black at all, on the contrary, it was white. The wooden door emitted a milky white light, like the mixture of milk and moonlight, but the light was so weak that it could not illuminate anything other than the door itself. Even Danny, who was standing in front of it, was pitch black. The face on the door was pale and old, full of wrinkles and lifeless. Well, it was not carved on the door, or rather, there was no wooden door at all. What appeared in front of Danny was a face. It was the face of a living old god who was suppressed under the Great Wall. His mouth was tightly shut, his eyes were tightly shut, his cheeks were sunken, his forehead was withered, and his chin was loose. If a person was immortal but not immortal, after he lived for 10 million years he would get older and older, and eventually his face would look like this. But from the perspective of the dragon soul, this old and decayed tree face was emitting endless magic and holy light, as dazzling as the sun falling in front of her eyes. If dignity was a physical object, all the dignity of all the kings and nobles in the history of mankind, and superimposed together, it would not be as good as the old weirwood in front of her. Danny's legs trembled, and she had the urge to kneel down and worship. Even Blackie in her soul realm had knelt down, and the only thing that kept her dignity was her own will. Seeing the Dragon Queen's pale face, sweating and trembling body, Sam was puzzled and asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Danny was awakened and immediately dispersed the dragon soul, and all the abnormalities disappeared immediately. The weirwood door in front of her was so decayed that it gave people the illusion that it would be smashed into pieces with a kick. 7 gods above. She patted her chest a few times to calm her breath and said in horror, "The power of a true god is so terrifying." "A true god? What are you talking about?" Sam asked strangely. "Sigh, the ignorant are fearless." Danny glanced at the fatty and sighed. At this time, the door opened its eyes, and the eyeballs were as white as the weirwood face, seemingly empty, but Danny was shocked. 7 layers of hell. It was alive and its consciousness began to return. "Who are you?" the door asked, and the well replied softly, "Who. Danny raised her hand and interrupted the fatty's action of opening his mouth to make an oath. She calmed down and said solemnly, "I am the mother of dragons, Danny Lilith." It was a very simple title and there was nothing fancy about it. The door hesitated and asked, "Do you want to come in?" Fatty Sam was shocked. She could open the black door without chanting? This was different from what Cold Hand said. "I want to know the secret of the Great Wall." Danny said. "Swear." The door wrinkled its nose and said. Danny was stunned and raised her hand to swear, "Everything I saw and heard today, I will never say a word, and I will never threaten the safety of the Great Wall." "Swear." The door repeated. "What oath?" Danny was confused. "Your Majesty, maybe it's the oath of the Night Watchers." Sam hesitated. "What? You want me to be a Night Watcher?" Danny widened her eyes and said in disbelief. Like the scholar, the Night Watchers did not recruit women, not to mention that she was a serving queen. "It's not the same. Maybe it's just a part of the oath of the Night Watchers." Baristan reminded her from above. "You don't have to devote the rest of your life to the Night Watchers and you don't have to die." Danny recalled Sam's incantation from before. Sure enough, he removed the beginning and the end, leaving only the essence in the middle. She cleared her throat and said solemnly, "I'm the sword in the darkness, the guard on the Great Wall, the flame that resists the cold, the light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom." No, the door seemed to be a little annoyed. "That's not okay?" Danny was also angry. "Must I wear black clothes?" "The ancient oath." The door reminded her. Danny was dumbfounded. "Do you know what the ancient oath is?" She turned to Sam. Fatty said thoughtfully, "Is it the oath that the children of the forest and the ancestors signed?" "It can't be." "What does the oath have to do with the Great Wall?" Danny shook her head. Suddenly, the door pouted and spat out a circle of faint white runes in Danny's direction like a smoke ring. The runes were very complicated. The QR code, outlined with 108 characters, only contained a very simple message. "I swear to balance the natural elements, protect this world, and prevent the world from falling into the dark abyss." Chapter 355. This was not the Valeglia rune system that Danny was familiar with. Miraculously she could understand it. Alright, it was not that she had never seen it before. The runes that the door transmitted to her were the rune language of the ancient language, the magic runes used by the children of the forest. The Green Prophet meditation rune on Danny's second soul originated from the rune system of the ancient language. Just like how Blackie had a 9-colored whirlpool in its consciousness but did not understand the runes of the great wizard of Valeglia, Danny had copied the incomplete meditation technique of the three-eyed crow, but she could not disassemble it nor learn it. Now she only needed to scan the QR code that the door spat out, and she understood the 108 basic runes of the Green Prophet, and the way to express the information grammar. Just like the Great Wizard and the Red God Priest meditation technique, the Green Prophet meditation technique also had 108 basic runes. After knowing the ancient oath, Danny began to ponder about the meaning of the oath. She understood a principle very well. Agreements could not be signed casually and oaths could not be made casually. Especially when facing an old god, she could not even lie. Balance the natural elements, protect this world, and prevent it from falling into the dark abyss. The task is too heavy, I can't do it, she thought for a while and said honestly to the door. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Fatty was confused. The ancient oath requires me to protect the world. Protecting the world, it sounds scary, how can I do it? Even if I can, how tiring would it be? She sighed and explained. How do you know about the oath? I have never heard of an oath with such content. Sam was confused. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She pointed at the rune floating between her eyebrows that was emitting a faint white light and asked, Do you see it? What is it? It's dark here, other than the black door, I can't see anything else, Sam said. It is a. Danny blinked again, but found that the rune floating in front of her had disappeared. The god of the door slowly closed its eyes and said, Go. Danny turned around dejectedly and pushed Fatty, who was at the edge of the stone steps. She said in annoyance, Go back. The door is open. You're not going in? Fatty was confused. The oath is a little. Oh, what did you say? Danny turned around abruptly and saw the door's mouth open silently. It opened wider and wider, and the lips pulled upwards like a curtain, gradually covering the nostrils, the bridge of the nose, the eyes, the forehead. In the end, there was nothing left but a large mouth surrounded by folds. The 7 gods above. Oh no, the gods above. Danny looked at the big black mouth and said in surprise, Is this considered opening the door? Could it be that he's inviting me into his trap and wants to eat me? Because I refused to make an oath with him. I don't know what the ancient oath of allegiance is, but we've crossed the Great Wall like this 3 times before, Sam said. Danny was still worried. She stepped aside and waved to Sam. You go in first. If the door god chewed Fatty into a bloody pulp, she would run away. Fat Sam did not hesitate. He stepped forward and half of his body disappeared into the dark mouth. Even though they were less than half a meter apart, Danny still could not see his torso and head. The leg on the stone steps also entered the mouth. Sam completely disappeared in front of Danny's eyes. How magical. She subconsciously put her hand into the mouth. It was cold and a breeze surrounded her. It doesn't seem dangerous. Not only did the dragon's soul not sense any danger, but it also seemed to be eager to try? She decided to trust Blackie's instinct. She stepped into the mouth, and it was as if she was stepping on a cloud. It was soft and light. Taking another step, Danny was completely immersed in darkness. Dizziness and darkness assaulted her. She was like a feather caught in a gust of wind. She moved with the wind and had no place to stand. She was also like a lonely boat that fell into a sea of black bubbles. She wandered alone in the mist. It was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. Her perception and thoughts were almost stagnant. Danny wanted to shake her head a few times to get rid of this sense of emptiness, but she could not even move. Her thoughts seemed to have been separated from her body and fell into chaos. Dragon soul into body. At the last moment when she could still control her thoughts, the souls of Blackie, who was lying at the kitchen door, and Little White, who was guarding the Great Wall, entered her sea of consciousness at the same time. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Danny's consciousness returned. She opened her eyes in a daze. She was surrounded by a dark space of nothingness. Countless wind tracks carved light green ribbons in the void. Her body was also wrapped in light green wind traces. This is a world of wind, Danny thought. Following that, she discovered her current situation. There was a world of white light below her, and her body spiraled in the green wind as she descended towards it. Below her, Fat Sam's empty eyes were wide open. He spun like a corpse into the white light and disappeared. Oh my God, is this space transmission? This is a rare opportunity. I can't leave like Fat Sam without knowing anything. Having made up her mind, Danny began to struggle. She was like a sock that fell into a washing machine. When the switch was pressed and the drum started to spin, the sock could not struggle no matter how much it wanted to. Danny was like a turtle that turned over with its shell facing down. Her limbs were flailing wildly, but it was of no help to her current situation. She was getting closer and closer to the white light. She was about to pass through the city wall and land on a mountain covered with snow and rocks. Buzz, in the next moment, the two meditation fundamental method in her sea of consciousness were activated abruptly. Danny did not know why she did that. She was thinking, I have to stay here no matter what. Since my physical strength is useless, I can only use my wizard power. Who would have thought that after the wizard power exploded, the 9-colored vortex and the ring with the second soul directly rushed out of Danny's head and formed a flower with fiery red stamen inside and icy blue petals outside. Danny's head was blooming. In this strange space, the physical body was extremely illusory. Just like how Danny's soul and meditation foundation could freely enter and exit Blackie's spirit ocean, the 9-colored vortex and the ring with the second soul also entered the ancient god's consciousness space without any hindrance. That's right, this wind void was the door god's consciousness space. His state was a little special. The illusory soul space had strangely turned into a half-divine domain, God's kingdom, and could accept the physical body and mental thoughts of the people it recognized, the Night Watcher and his companions. In this space, the boundary between the physical body and the soul was broken. Song of Ice and Fire? The door god's thunderous voice exploded in Danny's ears. It was full of shock and confusion. And Danny was like Doraemon wearing a bamboo dragonfly. She wobbled out of the entrance of the white light with a flower above her head and wandered freely in the green wind void. The 9-colored vortex in the shape of a cone spun forward and turned fiery red. The white ring around it spun in the opposite direction and turned icy blue. The two different directions of rotation of the meditation foundation formed a repulsive force that separated the small green wind ribbons around Danny. It was as if she had broken free from the shackles of the wind and could fly freely in this space. Danny was drifting quickly in the direction of the door god's voice. God, what did you say? Song of Ice and Fire, what does it mean? She asked as she flew. The door god slowly said, at the beginning of the world, the creator played a big movement and the world was born in the music. At the same time, a group of creatures was born. Some of them got some of the notes in the movement and they are called gods by you. Gods are the singers of the new world. We sing about the earth and the sky and we sing about the mountains and rivers. The world thrived in our songs, and it developed vigorously until it became colorful today. Ice represents death and fire represents life. The power that controls the cycle of life and death is called the Song of Ice and Fire by the gods. A song represents a law that supports the world? Is that what it means? Danny asked thoughtfully. You are very smart, the door god said. Danny looked around at the green wind ribbons that were getting denser and denser. There was even a huge green wind ball in the distance. She had an idea and asked, God, which song are you singing? Song of Wind? The door god didn't answer but asked, since there is no oath, why are you looking for me? I have seen many demigods, but this is the first time I have seen a real god. I am too curious, Danny said honestly. The door god was silent as if he didn't want to talk to her. Danny found that the closer she got to the wind ball, the slower she was. Gradually, the green wind ribbons approached her again, entangling her hands, binding her feet, and pulling her away from the wind ball. When the balance was formed, she was stuck in a certain position and couldn't move forward. That's it? Go back. The door god sighed. No. Danny gritted her teeth and shouted, I didn't come here alone. Blackie little white come out. Hiss, hiss, the two dragon souls also came out of her sea of consciousness. They didn't expand to the size of their bodies. They were like two little fairies flying around her body. The green wind ribbons around her were torn apart one by one. She quickly flew toward the wind ball again. This. The door god was shocked again. He said in disbelief, you are not a shapeshifter. No, shapeshifters can only take over animal companions. They can't let the animal souls enter the space of consciousness. How did you do it? You have been suppressed here for too long. In the past 10,000 years, there have been many new songs in the world. Danny smiled proudly. Pop. Danny felt like she was falling into water. There was only a slight resistance. She passed through the wind ball and entered a world full of holy green light. It was a vast and boundless space. Under the holy milky white background, there were spots of green starlight. When she touched the stars, she felt the wind as tender as willow leaves in spring. Wandering in it, she felt as if her soul and body were being cleansed. Suddenly, There was a ripple in the calm space of the green spot. Wherever the ripple passed, a holy and majestic aura followed. In an instant, Danny's heart contracted. Her eyes widened. Her eyes shone with respect and desire. What's wrong with me? The ripple came and went quickly. In an instant she came back to her senses. She was puzzled. Hiss, hiss, Blackie and Little White screamed in horror. They quickly disappeared between her eyebrows and hid in her soul space. They didn't dare to come out again. It's not an illusion. That ripple. Danny looked around. She was surprised and found an unusual light spot among the countless green stars. It was also green, but it was bigger. It was more. With just a glance, the desire and respect from before surged in her heart again. She couldn't help but float over. She stopped in front of the green crystal ball that was the size of a walnut. Buzz, once again the cyan crystal emitted a wave of fluctuation, creating a slight ripple in the starry space. The sacred and dignified aura made people feel reverence and desire. She couldn't help but be attracted. She held the green crystal with her hand. Swoosh. The crystal ball disappeared. Danny was shocked. Her purple round eyes turned into a green tornado. The blue and red petals on top of her head were dyed green. Crack, crack, crack. On a hill outside the Great Wall, Fatty Sam looked at the 100-meter-long crack on the ice crystal wall. He shouted in horror. The Great Wall collapsed. Chapter 356. Dark Castle. Commander's Tower, the King's Bedroom. The night outside the tower was cold as ice, but the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Blood witchcraft was in progress. Danny Rise is gone. She didn't give us a chance to do anything. Stannis lay on the bed, his head resting on his arm as he stared at the ceiling. Compared to me, she's more like the child of prophecy. Oh yeah, hey ho. The red-robed woman shook her sweat-dampened red hair as she chanted the incantation of blood magic. She's not the child of prophecy. You and I are certain of that. She has never been in the holy fire, Melisandre said. But she has a dragon. She can activate the light emissary, and she has the ambition to end the night. Stannis gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, am I not helping you replenish your magic now? Part of the light emissary's runes have been activated by her. Once I analyze it, you will be able to use my magic to control the Red Sword. Sigh, it's a pity that the light emissary hasn't been completely unsealed. Otherwise, after a pause she continued, as for the dragon, she can hatch it. You can also hatch a magic dragon from a stone. I've reminded you of this long ago. I'd Rick, my nephew. But he has been released by Davos. Stannis's cheeks puffed up as he ground his teeth. If you want to, is it too late? Or use Manslade and his son instead. They both have the blood of kings. I can only tell you that the more sacrifices and the purer the blood of kings, the higher the chance of success. After a moment of silence, Stannis asked, how did that woman hatch the dragon? Did she really sacrifice 3 of her family members to King Lalo like the legends say? Melisandre wriggled slowly, her cheeks reflecting a seductive red light under the firelight. His Majesty the Light King did not respond to my question. The holy fire is unpredictable and not everything can be foreseen. Then she said in a firm tone, but a wise person would understand that this is the case if they think about it carefully. A long time ago when we first met, Robert was not dead, and Liz was not even married to the Horse King. Therefore, I suggested that you sacrifice the king's blood to hatch the mystic dragon. Sigh, I should have listened to you then. A hint of regret flashed across Stannis' deep blue eyes. Feeling the magic power flowing into his body bit by bit, Stannis groaned and frowned. But at the banquet, when we mentioned the matter of the Free City hatching the dragon through sacrifice, Danny Rise swore that the dragon hatching did not require a sacrifice. The theory of sacrificing the person you love the most is simply a paradox. He even said that the slave masters in the Free City states had gone crazy. Melisandre smiled seductively. With your wisdom, can't you see her intentions? Everyone wants a dragon, and when they get a dragon they want to be the only dragon knight. Stannis nodded heavily and said with certainty, anyone in the world who isn't stupid knows that she is lying. She wants to monopolize the Megalosaurus. It is because she is afraid that the Free City states will hatch a dragon that she rides it everywhere and steals its eggs. Yes, said Melisandre approvingly. But she did not sacrifice her 4th dragon to her loved ones. Stannis was puzzled. This is where her deception is brilliant. The red-robed woman said confidently, "Did I ask His Majesty to sacrifice his loved ones before?" "No. Because blood is blood and its power is real, and the king's blood naturally contains the magic of a king. Look at the fates of Rob, Joffrey and Balan, you should know that I am not lying. The king's blood is powerful." "You mean?" Stannis suddenly understood. From the beginning she used the king's blood to hatch the dragon, but she was afraid that others would follow suit. After all, she was not the only one with a dragon egg. Then she purposely said a paradox, sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch the dragon. If I hatch the dragon according to her theory, anyone who is sacrificed will not be the person I love the most. And if I love someone more than a dragon, I will not sacrifice them. In such an unfalsifiable paradox, her lie will never be exposed. His Majesty is wise. Melisandre praised sincerely. What a cunning woman. Erlu sighed and dragged a small wooden box from the bedside. There were many red runes carved on the surface of the black wooden box. When the lid was opened, there was a blood-red dragon egg covered in deep purple spots. The red-robed woman looked at the dragon egg and smiled proudly. "The box has runes carved by me. The stone egg's aura is completely blocked. Even if I put the box in front of the mother of dragons, she will not be able to sense it." Clang clang clang. Erlu knocked on the dragon egg a few times and frowned. "I don't know which era this dragon egg is from. It is completely petrified. It is precisely because it is a stone egg that the previous Targaryens did not bother with it, allowing you the chance to dig it out from the depths of Dragonstone Island," Melisandre said with a smile. She sacrificed the horse king Viserys and the little prince in her belly. 3 kings, 3 eggs and the 4th. Erlu looked hesitant. Could the 4th dragon be Lys's maid? "Haha, not every king is as benevolent and just as you. Because of this, you are the true child of prophecy." Melisandre's eyes flashed and she sneered. "What do you mean?" Stannis asked curiously. "Was that maid really killed by an assassin?" Melisandre's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "Could it be?" Stannis's expression changed drastically and he said with a trembling voice, "She killed her closest mate on purpose just to maintain that lie?" The red-robed woman did not answer the question directly. She only smiled faintly and said, "I am sure that the 4th dragon egg was hatched with the king's blood. Think about it, Astapor, Cayuan and Meereen, how many good, virtuous and great lords have died. They are all royal families with more than 6,000 years of history." Hissed, Stannis gasped. This is very different from her heroic and righteous performance at the wall. That woman is not what she appears to be. At this point he suddenly paused. "It seems like she is the same as me. He is also brave, righteous and tenacious, but there is also a shadow in his heart, Renly and Cortynai Panglos. Perhaps, in the heart of every magnificent hero, there was a dark place that no one knew about. This was the bumpy road that a lonely king had to go through." Suddenly he felt a sense of empathy for the Dragon Queen. Melisandre had been close to Erlu for many years and guessed his thoughts from the darkness in his eyes. She changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, she stole the dragon eggs of Volantis on her way to the Westeros and burned hundreds of kings or their descendants. Those people have the blood of Valeglia that is purer and nobler than the Targaryens. You have to hurry. I am afraid that the 5th dragon will be born soon. Sigh, why are there so many royal descendants in Ursos, but I only have the insignificant king of the barbarians?" Stannis was a little angry. "It is a pity that old Ymont escaped. His blood is very rich," Melisandre said regretfully. Stannis shook his head and said, "It does not matter whether Ymont leaves or not. As long as he is alive we cannot touch him." Melisandre raised her head and stiffened her body, not moving at all. Wave after wave of magic suddenly rushed towards Stannis' lower abdomen. Flame runes flickered rapidly on his sturdy abdominal muscles, and he couldn't help but groan out loud. "So much. Are you okay?" Erlu looked at the red-robed woman's pale face and asked worriedly. Melisandre stood up and put on her red robe. She walked barefoot to the window and opened it. The cold wind whistled in, and her red hair and robe swayed violently in the wind. Looking at the towering ice crystal wall, she said with a complicated expression, "Do not worry. The wall is a place of miracles. Contains a vast amount of magic. Here my magic power is growing with every passing moment." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of ice breaking came from afar. A black mark on the ice was crawling towards them from afar. Kaboom! The sound of ice breaking suddenly echoed in the silent sky above Dark Castle. The red-robed woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 2-finger-wide crack appeared on the ice crystal wall. It was as obvious as the scar on a beauty's face. It was still crawling up, down, east. Ah! She held her head and screamed crazily. The power is disappearing. The wall is falling. Ah! The wall is cracking. At the top of the wall, under the wall, the night watchers screamed in fear. The wall is falling. Someone blew the horn of winter. Some barbarians screamed. Crash. Just then, a piece of ice the size of a bed fell from the 70-meter-tall wall beside the king's tower. It smashed into the drawbridge between the tower and the wooden stairs and rolled down, leaving a thunderous sound on the stone floor. Suddenly, all the night watchers and barbarians in Dark Castle were alarmed. Many of them were still running around the arena barefoot. Wall, what happened? Stannis walked up quickly and asked with a pale face. Almost at the same time at the East Watch. Wall, what happened? Queen Celis was only wearing a thin shirt. She hugged her daughter tightly and looked at the falling pieces of ice outside the window. Her face was twisted in fear. She mumbled the same question as her husband. Mother, I'm scared. Princess Shireen's eyes were filled with fear. She shrank into her mother's arms. Under the wall, the wind has risen. The wind I've been waiting for is here. Let's sail on the ship. Oh, I know, it's time to find the treasure. Patched Face waved his arms and twisted his fat body as he sang loudly. Princess Shireen turned around to look for her jester. But when she met his eyes, she was shocked by the strange look in his eyes. She sat down on the wooden floor. It was a pair of blue eyes that she had never seen before. They were sacred and dignified, deeper than the trenches in the ocean. Greed and craziness were like the seawater in a tsunami. They almost materialized and overflowed from his eyes. Aiden, stop shouting. You make me scared. She shrank her neck and wiped her tears. The jester's body trembled out of habit. The words in his mouth were unclear and out of tune. The craziness in his eyes became comical and the greed turned into stupidity. He returned to being a fool. He clapped his hands and laughed at the princess. Under the wall, the wind has risen. The wind I've been waiting for is here. Oh, I know, the treasure has appeared. Oh. It was a similar song, but Shireen felt relaxed and laughed along. Chapter 357. The blood-red leaves that looked like human palms reflected the sky, and the bone-like branches grew in all directions, covering the earth like a dome. 100 young girls dressed in animal skins with small bronze scimitars hanging from their waists held hands and danced around the weirwood tree in a counterclockwise direction, chanting a high-pitched and rough sacrificial song in the ancient language. Under the canopy, there were thousands of savages watching with solemn expressions. Most of them were dressed in animal skins and looked like the freemen from beyond the Great Wall. Closer to the weirwood tree, there were dozens of warriors with bronze swords hanging from their waists and wearing bright yellow bronze armor. Beside them were women wearing simple linen clothes with tears in their eyes and sorrowful expressions. Other than humans, there were other humanoids. There was a gray-hairy giant with a short neck and a tilted head. There was also a group of people that Danny had never seen before. They had dark chestnut-colored skin, large ears, delicate features, and short squirrel-like stature. Most of them had large golden eyes, but the 5 people standing at the front had green or red eyes. Danny stared at them curiously. The 5 squirrel people with green or red eyes suddenly turned their heads and looked at her in bewilderment. It gave her a fright. What's wrong, Lord Prophet? One of the warriors noticed the squirrel people's strange behavior and approached to ask in a low voice. He spoke in the ancient language. It was a lean man in his early 40s with a horse face, brown hair, and a pair of deep gray eyes. Although there was also a bronze long sword hanging from his waist, his right hand was holding a wooden cane that had been rubbed until it was smooth and glossy. No, maybe it's an illusion, a red-eyed squirrel person said uncertainly. No, I felt it too, another red-eyed squirrel person said solemnly. We all felt it. The other 3 looked at each other and said in unison. The squirrel people were also speaking in the ancient language. Their voices had a strange calmness that seemed to be able to calm storms and tsunamis. Then, will there be a problem with the sacrifice? The horse-faced man unconsciously tightened his grip on his cane and asked worriedly. No, Father will never change what he has promised. the 5 squirrel people said in unison with solemn and pious expressions. At this moment, the girl's song gradually entered the climax, and the huge human face carved on the trunk seemed to come to life, and the serious expression slowly became sad and helpless. The woman in the front row could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. As the sacrificial song was about to end, some of the young girls turned around to look at the woman. Then 100 young girls pulled out their small scimitars at the same time. The leaves on the blood-red palms suddenly rustled, and the old man on the tree trunk looked even more sorrowful. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. The singing stopped, and the girl immediately stabbed the dagger into her own heart. She stretched her arm forward, grabbing towards the direction of the tree trunk. With a happy and satisfied expression on her face, she fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the corpses of the 100 girls formed a spiral pattern. However, the blood that flowed out of their hearts did not flow freely. Like spring water entering the dry desert, the brown soil on the ground hungrily sucked up every drop of blood that fell. There wasn't even a small pool of blood on the ground. Sob, sob, sob. The woman wept sorrowfully. The bronze-armored men did not feel good either. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they were trying their best not to show their grief. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A strange thing happened. A spore grew from the tree face's glabella, and in a few seconds, it grew into a new branch the length of an arm. Walala. The thousands of onlookers, whether they were commoners or nobles, humans, giants, or squirrel men, all knelt on the ground with pious expressions. 5 red-eyed or green-eyed squirrel men took the lead and sang a sacred and solemn song. The rest followed suit. The song was sacred, but the content was simple. It was mostly about praising the mountains, lakes, seas, earth, sky, wind, fire, sun, and moon. After the song ended, everyone stood up. A green-eyed squirrel man turned his head and swept his gaze across the faces of the dozens of bronze-armored swordsmen. Finally, his gaze fixed on the long-faced man with a cane. City builder, Brandon Stark, go. The squirrel man sighed. The long-faced man did not decline, nor did he decline. He left his cane where it was, and with a sacred and solemn expression, he walked past the corpses of the young girls and came to the tree trunk that was as thick as 10 people. He reached out his hand and broke the branch with 7 or 8 red spore between the old man's eyebrows. He respectfully held the young branch with both hands, bowed and retreated step by step. Boom ka huff huff huff. Suddenly the gigantic weirwood shook, as if a gigantic palm had descended from the sky and slapped the treetop. Thousands of palm-shaped blood-colored leaves fell from the branches and danced in the air. Like red snowflakes, the entire world was covered in red snow. The weirwood was still the weirwood, and the human face was still the human face. However, the tree was bare as if the old man had lived for too long, and his hair was falling off strand by strand. The only branches left were just branches and tree trunks. From now on, there would be no new leaves or new spore growing. The immortal weirwood was dead. The human face was just a carving, and there was no longer a shred of holiness or majesty. After that, the long-faced man, surrounded by thousands of people, trekked a long distance, crossing plains and swamps. He walked thousands, tens of thousands of miles to the north and came to a land of ice and snow. He knelt in the snow in front of a small lake, and the thousands of people behind him knelt as well. Under the lead of the squirrel men, they chanted a sacred song praising the gods. Brandon Stark took out the branch that was still fresh and tender and placed it gently on the ground. Rumble, the earth rumbled. The spores on the branch quickly grew new branches and inserted them into the ground. The branches that were as thick as a finger swelled to as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed, layer upon layer, and tangled into 2 earth dragons that drilled wildly into the ground in both the east and west directions. In just 5 minutes, a 15-meter wide and 200-meter tall tree trunk wall appeared between the north and the Great Wall, on the narrow continent that was 500 kilometers wide. Then the giants and humans worked together to cut open the mountains and take stones, filling the tree trunk wall with boulders. It was like a construction worker pouring cement into a steel framework, and then repairing a brick wall according to the concrete framework. Brandon Stark was not idle. He walked through the tree trunk wall, explored the terrain in the mountains and canyons and drew maps. Then he instructed the giants to dig the soil and fill in the huge cornerstone to ensure that even in the complicated hilly terrain, the Great Wall had no blind spots or weaknesses. After laying the foundation, he led thousands of squirrel men to draw strange magic runes on the boulders and tree trunks. From then on, no other creatures could get close to the Great Wall. Decades passed and Stark died of old age. However, the work of building the Great Wall did not stop. The second Stark, Brandon's son, took the building blueprint left behind by his father and continued to instruct the giants and ancestors to mine boulders, fill in the tree trunks, draw magic runes, and strengthen the wall. Generations of Stark died, and the tree trunks that served as the skeleton of the wall were gradually covered. The magnificent Great Wall of Stone was completed. The giants and squirrelmen bid farewell to the ancestors. Some went to the Great Wall in the north, while others returned to their warm homes in the south. Yes, home. At that time the Undulls had not attacked yet. The Westeros were still the paradise of the ancestors and the squirrelmen the children of the forest. The ancestors who stayed put on black robes and were called the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers did not stop building the city. They took Brandon's blueprint and dug out huge blocks of ice from the frozen river in the haunted forest, dragging them back to the Great Wall. A few more centuries passed and the Great Wall of Stone was covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. It had been like that for 8,000 years until now. Rumble. The Great Wall was shaking. The cracks spanned 500 kilometers and huge blocks of ice fell everywhere. The Great Wall was about to collapse. No. Dany looked up at the sky and screamed. Her hair danced in the wind, and a clear green crystal flew out from between her eyebrows and returned to its original position. It was like a heartbeat. Every once in a while, it would emit a sacred and majestic wave. Crack, crack, crack. Sam of the Long Night Castle, Melisandre of the Dark Castle, Shireen of the East Sea Watch, and Patched Face were all shocked as they watched the palm-sized ice crystal slowly heal. Other than the faint black cracks, the Great Wall was almost no different from before. The Night Watchers, Savages, and Deer Association on the Great Wall felt like they were in a dream. Under the Great Wall, the wind has stopped. The silly queen has put the baby back. Oh, silly, I know. Anger flashed across the Patched Face's eyes as he sang cheerfully. Phew. Dany breathed heavily. She looked at the green crystal floating in the air with longing and fear. She asked, "What is it?" "My song, the Song of Wind." She did not know if it was an illusion, but the old and majestic voice of the door god had a touch of gentleness. In fact, even the tone of his voice had changed. Dany was enlightened. She took one last look at the green crystal and turned her head away. After a long time, she finally got rid of the huge greed in her heart and tried to calm herself down. She heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Why can I have it? Isn't it your song?" "You saw it. I died 8,000 years ago," the door god said lightly. "That weirwood is your original body? You are the old god, the weirwood tree spirit?" Dany was shocked. "Old god." The door god sighed. "I am the old god, but the old god is not just me. Billions of years ago, before the gods appeared, I was rooted in this land. I witnessed the formation of mountains and rivers, the birth of life. I also listened to the song of wind that surrounded this world. It brought me the information of the world so that I was no longer alone. Long ago when I learned that song, I heard the voices of other singers. Then we sang together. The world flourished and the next era began." Dany was speechless. After a long silence she asked, "What is this era?" "The era after the singers, the era before you. The children of the forest." "The children of the forest." The door god's voice had a touch of nostalgia and disappointment. He sighed. "Those children did not compete with the world. They only lived in this land. The world is so big. There are more colorful lives in other places." "What's with the deviant ghosts? Who is the frost god?" Dany asked again. "You will understand after you experience it," the door god said slowly. "Leave. You already know the secret of the world." "I still want to know more. My head is full of questions," Dany said. The door god seemed to choke. He paused and said helplessly, "I don't have the energy to answer you. Also, when you took the Song of Wind, the evil thing that had been suppressed under the Great Wall escaped. Your friends are in danger." You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.